Hello and welcome to the Arcade Hangout episode 24, the Christmas holiday special. Woo! Jim Bodini has loaded up the sound machine with lots of festive goodies tonight. We are an Arcade Hangout, Google Hangout, as well as audio podcast on iTunes and Stitcher, and we have now also been approved for Google Play in the last week.
Bonus.
Their system is not up yet, however, but we have been pre-approved. Once it goes live, we are going to be on it. So we're just a bunch of arcade collectors who love chatting about arcade stuff, arcade hobby, restoring, restorations, collecting, hunting down that one elusive game. I am Orange Whip, and we're going to go around the room, get everybody to introduce themselves, and ask the question of the day. So being the holiday special, or the Christmas special, Carrie, our own Carrie, came up with this question. In the spirit of holiday giving, what game is in your collection, or would you consider getting in your collection, primarily because other people really enjoy playing it? And since, I think this might be 3 weeks in a row, I don't know, but since it's her question, I am going to pass it on to Carrie.
Oh, wow. Hey. I'm stunned. I'm Carrie. I'm not on anything other than this show.
Clove.
And Clove, yeah, and Facebook, which I know, Chris, it sucks. But I'm not very active on that. I am happy to say, though, I'm no longer a new poster. I'm now a full-on member of Clove. No longer with that. So I really am on Clove.
What is your actual title? Does it give you a title?
It's just
member.
An official fully.
You're just a member.
You're a full member.
Yes, I'm a full member. Much better than the poster. So
much better than a limp member.
A flaccid member.
That's right.
Let's start!
It didn't take us long. The holiday spirit. Yeah. So that one is an easy one for me because I came up with the question. Pole position. I mean, I got pole position really because I thought, oh, hey, it's cheap. I need a really challenging, weird-ass project to have. So hence pole position. But really, I see that as it's not a game that speaks to me as much as I'm loving putting it together and all the work that I'm doing on it. It isn't a game where I'm like, oh, wow, I sure wish I had pole position before I got it. And now that I have it, I have a certain emotional attachment to it because of all the time I put into it and the little stories behind Bully the pole position mouse. Although I will say I have come to determine after cleaning out my Gravatar where there was like all this little stuff in there, and I thought, what's that? Looks almost like little bugs or something. And then I looked up what mouse poop looks like. Gravatar was filled with mouse poop. Apparently, pole position, rat poop.
Rat poop, yeah.
I saw
rat poops are like an inch long. They look like squirrel poop.
Much bigger, yeah.
Yes, no, it is. It's much bigger. And I'd seen Polly's little shriveled body, and so I just thought mouse, but I realized that in life he was probably much larger. And speaking of flaccid, he shrunk. But yeah, so pole position, it's been a really fun project, but I see this as the kind of thing where when I tell people some of the games, people perk up when they hear pole position, and that's where I'm hearing the stories of, oh, that's, that I had a lot of fun playing that, I kicked ass on that when I was a kid, and it's also very approachable, so it's the kind of thing that somebody can just walk up to and play, unlike some of my other games where they're a little harder, or they're a little more obscure in terms of trying to figure out the gameplay. So.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think it adds a certain, of my half dozen games that I own, I think it adds a nice little diversity, so that I have a number, can offer a variety to someone who's walking up, but yeah, pole position, not a game of my heart, but people seem to get excited about it. Right,
yeah, mixed in with all your, rare vectors and iRobots and shit like that, and there's a pole position too.
Well, in part,
it sticks out like a sore thumb. Like, oh, you got this piece of shit? No.
Almost as bad as Defender.
Hey now. Part of it, I want the working pole position badge, because there's having a pole position and there's having one that actually works.
Yeah, everybody's got a pole position, man. Kidding me?
Yeah.
Well, it's the one game I remember as a kid, like being in like all the campgrounds, and if you went to the lake for in a cabin, there was always a pole position there.
There's a reason why
Sometimes-
everyone has one, because there's so fucking many of them.
Yeah, I mean sometimes it was like that was the only game that was there was just a pole position.
Mm-hmm.
I remember pole position more than anything. I think.
Yeah,
You
it's
guys remember the... Sorry, never mind. I was taking this off track, so please go
Oh
ahead.
yeah, I was gonna make a comment about the movie Over the Top.
See, and I was actually
Still
going to bring up the terrible pole position cartoon. Anyone remember that?
Oh, I have copies of that.
Yeah. It has a great opening title sequence. Pole position. It's really good, actually. And it has nothing to do with the game.
No, nothing.
Totally. Like the cars aren't even close to like F1 cars. Like it's like they're like stunt cars or something like that. It's more like a race driving. Sorry. Anyway, that's totally 80s culture, perhaps. But and then Jim wanted to talk about Stallone. So
Yeah, I realized that movie is a Nintendo commercial.
it just showed up on
There's a
Netflix.
shit ton of Nintendo games in there. I'll be right back. Hang on.
There you go. He's like Polly dropping a turd and walking away.
trying lots of turds.
Let's hope he doesn't just die though, like Foley did.
They're nestled behind the fluorescent bulb. In between that and the speaker, this little. All right, so I'm going to pass it on. I was saying to him before the video went live. I'm going to give a plug to Adam that I saw one of his videos, and it was just tremendous, really very nice. So he can talk about his channels, and I will endorse and say good stuff there. Thank you very much for putting that stuff up for us newbies. It was,
No problem, Carrie. You did a great job. I'll send you the check. Thanks for the endorsement. So I am Adam, AJCR125 on Clav, and you can find me on YouTube/OneCircuit. So let's see. The question is, I guess, I got it right here. In the spirit of holiday giving, what game in your collection would you consider getting primarily because other people like playing it? I would have to say, what's the one that came out, that vector game that came out prior to, you can tell how much I like this game. I can't even remember the game. Prior to Asteroids. What's the one? Lunar Lander. That would be the game.
Awesome.
I hate Lunar Lander, but whenever I'm at a place, a venue where they have it, everybody seems to love the game.
I don't think I saw a single person play that at Drinkers. Did they have that?
Oh, they had it there? No, I wasn't there.
Yeah. Sorry.
So,
I,
but
I
a
love
lot of
Lunar
people-
Lander.
See, there you go. See, and a lot of people do, and a lot of people rave about it and stuff. I tried it, and I can kind of play it, but it just wasn't entertaining to me, and it was more frustrating than anything else. But it's not all about me in this holiday season. So if I had to get a game,
Did
that
it
would
have
be
the
one, I
thruster,
think.
Adam?
Yeah,
have the
exactly.
thruster?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
that's
the big
all.
Frankenstein knife switch that you got to move up and down, and
Yeah, I love that game.
control the ship. See, there you go. There's another guy. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that'd probably be the one for me.
It's interesting because that is to me it seems like a very difficult game. It's not. It doesn't have a lot of the appeal of some of the fast games where somebody can just jump in and lots of things are happening.
Right.
In concentration. So it's interesting that you've noticed it to be so popular.
Right.
Must be a pretty educated or skilled arcade group, I'm guessing.
Yeah, there's the local. We have a nice group of collectors here in New England, and we head over to a buddy's house every once in a while on Wednesday nights. He has a big gathering where we get together, play his games, and people can bring over their broken stuff, and we all work on it together as a team and get things fixed and whatnot. And so I think it's Turbo RI, Rhode Island, on Clav. Great guy, Jay Leone, and we head over to his place and do that kind of stuff. He's got a Lunar Lander, or at least he did. And I just remember everybody, loving to get time on that machine. Just didn't do it for me. I don't know.
It is one where you have to really kind of play it a lot. It's a slow game, but there's a lot of tricks to it. I used to like it just because the thruster was just so cool feeling. To just you just.
Yeah, and the sounds are pretty cool too. That low roar or whatever as you're.
Yeah, and I used to not be good at it until one time at the Seattle show they had world record holder, And so they brought a lunar lander to the show. The guy was going to set a new, like, beat his own record.
Right.
On it, and I was kind of watching them and got some tips and tricks for it, and kind of changed the way I can play it. Yeah.
And the basic idea of the game is quite simple. I mean, as soon as you see the game, you can quite easily just catch on to it straight away. What you've got to do, you just got to land your ship. Whereas some games, it's not so straightforward on first viewing, is it? You know.
Right, and having that unique control, like you said, like with the thruster, it's like a giant, like big thruster thing. That like immediately, I think, attracts kids, and people in general too. It's like I want to grab that and play with it, and then see what it does.
Or yank it off.
yeah, and that makes that kind of sound. Oh, a different kind of yanking off. You mean yank it off like as in remove it from the game, or yank it off as in like
remove it from the game as kids did?
But I think it's pretty beefy though. That thruster.
Yeah, it's well made. Definitely well made. Good choice.
Nice, nice, Adam.
All right, so I got to turn it off to somebody, or pass it off, I should say.
You can turn it off to somebody.
Turn it off to somebody. Well, I'm happy to announce. I think this is the first episode where we are now. I think we can be named a international arcade hangout. Is that true?
True. Yeah, I think so.
I mean, Canada doesn't really count, right?
That's true.
Yeah. We're all on the same continent.
Watch it, Yank.
So I'm going to pass it off to my buddy Alex here from the UK.
Hey, thank you, and thanks for having me here, guys. It's really cool. I think I'm Chucky Egg on the club forums. On the UK VAC forums, I'm known as Chucky Egg. I'm Alex, and I've got my own YouTube channel, Nintendo Arcade, where I post up pictures and videos of all my machines. And I think, in answer to your question, Carrie, I've only just recently got Balloon Fight in my collection, and I know for sure that this is just going to be such a great party game. It's easy to pick up, it's fun, it's colourful, and yeah, I just think it's great. It's really, really cool. Simple games mechanic. The kids can pick it up easy enough, you know. Yeah, I just think it's a really, really cool game. There's not much else to say, really. Everyone's played Balloon Fight, have they?
Is that only a 2-player, or if you have it on the red tent?
It's a 2-player, yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if like on the red tent you could do 4 players or.
But you can play it on either side of the screen, so you've each got your own screen to look at.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that always gets a ton of play time at John's house whenever we play over there.
Does it?
Yeah. It's a fun game.
Yeah.
Just curious, do you only have Nintendo games, or do you have some other stuff as well?
I only have Nintendo games. I used to have other games. I've had, in the beginning, like we all did when we start out, you just grab everything. I had a Fast Freddy. Have you ever played or seen a Fast Freddy?
Yep.
Atari. Really cool cab. Love the artwork, but the game is really, really bad. So that didn't last long. But yeah, I've had quite a few different ones. But I just had to get some sort of direction in my collecting. Because I don't have a lot of room here. Tiny little London abode. So I just had to kind of narrow it down, you know. So
It's a hard thing to do sometimes.
It is.
Yes.
It is. And I recently just got rid of Donkey Kong 3 and Popeye this year, which really did break my heart. But I haven't got room for everything. Something has to give, you know. And I can play if I'm going to get. Well, I've already sorted out another Popeye, which I'm going to convert to the Sky Skipper. So I thought I could have the Popeye in there anyway, you know. Run the Popeye and Sky Skipper together in that cabinet, and I can run DK3 my Donkey Kong. So it's not like I'm losing the game. I've lost the dedicated cab, but I haven't lost the game.
Right.
Is Fast Skipper a 4-way or 8-way?
It is an 8-way.
So
It's
that
an 8-way.
might cause problems with Popeye, like control-wise.
Well, I put a Versus control panel on there, which I'm going to use.
No, but I mean, like playing Donkey Kong with an 8-way is really terrible. So I don't know if Popeye has the same problems or not.
Well, no, I was going to put Popeye into. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, so you got a 4-way.
You just have to swap the control panel over. That's all.
Easy enough there.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
Yeah.
The Sky Skipper has 2 buttons. That's the only thing. That's why we
yeah.
have to have it. That's why it has to have its own control panel.
Right, good
Yeah.
point.
So yeah, balloon fight, man.
Have you ever thought of just putting an arcade SD in and painting the sides purple?
What, sorry?
Do you know who you're talking to? Do you know how much of a purist this guy is? And you're telling him to throw an arcade SD in there?
Shit to a dude is not even here.
Chance is actually watching.
I hear he was after my sheriff. He was going to come over here and buy off me.
I'm all over that thing, man. Put me in your will. If you go, I want that sheriff.
You was going to make one, Adam, aren't you? Someone is.
Hey, that's on the down low, man. We got to work that out on the side.
Yeah.
You heard her first here, boys.
So, am I passing this on then, am I?
Yeah, you can just pass it along if you can figure out someone's name.
I can't see. I ain't got my glasses on. Hang on. I can't remember your names.
You can just describe their appearance. Hey, you with the
guy with the green t-shirt on.
Jimbo
Dini.
With the red tent. Yeah, he's cool.
Sweet, I'm cool.
That is our sound technician for the evening.
You're fired. No.
That's all it takes.
That's easy for me. I just say the Mega Touch. Everyone plays that.
Oh, good answer.
I was gonna go with that.
I sold mine.
Damn.
That is good answer.
We just had our ugly sweater party this last Saturday, and people are just crowded around that thing all night. Like it just doesn't stop getting played. So I don't think I could say that that's the only reason I got it, because I had a lot of fun playing that in bars, and so that's how I got to get familiar with it, at least. And so I play that, a lot too. But that's definitely the party game that everyone plays. People all have a drink in hand, and they're all crowded around that. So, yeah, that's the short and sweet of it. I don't have a long explanation. That's it.
No, that one's pretty self-explanatory. That's a good one.
It's a good one. And I had one. I sold it because my mother-in-law kept staying here and playing it all the time.
Send her home with it.
Like,
that way she stays
there
home.
goes.
Oh man,
We can solve this problem.
Little echo. Headphones much?
Oh.
Ouch.
Okay.
Ouch.
Maybe it's me. I'm not hearing an echo.
It's you.
Ah, shit. Okay. I know. Somebody mute me up.
Let's see who to pass it off to. Who hasn't gone? I'll go. Brad.
All right. Orange Whip, the Arcade Hangouts. I am going to pick. Actually, I had to look through my VAPs to see if there was something that other people liked enjoying even more so than I did. Not that that was a criteria, but Capcom Bowling.
Yeah, I believe it.
I actually have a Capcom Bowling. It's not here. It's the only game I've actually given to a friend to keep at his house. That someday it'll come back to me.
I'm so familiar with that.
Just because there's so many people who like playing that game. Yeah, I mean
Is it just because it's like an approachable game, like easy to pick up? It's like, oh, I just got a trackball. It's a top-down view.
Yeah, I also put on the oh god, I can't remember what it's called now. There's a mod or a daughter card for it as well that kind of gives the whole thing a 50s feel, and it has a whole bunch more games in it. Bolorama, that's what it's called, Bolorama.
Oh, okay.
And so I got that board as well, and I put it in there. So there's actually a bunch more games, just besides regular bowling. So you can I can't remember what the games are, but you can go just for like the head pins, and there's all sorts of different.
Oh yeah.
It was going to be either that one, or I also picked up a shoes, and it's for the very similar reason. It's a game, anybody can kind of go up to. It's just a trackball, and that's the one thing at Grinkers I love going up to the bar and just sitting there and.
So that's a countertop, right? Or is that an
No, it's just in a JamaCab, but I've on eBay. There's been a couple of guys who have little gambling machines that look exactly like the one at Grinkers. So I was thinking about picking one of those up. They're like $65.
Oh,
and
nice.
and throwing my shoes into that. Yeah. So that'd be mine. So yeah, I'll just say Capcom to make it simple.
Yeah, I think
Bowling.
both
Nice.
Capcom Bowling and I think Golden Tee fall in that same kind of category of games which are just hugely easily popular, and anyone's going to walk up to a trackball and play it.
Yeah, I had a Silver Strike Bowling as well. I got off of a friend of mine in Seattle for really cheap, and it was a 2012, and he just did put a brand new 29-inch monitor and everything in it, and I actually sold that to the friend of mine that has the Capcom Bowling. Because he has his buddies over, he plays baseball, and he has all his buddies over for baseball night and for poker night, and they end up not ever playing poker. They end up going and having tournaments in Capcom. And so when I was cleaning out my basement, that was the only game I didn't have out of here because the thing's ginormous.
Yeah.
And I was just dreading moving it. And he's like, "Oh, you thinking about selling us?" I'm like, "You interested in buying it?" And so he ended up buying it off me. And I have a picture somewhere. I ended up having to take the monitor out, and I think I might have mentioned this before. We basically took the entire cabinet apart to get it upstairs into where his game room is. But it's the same as Golden Tee. I mean,
Yeah.
you can pretty much switch the two back and forth. So, but yeah, that one, it was just the monitor's too big. I couldn't handle that. It takes too much space, and they're a pain in the butt to fix and everything else. I just wanted to get rid of it.
Did you say
That's a
29-inch
deep
monitor?
cabinet.
Yeah, a 29-inch monitor, yeah.
Wow.
I thought it was a 27 until I took the whole thing apart, and I think it's a Tri-Res. So yeah, I thought it was a 27 until I took it apart to take it upstairs in this place, and it's like, holy, wait, this thing's really, really heavy. And I look at it, and it's like, yeah, that's a 29. That's why it's really heavy. Yeah. All
So it's
right.
not like one of those Japanese cabinets, like they say it's a 29, but it's actually 27 because they measure them differently.
No, I mean it's the typical Golden Tee Silver Strike bowling cabinet. The big one with the big kind of swoops
The
down the
giant
side.
with the sort of big white
The
sides.
big ass giant thing, yeah. It's huge. It literally takes up the foot space of a pinball machine.
Right. Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
huge.
I'd rather have a
And they're
pinball
deep
machine.
too, super deep.
Yeah. Yeah, they're wider than a normal game, plus the control panels, but yeah, they're really deep. Like, it's about the depth of a pinball.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to, Andrew, let's pass the baton off to you, sir.
Sure. So 34K on Cloth, youtube.com/thebitbar, various arcade shit videos. Games, which I either have because people like them, or a game that I would get. So I hate to be the guy who always brings up let's clarify the question a little bit.
I'm
Street
ready
Fighter.
to answer all of your questions about it.
Yeah. So if I were doing it for the general, just people coming over for a visit kind of thing, and not necessarily arcade guys, it'd be the Namco with the Namco Mizpac Galaga with the Arcade SD, because that thing is an easy win for everyone. It's a good solid emulation. It's a JAMA cabinet. It's playing vertical, classic games, which everyone loves. So that's an easy one just to have. I think that if I wanted to bring in an interesting game, or one that I would like to get, and I know we didn't add any criteria for this, like money's no object kind of thing. I've been recently in the mood for a Major Havoc. That'd be for the arcade people, though.
Wait, whoa.
I didn't
That's
say I
not an
was
easy
buying
game to
one.
pick up, though, is it?
I know.
I'm
It's
not
not an easy
showing
game
off.
to pick up and play, though, is it?
No. Well, it is actually. I don't think the game is that hard. I think if someone were there to help, this would be like for the arcade community, like the Arcade SD and the Namco, the JAMA cabinet, like that's an easy slam dunk classics. It's got, runs the gamut of good emulation on, the PAX and Galaga and Frogger and Burger Time, and it's an easy board. So, excuse me.
Exactly.
But for the arcade people, like the guys who actually usually come over, typically are collectors. So having something like a real centerpiece like that game, and actually I just played it at Zyla's at Hyperspace. We had our get together a couple weeks ago now.
It's a rare game too.
I thought she was gone.
Well, I don't know if you want to get into that as a topic, but Hyperspace closed down kind of officially a couple months ago. We threw one of the last big meetups at her place when she was supposedly shutting down, and then she's basically not been doing events there. And then when I just called her out of the blue, and I was like, well, hey, you know what? I don't have a place for the December get-together. Do you still have the space? We meet up at your place to do our December get-together. And she was like, well, yeah. So yeah, sure enough. I mean, for the most part, it's all still intact. She's gotten rid of a few things, but sort of the bigger news is, and I don't think it's totally been fully publicly announced, but she's intending to reopen in February, and she's got another local collector that she's working with, who she's partnering with basically to open the place up and do it kind of on the more the free play model. They're getting rid of they had a stage there before. I don't know if you guys had seen like the post that we were talking about. She used to have like DJ events and like bands and shit like that, and that just totally doesn't work for arcade games. But now she's going to get rid of all that stuff and just do strictly arcade and pinball, and bring in this other fellow to kind of help her out, sort of managing the business side of it as well, and bringing in some more games. And anyway, so short version of that is she's supposedly planning on reopening in February, and we'll see how that goes. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and pick an easy collector satisfying game like Major Havoc, because I was over playing in Hyperspace and I had a really, really fucking awesome game of Major Havoc. And I was like, you know what? I wouldn't mind having this for the collection. Not that it's ever going to happen, but
It's not that difficult of a game, though, to pick up. Like, I remember the first time I ever played it, I just walked up to it and started playing it. The only thing I didn't understand was the little breakout game in the corner.
right, which is actually super. It's the easiest part of the game.
Yeah. I just didn't know what it was at the time.
Right, yeah. Like, what's going on here? And then it's like, and I love like Owen Rubin's comment was like, like this is basically like you traveling between the space stations, and it's like, what else would you do in deep space besides play Breakout? That's why it's in there. It's just like that's what you do. Yeah.
I was just going to say, I'll have to have one of you guys walk me through that game because I've put in maybe 50 cents worth of quarters into it. And as far as I could tell, it was the fucking E.T. of arcade games. Like, you end up in a hole and you can't get out. And then you just wait.
Well,
right?
so,
like E.T. Yeah, exactly. E.T. falls in a hole and you're like, oh, and here we are. So, and that, as far as I could tell, like, I couldn't jump high enough. I was just...
Right, so the jump button, the longer you press it, the higher you'll go. As long as you don't bump into something. So if you just keep holding jump, you'll keep going, and you can control yourself with a spinner. So you can do stuff... Thanks, Jim. So you can do stuff like go up a zigzag, a long, long zigzag, and if you just use the spinner, you can keep jumping, and it just keeps going up. Now, if you hit your head, you'll fall down. Thank you.
So I think I was going to ask you another question, but I think you answered it. So hers is a conversion with a spinner?
She has a conversion with a spinner, yeah. Okay. And actually,
it's Tempest or Space Duel?
It's a Tempest. And it's funny. I played John's, in his place, but I kind of like the spinner better. There's just more precision, perhaps. It feels like, and maybe I've spent more time playing with a spinner than I have with the roller. Or definitely played way more games on a spinner than with a roller. But the roller has the same problem too, where it's like a poorly adjusted centipedes, where it's like it pinches your fingers if you're not careful. It's not a pinch.
Like randomly,
I've been waiting for like an hour just to use that. So.
You're just like you just got them on random.
My mouth is like hovering over it. I'm like, come on. So I'm like, I can't wait.
Someone say pinch.
It's when you're trying to pinch the cheek side.
There's got to be a way that works.
But yeah, no, the roller at John's place like pinched my fingers a lot. Like trying to do like the precision stuff and like spinning it and catching it and stopping it. And, I just would pinch my fingers on both sides. So.
You gotta stop doing that. Or Jim, you need to stop doing that. That's not going to happen.
I think Jim needs some Beano.
I think he's been muted.
I muted myself.
Oh, did you?
I mean, it's possible that just the optics on the spinner could be more precise than the roller.
Well, I think it's a tactile thing. Right? Think about like if you're holding a spinner, you've got a lot of control over that spinner. You can be really precise with it. You can spin it and get that sort of like spinning, rolling action.
Yeah.
Whereas a roller, you've got this sort of big. It's like playing with a missile command upright, like with that 4-inch trackball, where it's like it has so much mass. It takes something to get it going, and it takes something to stop it.
Mm.
Whereas a spinner is like it's just like it's on your fingertips, so it's very precise. Yeah. I'd honestly be happy with either one if someone wanted to drop one off for $100.
Yeah, well, that's why I have a Space Duel, and then I picked up the board in the summertime. I think I mentioned on the show, and that guy also had one of the original Repro spinners for it, so I was going to use that. But I don't know if I've actually. I don't think I played John's when I was at his place, and I don't know if I've ever played one with a spinner, because the Seattle shows where I normally play it, and those guys have dedicated machines. So that'd be interesting to try it anyway.
Do they have the original rollers, or are they running the RAM controls ones?
Those ones were original. They were original dedicated machines.
Well, I know, but like
the one that I have is a RAM controls one.
Right. Yeah. Well, I know John's is a RAMs.
Is it one of the original ones? Yeah, his was original, right?
It's original RAM control one.
I think RAM was the first one that made them. I think
they're the first ones who made the repos.
Yeah. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's the same one I have.
Not an Atari one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and Takeman's making ones right now.
That's what I'm saying. It's not a Takeman one. It's a.
Yeah. It's based on the RAM design, but Takeman's working on it right now. And as a weird guilty thing, I actually bought one. I have no fucking clue what I'm ever going to do with it, but it felt like one of those things where I should just grab it since they're available.
That's exactly why the guy I got the board off of, he had one, and he was the same thing. Yeah. When they made them, he knew how rare the game was and how hard it was to get one of those rollers from the Atari machine, so he just went and bought one. And he held on to it all those years. So.
Yeah. So we'll see. I don't know. I mean, I'll eventually when Takeman, I've already paid for it, so eventually it'll be sitting on the shelf here.
If I'd known,
I'll put it in Forgotten Worlds.
There was actually a Major Havoc for sale in Seattle, and I think it was only like $800 or something. But it was a conversion. It was a Space Duel.
Yeah.
And it was a spinner. So the only thing it had all the artwork packages. It had the marquee, it had the vector monitor. It had everything but the boards.
Wait, but the boards, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, and as Kalen, like we talked about last week or a couple weeks ago when he was on, he just sold a board set, a conversion board set for like $1,300.
Yeah, when I bought mine for like 300 Canadian, that same weekend was one sold for 900, one sold for 1,600.
Right. Yeah. Which is so bizarre to me too. Like, there's that many. Well, there's that many people out there who are just desperate for this board, or are they just people like me who are just like, oh, it's available, so I'll pick it up. But would you pick a fucking $1,500 board up on a whim?
Well, anyway, I mean, they also have the vector things, the multi-vectors too, right? So I mean, you can always do it that way if you wanted to. I mean, I know it's not the same, but.
Yeah, and that's a tough one too. It's like that one plays differently on an Amplifone monitor too. So, unlike Star Wars where you can see the difference, it doesn't really affect gameplay on Star Wars. But it was like when I don't know if you guys saw this, but like when John was talking about selling his Star Wars or trading his Star Wars, I was telling him that he ought to pull the 6100 out of his Major Havoc and pull the Amplifone out of his Star Wars and swap those monitors. Like, that's fine, get rid of your Star Wars. If you got to do that, then you're getting that Robotron or whatever you got in trade. But it's like, keep that fucking monitor.
Yeah.
And that's gold. Yeah. I mean, fuck the amp. The 6100 monitors are crazy expensive, let alone an Amplifone.
I heard the only difference on the Star Wars for 61 to an amp was just the Death Star explosion. That's the only thing I heard was different.
That's where you feel it the most, by
Yeah.
far. Yeah. I mean, when I play on a 6100, I can feel the difference, especially in the explosion. And you can notice it a little bit when you're playing as well.
I have an amp in one of my Star Wars that I was going to put into the Space Duel, but I know some Space Duels came with an amp, but I actually haven't checked what monitor's in that yet. It just plays. I've never opened it up. So, cool.
Yeah. So sorry, that was a really long fucking answer. Chris, you're up.
Which one? There's two of them.
Oh shit. Well,
You can just call me Gak if you want.
yeah, I should go with Gak on that one. Actually, I was gonna go with the old Chris, the Chris who's been waiting here with the ponytails, not because I like him better,
Or less.
but he's been waiting longer, so I'm gonna go with ponytail Chris. Or Chrissy Long.
There you go.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah.
Seabart 1987 on Claw, YouTube, and Twitter. Everything's on Facebook because unlike Carrie, I hate that shit. Jeez, that's a good question. I'm gonna think about that. Brad stole my answer, so I think I'm gonna have to go with ice cold beer.
Good choice.
That was my other one, actually.
There we go. Great minds think alike. I don't know how great we are.
Mediocre minds think alike.
There we go. I like that one better.
Canadian minds think alike.
Ice cold beer.
Hey, it's in our blood. It's in our rivers. Beer. But ice cold beer. I keep hearing every now and then someone will talk about it, either on the podcast or a YouTube video, and I really like this game. It's fun. It's addictive. And it's like, you know what? If one of those came up in Ottawa for say 500 and was semi-working, I'd probably pick that up. Only because I only have 2 frickin' games in my collection. And I almost had a mispack, but the guy wouldn't budge from like 1,200.
Jeez.
And there's no side art, and the control panel's been drilled into. And he wants like $1,200 for the damn thing.
Now, would you prefer an ice cold beer over a Zeke's Peak?
Ooh.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, that's a hard
Actually,
one. That's
there's
a hard
also-
one.
Actually, the fair question would be like a repo, the new ice cold beer versus.
That's what I was about to say. How about the new
Yeah.
ice cold beer?
Because that one, that would be a little bit harder.
It's ugly. It's
Yeah, it is weird
super
looking.
tall. It's like 8 feet tall or something too.
Yeah, really strange marquee on top.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'd have to go original ice cold beer, like the one that John has there, the original one.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd have to go with that. Like Zeke's Peaks sounds more like a little kids game chasing animals around with a net.
Although
Where
that might fit more into the holiday theme, I guess. Zeke's Peak.
True, but also you do drink a lot of beer during the holidays.
Yes, absolutely.
So that would fit in more with people like above the 19, because as soon as you turn 19, Christmas Eve, at least in Ottawa, at 19, Christmas Eve is no longer like you do the family stuff. Then after that's over, when everybody leaves at like 11 o'clock, it's straight to the bars and to the clubs. And then get home at like 3 in the morning and make your parents like shake you out of bed at like noon to come open presents. Many a times that has happened to me.
Since ice cold beers are hard to get, this is one that I actually been thinking about building.
That's a cool idea. I've seen this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they rethemed it?
Yeah.
No, it's built from scratch. It's all new hardware for the holes and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
But
I've never
Maybe a
seen
drill
that.
press for that.
I think it's the same.
It's a
pattern,
kit.
though. Like I think they kind of designed the same whole pattern though.
He said it's really similar. I think they changed a couple little things on it just to get away from any legalities, I think. But it uses modern stuff for like detecting the balls going through the hole and that sort of stuff. And it's all kits, so you can just buy it, all the wood and the artwork and the electronics. You can buy it all as a kit and then build it.
Wow.
Yeah. And I think they said, I think one of the guys that's doing the programming for it, I think he's up here in my neck of the woods, and they were talking about actually adding more features, so like different modes of game play rather than just the base, like the base game. So, yeah, it'd be pretty badass. I mean, ice cold beers are not cheap.
Well, yeah, it's funny though, because like there was one that sold up here, I maybe even told you guys about this one. That he was asking $1,000 for it. He's up in Cheyenne, I think. And when I talked to him, I was the first person who called him, and I was like, well, like, bottom line me on the price, right? You're like a few hours away from me, so if I'm going to drive up there, I don't want to get up there and like haggle with you over, starting at $1,000. So I will drive up there with cash in my hand to give to you for that game. But like, bottom line me on the price, and he's like, well, like I really want $1,000 for it. And I was like, well, what if I came up there and gave you $500 right now? I'll be up there in a couple of hours. There's it is, cash in hand. He's like, nah, I think I really want to hold on it. Let's see if I can get that $1,000. It was $1,200, something like that. It was more than I wanted to spend on it. And then he ended up selling it to a fucker for a shitty 16-1 multicade in trade.
Oh no!
And like $200. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I may have got that wrong. If it's a local guy here, it is a local guy here. So like, I think it's one of the guys in Fort Collins. And if I had that wrong, it's something close. I know it was like trade for like a 16-1 game, and like a little bit of cash. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? My $500 offer was worth way more.
Yeah.
Than that. Anyway.
Yeah, they tend to, in my neck of the woods, they go for like $1,500 easy.
Well, and like speaking of like the Star Wars chair, like the one-up here in Denver.
Oh yeah, the bar.
Their taps are all behind ice cold beer. They've got a gutted out ice cold beer. That's where all the taps are.
I think that was the very first thing I noticed when I walked into that place. I was like, oh my god, there's an ice cold beer. They destroyed it. I'm sure it was already destroyed, but
I'm sure John wouldn't have let a bad one go, but like, yeah.
Nice.
Ice cold beer, good choice. High five, Chris.
Yeah.
I would, but if I high-fived you, I'd probably hit you in either the chest or in the webcam. Not that there's like 2 feet difference between the two of us.
I'm pretty sure it'd be more like the navel, but
how about one of these?
Some credit, I'm 5'6".
Ah, there you go.
How about one of these bad boys, the video game version?
That's the new one, the video version?
No, this is someone in MAME or something.
Ah.
Yeah.
Now,
Those are some big balls.
I was going to say, need bigger joystick handles.
Yes. So somebody create, because it's such a hard game to get. I mean, they're expensive. That someone built a half-size one, but they've programmed the game themselves, so it's all video. It's just a video game.
Yes, that's an LCD.
Yeah.
And part of the magic of that game is that it's all analog.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the best part of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I can see that being fun to play. Actually, I think John said he mentioned that in one of his videos, but it's like laggy, so you can't finesse it like in the analog controls.
I think you can't. Like, I think it gets weird and laggy, and it starts doing wacky stuff after you finish it the first time. So the first playthrough, it's pretty precise. It plays exactly like you'd expect it to. But if you hit the 10th hole, it starts over. But then it starts like throwing in like random shit. Like all of a sudden, like the bar will just like go. Beep.
So they have like a memory leak somewhere or something.
Well, no, I think it's intentional. It's harder.
Oh.
Like, the idea is like you play the game, right? You play ice cold beer. You win a beer if you get the 10th thing. It lights
so
up
it actually
a little light.
levels up.
So it levels up. Yeah, it gets harder by throwing in this random thing just to fuck with you while you're playing.
Yeah.
So because they only want to give away one beer for 25 cents.
Yeah. Okay, so who hasn't gone?
I think it's Buffett or Chris.
Yeah.
There's only 2 left, and Carrie's gone to get food. Or feed something. Let's go. Buffett, you there?
We gotta unmute him.
Yeah, I'm here. I've been here.
Okay, you're up.
I've been here from the start.
I love his response. I've been
here looking around.
I've been here.
You're up, Buffett.
So, well, buffet on K-Love, thearcadebuffet.com for my website. Send your monitors in and I'll fix them. So, pretty straight and simple. All right, on to the question. I'm just going to read down the list here. Let's see. I have an Asteroids because people like to play it. Bad Dudes versus Dragon Ninja because people like to play it. Breakout because people like to play it. Captain America and the Avengers, because people like to play it. Crystal Castles, Defender, which is work in progress. Dig Dug. Let's see, I have some of the Nintendos. Let's see, Eyes, Food Fight. Let's see, what else here? Gorf.
Are you just naming off all the games that you can see?
I know.
I'm off my bats because I got to play them.
He hates all these games. He just has them because others like to play them.
Yeah.
MVC2, Missile Command, Mr. Do, NBA Jam. Let's see, what else is here? Pengo. Let's see, Punch Out, R-Type. Pretty much most of the System 1 games, the Atari System 1 games. I like Marble Madness though. Tempest, and yeah, that's just some of them out of the list, off my VAPS list. So, but yeah, I like some of them. But
if you had to narrow that down to like what you think is like the most popular game, like that you have, because like you love bringing it to MagFest. I mean, it could be one of your Crane games. I know you have the big thing about the Crane games too, but like, if there was like one game where it's like you fucking love bringing that one to share it with people, what would it be?
I'd personally be Galaga 3.
There you go. Which has been your answer for most of our questions, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. It's a good answer.
You know, but like I say, I don't mind playing a lot of those games. I just don't like playing them by myself or have no reason, no drive to get better or do something with them. You know, so it's like I could have them set up and I would turn them on just to listen to the track modes. That's really what I like about them. It's just listening to the track modes. So, you know, I like playing Joust, but I really suck at the game. And most of the time, I kill my opponent on accident, just because that's how it goes.
Man, that sucks too, because then they get all vindictive.
I know, and I don't try. I mean, if they want to come kill me, because it just makes me get out the game faster and let you play on your own. You know, fine, whatever.
You should do your quartering, dumbass.
Yeah, you know, but like Asteroids, it's very hard for me to play because I can't do two hands with buttons. I got to have a joystick in one, and then use the buttons for the other. I can't.
Well, you better sell me your Space Zap then.
I don't have a Space Zap. I won't.
I thought you had one. Damn.
No, I do like that one though. That one I do enjoy very much, but I wish I had one. But yeah, like I said, a lot of them, like I say, I don't mind the games. Just don't want to play them by my lonesome. Plus, I don't have them set up. Most of them sit in the warehouse, 90% of the year. So I don't even have access to play them anyway. So that's why I just have them for other people to enjoy, because it's fun to watch people smile.
That's what Christmas is all about, Charlie Brown.
There you go.
Aw, Jim.
But yeah, definitely. If you would come to MagFest or any of the events I bring them to, and you want to play something, just come get me. I'll play it with you, whether I suck at it or not. That's not.
So, Buffett, I don't know if other people have talked about this or you or not, but my buddy Dylan just told me the other day I think he had a conversation with you once where you said your favorite monitor is the Sanyo EZ, and you swapped out most of your machines to Sanyo EZ monitors. Is that true?
Well, not most of them. It's the ones that I will never get rid of out of my collection.
I see.
I like the most.
Because they're just like the best colors, the most reliable, kind of a combination of that?
Yeah, the absolute best picture. I mean, best linearity, best colors, best. They don't look flat. They have a, not a three-dimensional, but they're more than just 2D. They have depth to them. Yeah, it's just a whole bunch of really, really nice reasons. They just are the absolute best monitor to look at in a game.
But a lot of those games are probably non-inverted video. So do you have to invert the video before you send them to the monitor? Or?
Yeah, well, I just use one of the Nintendo inverters and
Gotcha.
just fire it up. See, well, what's cool about it is even if there's not one that comes on there, all you got to do is solder the wire onto the chassis and just run it over to the power pin and you can just solder it right to the inverter. I mean, you really don't even need the connector, because if you're never taking it out of the game, it comes out with it when you have to take it out to service anyway.
Right.
So it comes with it.
What about the 120 volt down to 100 volt?
I just find Nintendo ISOs and put them in there. Yeah, it gets quite expensive, but I've got a couple sitting around, so I haven't quite run out yet, but I'm getting pretty close.
So if I was thinking about building a purple cabinet and I wanted to put original Sanyo in there, and I couldn't find.
Why purple?
Replace all
What's with the purple?
And replace all the wiring with purple.
It's what your balls look like after. No, I'm just.
It was. You'll have to reference the "Don't Be a Dick" episode.
Don't be. Well, it was a previous episode, so.
It's a laugh, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that one published yet?
Yep. Went up yesterday.
So the question is, what monitor would I put in if I didn't have a Sanyo? Is that what you were going for?
No, I just well, for me, I found that interesting that you put those in more games, and because it's you might think of, or I've always thought of them like pretty much only in Nintendos, but that's not true. There's Atari games with them in them, and Sega games too, I think, right?
Atari games, yes, like Blastoids. That was native Sanyo. Drawing a blank on some of
like
the other.
Monaco GP or one of those, Super Monaco Pro, Monaco or something like that was a Sanyo.
Yeah,
my buddy has one.
Right, there's a dual cabinet that I can't remember, a game that runs dual monitors at the moment, and they came native Sanyos in them. And I'm drawing a blank on what it is at the moment. One of my friends had one, but I can't think of it.
Like that sub game or something, or is that's black and white? I think
racing game. I think racing type ish.
Isn't that the Dragon Spirit or whatever those games
that may have had a Sanyo in it? I don't know.
Galaga 88, I think.
Yes, Galaga 88. That's another one. Yeah, I think that had native Sanyo in it. I believe. Pac Land, I think, has native Sanyo.
Oh, wow.
Good. Yeah, that's one.
So what? So now that you piqued my interest, what is your number one after a Sanyo?
Depending on the game, it's a toss-up between a 49 and a K7.
Yeah.
Depending on the game that you're running on it. So K7s have an absolute beautiful picture, but 4900s have a better linearity, that you can actually adjust the linearity on them a little bit. So where a K7, the only half-assed linearity adjustment you have on a 50-60 hertz pot. Now, on the 19s, not so big a deal. On the 25s, if you look at it, you will see it's larger at the top and scrunched at the bottom on games. And there's nothing really you can do about that. It still looks good, but could have been better. So, like I said, I'm not a circuit genius, so I'm not sure exactly how to mod it to, add in, an adjustment pod or, resistor, fixed resistor change.
And I always would have figured that, because it seems like it's the Geo7, right? Is like one of the most common monitors.
They were cheap and easy to produce.
Yeah, that's why.
It
wasn't that they were necessarily more reliable than the others. It was just they were cheaper, right?
Yeah. Just made them by the bazillions.
Like, all we care about is as long as it lasts, 4, 5, 6 months in the arcade, and that's it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, look at the Geo7. It's a decent chassis for what it is, but it has nowhere near any of the controls or adjustments on it that a lot of the others do.
Yeah.
You've got one brightness knob, and that's the flyback. That's it.
And they always seem to be like way off center, and you got like those 3-pin positions, right? You got to unplug the one wire.
Well,
vertical,
which moves it like a millimeter.
Yeah.
Okay. And here's the honest truth of what I found from repairing them over the years: is you can get cap kits from a bunch of different suppliers. Okay, not knocking the people at all, but their choice and quality of capacitors makes a huge difference. Like the one spot that everybody says, yeah, put a 2200, at 25 or 35, microfarad cap at, well, yeah, that will like affect some curl and stuff like that. But I go by the original and put either a 470 or 1,000 volt or 1,000 microfarad in there, and I don't have the problems that everybody's like, yeah, put the 2200 in there. Well, I don't have that trouble because the rest of my caps that I put in there are doing what they're supposed to, and I don't have those issues. I mean, I've been doing this for years, and I've never had anybody come back to me and say, yeah, I got this curl problem or whatever it is. What do you do to fix that? Well,
and I've heard multiple people on this podcast talking about if caps sit on the shelf, like new ones, for like a year or so, that they start to degrade. Is that really true?
Yes.
It just seems like they should last for years, but I don't know. I mean, in the machine, they last for years, right?
Right. Well, they have to be used. That's the thing about electrolytic caps. They have to be used. If you don't move the electrolyte in them, or charge it, discharge it, and charge it,
okay.
use it.
Yeah, there's actually electrolytes in it.
Yeah, it'll dry up. They don't.
Okay.
21 gigawatts! So if you let your caps sit too long, they will go bad. So I don't stock, thousands upon thousands of caps at a time.
Yeah.
Because I want to keep them fresh and rotate through the stock. So if I don't, I get a different batch of caps every time I order, so I know they're fresher than ones that have been sitting around. Like, I'm still in some of his cap kits, Bob Roberts, okay? He's still putting Zycon caps in some of his kits. Zycon went out of business, 5 years ago, 6 years ago? They quit making capacitors or something.
Wow.
Yeah,
is there a way to, I imagine there is, right? Is there a way to test them before they're like packaged and shipped out?
Well, yes, you can. You can test them for their microfarad value and the ESR and stuff like that. But if they've already sat, that doesn't make a hill of beans. Are they going to fail under load?
Okay.
Just because you test them, you're not putting a load test on them. You're just putting a basic test on them to see if they still have that rating or that value. It's not like resistors. You can let a resistor sit for 100 years and pick it up, and other than the leads being tarnished, it's still going to be the same resistor as it was when it was new. There's nothing in it that degrades. It's all sealed and encapsulated, and there's nothing there to dry up. Same thing with a ceramic cap. It's just a rock, basically. So, yeah. No, you should use your caps and keep them rotated. Yeah, I never buy these. Yeah, I never buy these like the big and stuff. Those are kind of difficult. So you kind of got to pick and choose those because those are so expensive and they don't make them much anymore for the Atari and stuff like that. But those are so huge caps that the electrolyte does not dry up in them very fast. So a lot of times those can still be good, but anything other than those specific types of values, there are those great big giant caps, nah, pass. I'll never buy. New old stock, get this value that's hard to find, it's been sitting on the shelf for 15 years. Nah, pass. Ain't gonna do it.
Today's pro tip.
Caps doesn't sound very appealing.
So
today's pro tip of the day.
Yeah, so if you want good fresh caps that, I cycle through, regularly, hit me up, that's why I sell them. So that's why I use them, because they're good stuff. Yeah, I just capped a 4900 while I was, listening to you guys, and it's sitting right here, sitting on the bench, running, no problems. Got a good looking image, everything. So.
Sweet.
Yep. But yeah, don't buy cheap parts. That's the way it goes. That $6 cap kit is going to buy you maybe 3 years, maybe, before they start to fail. It's just the way it is. So, you want to go cheap? Well, you may end up doing it again.
Right.
So, yeah,
That gives you practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honored by cheap shit.
Especially for Gak, since he's like a virgin still.
Yeah,
I
I
think.
pretty much burn a hole through the PCB trying to solder something on. Okay, can I make new traces? I guess I can do that too, right? Jumpers and wires.
Yeah, the cat kits that I started using early on, that were the cheap ones, have failed. Started to fail several years ago, and I've got bars and stuff in them, and I got to redo them. But the ones that I put my caps in, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8 years later, still rocking, no problem. And I only play them, like I say, I only take them to shows 2 or 3 or 4 times a year. So it's not like they're getting a lot of use. So they just dry up, if they wanted to, but they're still rocking. So, and some of the monitors that I bought new, like this Vision Pro that was supposedly new, about 3 years, 2.5, 3 years after I got it, I hate it. I want to get rid of it, but I'll cap it up before I sell it. And but yeah, it's got gel bars, and it's pretty bad. So, but there again, they use the most piece of junk caps they could find, so that don't surprise me. But in the image on it, it just looks so flat and green. That's the other thing. That Sanyos and 49s and K7s don't look so bad. They don't look grainy. A Vision Pro, I mean, you can see the grains in it. Really weird. Like you can see the pixels, and then you can see the black in between them. It's really weird.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's a terrible image. Absolutely terrible image on a Vision Pro. Yeah, only reason I got it was because it came in the game. That's it. That's the only reason I have it. All the other ones I've gotten, I've either trashed or, given away.
So I think Chris had a question for you, Buffett.
Yeah.
Can you get that out?
What?
You're muted.
C-Bart?
Yeah, C-Bart, sorry.
Okay. Buffett, is there any chance I can get you to put in some TPG cables with my order?
Sure, I've got them ready.
Excellent, because Santa dropped off a present for me today.
Ooh, are you going to unwrap that on the show?
I suppose I could. It came wrapped. Apparently, I bought it for myself a while ago, apparently.
Nice.
And I'm about to open it, going, no, this is happening on the show, and I'm thinking about, wait a minute, I can't adjust my tracking.
I love the fact that Crafty's offering Amazon's gift wrap service now.
Oh yes, it was dropped off by a drone too.
Yeah.
I just heard this helicopter outside my window, and there's a drone there. Oh, okay, what's this? And it got shot down by the FBI, but yeah.
But yeah, I got your other parts in too. The fuses and stuff came in, so hit me up on the and what you wanted, so that way I can get it all packed up and look and get you.
I'm sending you that email right now.
Yeah, so just remind me what all you wanted.
Enough of this favoritism on the show. Come on.
I see something. So let me get that real quick. Hold on 1 second. Let's see here.
I don't know if I like it better with or without the camera on. When the camera is off, you can just imagine what's going on in his world.
Oh, yeah.
I was right.
Only double dong.
Nothing better than 2 pigs in a blanket.
That's right.
These things are fucking spicy too. So they put jalapenos and a bunch of other stuff inside. It's good.
Oh, I have a story about that.
Double dong.
Are we paused? I'll tell you. I can tell it later after we've done with their question.
Chris is, I think, our last guy to go. But if it segues nice into a double dong story, I want to hear it.
Triple dong, dare you!
Triple dong story.
This is one of those moments that's an isolated Carrie story that can be easily edited out. Let's just put it that way. So back in the day when I was the public defender, one of my clients who would tell me tales of their fellow inmates talked about, and talking about
the dongs.
Oh boy.
talking about
I totally understand why you. Yeah.
I like that you'll just stop whatever you're saying to accommodate me in my sound effects.
Well, that's what my dogs would do. And what I love is, it wasn't last week, maybe it was the week before, where the doorbell actually went off and the dogs did start barking. I think I got it muted pretty quickly. But I'm like, what? This is actually
Damn it, Jim.
Yeah, exactly. Damn it, Jim.
Damn it, Jim.
So one of my clients told me the tale of, so I actually have eaten a fair amount of jail food, because sometimes when I would visit my clients, they would, if it was mealtime, they'd bring their food to the little holding cell where I was visiting, and occasionally either a client would share with me, or the jail staff would actually take pity upon me and bring me a bologna sandwich or whatever. So I've had some jail food, but and I forgot the name of what they used to call these things. They had a cute little nickname for them, but basically, much like what you were describing, Andrew, was a hot dog that's like spicy, like a spicy dog.
Yeah.
Well, apparently there was one evening where it was where there was crying and screaming coming from one of the female bunks, and she had apparently smuggled her spicy dog back to her. And we've seen the company.
I've made some bad decisions in my life. In fact, my life is probably fraught with bad decisions.
But none quite like this. So yes, she, being sad and lonely in the jail, decided to pleasure herself with the spicy dog that she had saved from her meal.
I'm not sure if I'm more hungry or less hungry.
And let's just say that sensitive tissue is not meant to have highly spiced items right there.
Capsaicin.
Ay, that's a hot. Wow.
Away, it just keeps building and building. So she ended up in the infirmary, where I don't know if they like douched her with like a baking soda water. I have no idea, but it was. But yeah. So there you go. That is my completely non-arcade related fight.
Right. So who's up for a round of Ring of Fire?
Got any Johnny Cash on that thing there?
Yeah. That was a cue for our tiger there, Jim.
And may all of your Christmas wishes come true. Right?
Yeah, that's right.
I just want a hula hoop.
That's all. Oh, wait, and.
Bob and Doug McKenzie.
They played that on the radio today.
And a beer.
That's so great. Know what you forgot? A box of donuts.
But so wait, did Dave join us? Yeah, Dave from Buffalo's here. He needs to answer the question. Dave.
So does Gak.
Welcome. Oh! I thought we'd be all right. Sorry. You all just wanted to hear my naughty spicy stuff.
Yep.
That's what it was.
Everybody listens up to those stories, right?
So before Gak goes, I think Buffett and Adam were trying to figure something out here.
Poor Buffett's arm's getting tired. What do you got over there, buddy?
I got it rested on my knee, so it's not too bad. But this is the adapter I was telling you about before. It'll do a bunch of different Nintendo stuff.
Okay.
It'll actually do, right here, we'll do Punch Out, Super Punch Out, and the dual monitor Play Choice 10. Here's the second port for it, and then you can plug in your Play Choice 10 single monitor to it, and if you flip it over and plug it in, it'll do your Versus boards.
Oh my God!
Wow.
Yeah.
And then jam out on the other side.
Jam out, and you can set some of the different pins to do different things. Like if you want to plug in your HAP gun, you can plug in your HAP gun here. You can plug in using the Nintendo, take apart a Nintendo and take the connector out of it for the controller port. You plug that stock connector right there, and then just plug your zapper right there.
So you made this board, or someone else? Or
no,
what?
somebody else made this board.
Huh.
This right here will test the Play Choice 10 timer. You can plug the timer onto it and test it. These switches here switch between the Play Choice 10 and like the versus guns for player 1, player 2 side. This is native out for this dual monitor. It's got the sound amp built onto it. You can run a wall wart and the sound amp, or you can run just off of the JAMA power and run the amplifier on here. This outputs to like a VGA card. This outputs to a speaker for like stereo and stuff for your like dual monitor and punch out and stuff. Mine's been modified, so I actually get both channels out of it, I think it is. You got your RGB, gains and stuff here.
Wow. So just as a warning to others or not, you said if you flip that over, one way it'll do a versus board, the other way it does a Play Choice single monitor.
Yeah, if you plug
is
it in
that
just
the same if with a harness? Like if you had a versus cabinet with a versus harness, you could just flip the plugs around to a Play Choice 10 and it'll work?
As far as I know, because that's all you do. You plug the Play Choice 10 single monitor in this way, and then you leave it part side up on the PCB. You flip this over and plug it into your versus board. And everything else is the same.
Does it do DK Junior, or anything like that, or?
No, it won't do those.
Okay.
But
Punch Out is different, right?
Right.
Punch Out is different than the regular.
Right. Now, the one trick with Punch Out is, like Adam knows, the bottom screen and the top screen they're inverted, opposite of each other. Well, there's one flaw with this on that. I think both monitors look the same. So you might have to do a little workaround on that.
Okay.
But this switch right here is what switches the monitors.
Mm.
So you can flip top, upper, or lower using this switch here.
So was that board developed years ago, or is that something recent, or?
No, I've had it for probably 2.5 years now. I don't know if the guy that makes them still makes them or not. I'm not sure.
Huh.
I know he had designs for another revision of sorts, and it also, I think, fixes the punch-out issue in the monitor.
Is it the same guy you did the other adapter with? Is that 2600?
No, a different guy.
Okay.
Yeah. So actually, this might be the second monitor dual. Anyway, you can output also just natively to the Sanyos and ignore the JAMA side. You can output to both Sanyos with those. Like I say, mine has these modded on. It's like mine's got 4 or 5 mods to it that the ones that he made for everybody else didn't have. Because I was helping him with the design and stuff of it and giving him ideas of what to do and stuff like that. So
Sweet.
I was helping him out with it. But yeah, it's great. If you need to test something, you got a versus board, and all you got to do it. All you have is a JAMA rig. There you go. Just plug it into your JAMA rig, turn it on. And then just adjust your settings and stuff like that. Now, one thing it will do, if you're running a gun game on the versus board, and you want to flip to the second monitor, and you change these, it sets the alarm off.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to remember if you don't have your gun plugged in or whatever, yeah, you flip it. Get that
Is that what it sounds like?
No, not quite. But it's pretty annoying. So,
I have one more question.
And then you can plug an ATX right here if you want to run a separate power supply. I think you can plug an ATX into it.
So Buffett, what happened to your thumb?
I was just going to ask that.
I just about cut the first 5/16 of an inch off of it. So.
Oof.
Oh. Yeah, not a lot of fun.
Ouch.
Didn't hit the bone, just went all the way about to the nail on each side.
Man.
Yeah.
No hitchhiking for you for a while.
No. So I just wrapped it up and called it a day, and it's been doing pretty good. I don't have any insurance or anything, so ain't going to the doctor.
The guy looks like my kind of Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Kleenex and the thing of electrical tape.
Well,
is it a bitch sticker?
Yeah, I got a Band-Aid underneath with Neosporin and stuff, and then it's got regular medical tape on it. I wrapped this on it to keep the tape from coming off. So, because when I pull it in and out of the glove and stuff like that, the tape just sticks to it and goes with it. So, this helps keep the tape down, the medical tape down.
It's taped down.
You guys need to get yourself some free healthcare.
Nicely played.
Come on, don't we have Obamacare down there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
It's not free though.
yeah, you switch this for the gun and stuff too. Like I say, these do things for. I can't remember everything at the moment. I haven't used it in a while. But yeah, this is for the gun, and these are for the gun and this and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty nifty. I got one of the few that he made, so which was cool. I think he only made a run of like 50 or something. And then
Someone in the YouTube chat said he basically just got tired of making them, so he stopped making them.
yeah, pretty much. Like I say, I wish he would sell me some of his designs, and that way I could populate it and do it. Because there's nothing. There's some surface mount on here, but that don't mean I can't get the toaster oven out and, go get a toaster oven and do it myself.
Send it to China; it'll be replicated in a week.
Yeah, pretty much. So, but yeah, I'd like to, but he doesn't want to sell. So,
Hey, the YouTube chat is asking if they can get Adam to stand up because they think you're not wearing pants. I think.
Me? No, I don't think it's me.
It says, I wonder if we can get Adam to stand up.
Dare ya?
Pants on. I'm not the guy with socks and legs in this scene.
yes, I have pants on.
There you go.
Well, shorts, but they're on.
I lost a bet. Damn it, Buffett.
What?
Another Festivus miracle.
There was a running bet on YouTube whether or not you had pants.
There's been some COD podcasts that I have not, but I don't have the camera on.
It can't be worse than the first time I came on way back in January.
You had no shirt or nothing on.
I just had my boxers. I didn't think the camera. I didn't realize I had the camera beamed that direction.
It was like pointing straight at your ass, dude. That's what we saw. It was like your boxers.
You saw my plumber's crack. I'm not even a plumber. Might be I'm Italian, but I'm not a plumber here.
Wait, it was you and Mike, like one of the mics early on that we got naked.
Yeah. I think it was a Gleek.
Was it Gleek?
Yeah.
We'll find out in a minute.
I think it was the same show, right?
Yeah, we both came on. Me and one of the mics came on at the same time.
You were both naked.
Speaking of spicy sausage.
Yes.
Hey, I'm a kielbasa. Come on now.
Can't you get your show pulled from YouTube, something like that?
Only if you put pornographic rabbit hole in the title.
Yeah. There you go.
The entire channel.
There's a show title.
Oh, there we go.
No, so the show title this time is Cocktail Wiener.
Yeah.
Oh, is there Buffett?
It's arcade related.
There you can see them. Yeah. See, I got these cables.
Yeah.
One of those has your name on it, Chris.
Look at me. Look at me.
One's the Sanyo and one's the Wells Slash. One's the Sanyo XM and Sharp, and the other one's the Geo7 Wells other types.
Oh, you're using different colored wire now, are you?
Yeah.
Fancy.
I went ahead and upgraded. They cost more. They went up, $8 or $10. Because I have to all the, all the sorting I have to do for the wires. But yeah. But yeah. So yeah, they're color coded. So makes it a little easier for some folks.
Okay, so you make them per the for the chassis, not like as a generic TPG to chassis.
Right. Well, one's the Sanyo / Sharp. That's what that one does. And then the other one is Geo7, 49, K7. And a handful of others, that you now. If you need one that's like a universal, I can order some parts and create a universal. So you'd have to plug each one on, to what color you wanted it on. Like for the Polo and stuff like that, that has like in every other, pin is ground and crap like that.
I can make one of those for you, but I'd have to order the parts to do it.
Yeah, well, I just have the 4900. Is that what's in that? I think I just have the 4900 in track and field, and this one here is some foreign stuff, Easy 20 or something like that.
Yeah. So,
EM201, so.
Yeah. So, I mean, you can get both styles, or you can just get the Wells Geo7 type,
Yeah, it'd probably just be the Wells Geo7, most of the majority of the stuff.
Okay.
I'm also getting Echo, so I'm going to assume Carrie.
She's muted.
Oh.
No, excuse me, but not only am I muted, I have a fucking headset in.
Chris, fuck you.
I'm gonna say.
Lay it down, Carrie. Give it to him.
That's right. I'm gonna take Crafty's line. Fuck you.
Shove that sausage where the sun don't shine.
Oh,
that's spicy sausage.
Yeah, I'm going to need some Corporation H down there.
A whole fucking bottle. It cools and it soothes.
It's not the first time I'm getting yelled at by a lawyer.
Gak, let's finish this fucking question.
All right, we still have Dave after Gak.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Gak attack on places to find me wherever. I think of just people who aren't really hardcore gamers that just want to play a classic game when I'm thinking of a game to have out there. I kind of already have a few. I have Millipede / Centipede, Miss Pac-Man, Burger Time, Galaga. Those ones are like classics. The other one I'd probably really try to get, and I am kind of on the lookout for it, is Frogger. Just a really simple, anybody can walk up to it and play it and have fun with it. Lots of people talk about it. It's a great game if you're just, chilling out, having a beer, whatever. Easy one-handed game. So that'd be my pick. Would probably be Frogger.
Everybody hates my Frogger.
Really?
Mine, the frog's invisible.
Oh, well, yeah, I would imagine then.
Yeah. Well, I got that Frogger tab, Chris, if you want to have it.
Right. Yeah. Oh, can you guys tell in the chat? I'm in here with you guys. My avatar dude isn't updated, but on the YouTube it looks like it is.
Your avatar's updated. It's awesome.
So it's all festive with you guys,
Yeah.
being part of that whole.
The Emperor is wearing his new crown.
He's having his holiday spirit there with the drinking his spirit.
That's right. Super cute. I mean, his Christmas brew, undoubtedly.
There you go. So yeah, that's where I'm at with that, and I guess I'll hand it off to Dave.
Hello. You guys hear me?
Yep.
We can hear you.
Dave from Buffalo, MacD 2001 on Clav, Dave from Buffalo on YouTube. I think it would be probably Ms. Pac-Man. I never played Pac-Man growing up at all, but since my cousin Brian has a Pac-Man and Ms. Pac-Man, we just had a family party over the weekend, and it was the first time anybody saw the games, because it was the first time he's had like a party at his house like that. And everyone was gravitating towards Ms. Pac-Man. I always kind of thought that because everyone else loves it. But if I had a second choice, my brother was a big fan of the 16-1. Not that I would, but just for company. Like, he was scrolling through all the games, Ladybug, Gyrus, and everything, and he was like, wow, I haven't seen these in forever. Not that I'm a fan of those, but just for the company. It was like, it's something that they don't get to see, and it's, I don't know. But Ms. Pac-Man would be number one, possibly what my cousin has. He has the Ms. Pac-Man with the 16-1 in it. But silence.
Do you disappoint, Dave?
Dave says ice cold beer.
Woo! Yeah! Even just Bud Light.
Bud Light. Ms. Pac-Man number one, 16-1 would be number two. And that's just because I watched my brother scroll through all the games. and he was getting a kick out of it. He was there the whole night.
Why don't you just build like a MAME machine then and have like 5,000 games on it?
Yeah.
It's got to be purple though, right?
Oh.
And just a plywood Nintendo cab from Japan, and yeah.
An original, plywood cab. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys see that thread on Claw when the guy looked at my Spy Hunter? Anybody?
No.
No.
Well, someone else looked at it and posted on Claw that he's stupid to pass on 500, and I was like, son of a bitch, because I wanted to maybe talk to the guy after the new year. I still like it, but I wanted to, offer him 350 if he didn't sell it, because I did like it, but not for 700. And then
That's an upright or a cockpit?
It was a cockpit. I looked at it a week ago, last Tuesday, and then maybe Sunday, somebody else posted on Clav that he looked at it and was he wrong to pass it up. He passed it up as well, but when I looked at it, the guy wanted 700. When he looked at it, he wanted 500. But I still wouldn't have bought it for 500. But I commented on the thread. I was like, oh, why did this guy do this?
Wait. So did you buy it or not?
No, I didn't. The other guy didn't buy it either. But he posted.
He's posting so other people know about it now. Is what you're saying?
Yes. This is somebody who doesn't check Rochester Craigslist. Someone in Pennsylvania or Michigan or whatever. But I kind of I replied to the thread and said I passed on it as well. I just didn't think it was right.
Well, he said he's only like 10 minutes from you, right?
No, that was an hour. It was an hour drive.
Well, even an hour, that's not bad. Fuck, just go over, give him $400, take it.
Well, after Christmas. The timing was bad.
Do you guys see the post on Clav? Actually, speaking of Spy Hunter cockpits, there's a post on Clav that someone bumped from like 2009.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't understand
California.
About the $300 Spy Hunter cockpit, and like he got like 12 PMs from people saying like, I'll take it.
Yeah.
And then everyone was like posting back up like, oh yeah, that thing is worth like 3 or 4 times that. So apparently to those guys, that would be a good buy.
Yeah, well, the guy cleaned out his garage and took better photos. I noticed that because it was surrounded with crap when we looked at it, and it was, I don't know if Brian
probably why he did it. Yeah.
I mean, the internet cut out, but I was like, oh my god, if I had the truck right after this guy, I'm like, this would be the time to offer him way less because that means at least 2 of us looked at it and both passed.
Yeah.
It was like.
I'll give you a $250.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But did Brian mention that we did go to the Strong Museum last week?
No.
I think you mentioned it briefly. You came on, didn't you?
Huh? Well, my internet was cutting out last week, so when he was speaking, I was gone. So even after we passed on the deal, we looked up and the Strong Museum was just 5 minutes away. So we went and I played. I texted you. I played. What did I play? Quantum, because they have a dedicated Quantum there.
Wow.
And they have a beautiful Punch Out. The monitors were beautiful. The cabinet was beautiful. They've got like I don't know. I want to say 30 games. I know on John commented on it, and they said like 300. But they have a good console collection and little the portable electronics. The football and all the stuff for the it's all in glass cases. But as far as arcade games go, they got maybe 30, 35. Paperboy was all messed up. I was kind of bummed about that, but. Hello?
Where Greg is that? Jim, come on. Slacking.
So quiet. You guys are never.
Jim's on muted.
Jim, what are you doing? Where's the something?
You're leaving Dave hanging there.
He's working on something.
He doesn't
even have his headphones. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I was going to say, he doesn't have his headphones on.
And I'm hearing echo.
Yeah.
Echo.
Is that me?
That's gone now.
I bought an Asteroids board this week. I And the guy said he was going to ship it out today, then said, oh, he didn't have time. Me and Brian actually checked voltages on the asteroids last week, on Tuesday when we got back from the non-spy hunter buy. And everything seemed to be, in line, but the asteroids board popped up for 110. I don't know, is that a lot? Is that good?
Yeah.
Depends on how bad you want. Anywhere between 50, 75 to 150 is what they go for. So.
Yeah, there's quite a
On
range.
average. Yeah. It all depends on what condition it is. Are they working? Is it a simple fix? I mean, do they just want to get rid of it?
It looked
75 to 100 is not a bad deal.
Yeah, I was hoping he was going to mail it out. He said he was going to mail it out today. And then when you guys buy stuff off the club, do you always gift?
No, I try to avoid that.
Unless I know who I'm buying from, never. I always just offer to include the fees, or if they don't mention it, I just pay them. If they don't say include the fees, I just pay them.
Yeah, I get that. That's why I was. For small purchases, I bought 2 Operation Wolf guns about a month ago, and it's great because my father's all tinkering and he got the motor all cleaned up. It's beautiful. He's got one of the gun motors working, and I paid $60 for both. And that guy, I asked him, I said, did you want me to gift or? And he says, no, just do it regular. It's easier for the shipping label. And this guy, he said, gift or pay the fees, and I took a chance and I just gifted it. But the only reason I'm even asking, because he said he was going to mail it today and he didn't. And I bought it over the weekend, and I was like, he said he'll send it out on Tuesday. I'm sure it's fine, but I was like, ugh, that little thing in my stomach, one little hiccup makes you start questioning, oh, I should have just paid the fees.
I've gifted a fair amount. Sometimes it doesn't let you gift if someone's been, I think, is an established business. But I've had good luck so far. Dave, if you need me to write some nasty letter on letterhead.
Ooh, yeah.
The attorney at law thing. It's astonishingly sad how effective that is. But I bet it doesn't come to that. Because crappy weather and I have faith in humanity. Of course, that's what Anne Frank said, and we all know what the fuck happened to her. I believe in the core that people are basically good. I tend to believe that, but then again, I remember Anne Frank.
This was a Christmas special.
From spicy sausage in prison to this.
Holy fucking shit.
Aren't you glad you boys have me?
Merry Christmas, Anne Frank.
Exactly.
Sounds like a PBS special.
Well, most importantly, she was Jewish. Oh dear.
Happy Hanukkah, Anne Frank.
Yeah. But anyway,
holy shit!
Dave, don't kick yourself too much for doing gifts. I've done gifts more often than not, and so far I've had good experiences with it.
He was an established poster. He's got 5,000, posts on Clove. I'm like,
I would be
fine.
And it's the Christmas season, so he's probably busy. Whatever, it's not. I was just hoping to get it by Christmas, and now it's probably going to be next week. He's just in Pennsylvania as well, so it's not like it's far from me.
Yeah, you can go and kick his ass. Just kidding.
Whenever I send a payment thing, I just put in there option. You can gift it or include the fees, please. That's what I said.
Yeah, that's what he did. I just was I was just being cheap, being the Christmas season.
Yeah.
For the couple of bucks, maybe it'll cost you for the fees. It's you know what, fuck it. I'll rather do that rather than gifting, and it's it removes all the bullshit from it. Yeah. And actually, as a buyer, it protects you.
Right.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, because I've gotten money back from PayPal before with eBay and such. In fact, once I mailed back a Blu-ray player, and I kept telling the guy, "Look, FedEx will not deliver to a PO box." And he sent me, and I sent it back, and then 3 weeks later, I got the DVD player back, and I got my money back from him. So I'm like, all right, I guess I'm keeping it now. I told him it wasn't. It's I got it for free. And it was just basically it was a Blu-ray that accepted all different formats, so I could plug my hard drive with a ton of movies on it. Would just read it straight up, but the Wi-Fi didn't work on the thing, so I got it for free.
That's not a modem screen, Jim. Come on.
Time to upgrade.
Yeah, dial up that Wi-Fi. Absolutely.
What's a big R? Say, what's a big RD?
He found some Foghorn Leghorn. Wait, who's that? Foghorn Leghorn. Foghorn Leghorn.
One of the greatest characters. Absolutely.
Sorry, the echo.
Oh, that's so bad.
Feeding the echo. Could have saved that one, Jim.
Well, fellas, I'm going to have to call tonight, so if you got any more questions or whatever, shoot them out.
I sent you an email there, so keep a reminder for yourself.
That's cool. That's cool. Can do. I'll get you total. So.
Well, Buffett, happy holidays, and may your 128-ounce kegger soda thing always be filled.
I heard that.
Merry Christmas, Buffett.
Merry Christmas, Buffett.
Buffett fades to black.
That's right. That makes me think of the Treehouse of Horror Simpsons where they spoof that. We're like, "Happy Halloween, everybody!" And then all of a sudden there's just snow, and they're all like, it's like the best. Oh man.
Yeah, fella. Everybody have a good time.
All right.
So, is there going to be one right after Christmas on the next week, or is that a week off? Do we know yet?
No, next week.
Next week. Are we going to have a Happy New Year episode?
Yes. Yeah,
according to Carrie, yes.
Yes, I've already suggested a question.
No, I'm cool with it. I'm just curious, you know.
Hey, we're not like that other show that takes time off.
No.
Right. So, FYI, I did talk to John a couple days ago, and he hasn't made it public, but he's going to try to do an Arcade Outsiders next Tuesday after Video Game Outsiders.
Whoa.
Oh, he's trying to compete now, is he?
Well, it's because he was gonna do. He couldn't do it this week because there was like his company Christmas party was tonight, so he couldn't do anything tonight. And Thursday night's Christmas Eve, and next Thursday night is New Year's Eve.
Don't care.
Yeah. But yeah, so he wanted to do it, but he said, well, our best bet's is going to be next Tuesday after Video Game Outsiders. So
Extra Lounge in the YouTube chat says why? Because he fainted.
probably, yeah.
Nice.
Nice. Oh wait, no.
All right, fellas. Y'all have a happy Christmas.
All right, you too. Take care.
See you, Captain Buffett. Yep. Good night.
Mr. Grinch.
May all your Christmas dreams come true.
Oh, boy, I'm just blasting through these beers.
I'm having the same problem.
I need a beer.
I looked in the fridge, I'm like, 12, that's plenty. And I'm like, ooh, maybe I should have stopped at the liquor store.
Should have. 12, geez, man, that's only the first 2 hours.
Yeah, right? It's
I
astonishing.
go and drink for the rest of the 6.
Yeah,
Well, that's what happens when like I'm quiet. I'm just like, what sound can I play at any given moment? You know, it's.
And we gotta give a shout out to our buddy Alex here, who's like, what is it, 5 a.m. now?
It is 5 a.m. Yeah, I've
He's
got to get
like,
to work.
And he's still cracking beers with us.
Yeah.
I'm not, no, because I know I've got to drive in 2 hours' time.
Oh, man.
So that's enough for 2 at least.
So, Alex,
Oh,
I missed the first part. Where are you at?
I'm in London, fella.
Ah, cool.
Old London
nice.
town.
You can't tell from his accent?
Where are you guys from? Is there any Canadians in the room?
Yo.
Oh.
That's right. We meet our minimum 20% requirement for Canadians.
Yeah, I thought you spoke
Canadian.
a bit fast.
Yes, you do.
So yeah, thanks guys. Thanks for having me on here. It's really great, but I don't know if I could do it again. It's too early.
Yeah, I hear you there.
Just set your alarm a little earlier.
I did. I set it at 2:30.
Oh,
Yeah.
might I just say it's you said 5 o'clock your time across the pond
Yeah.
there?
Yeah, that's
Well,
hardcore.
yeah.
Don't take this the wrong way, but are you flipping loony?
I am. I'm an arcade collector.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
We're all a little
Ipso
crazy
facto,
sometimes.
yes.
I believe the term is res ipsa loquitur.
Oh.
Bring on some Latin there.
So are you on KLOV or any of those?
I am, but I hardly use it. I
Yeah.
feel like a little fish in a big pond whenever I go on there. But I know a lot of. I do know a lot of my UK guys go on there. Tony Temple, who's got the.
Oh, I see. Is that the sheriff behind you?
Sorry.
Is that sheriff?
Sheriff, yeah, sheriff behind me.
Okay, I know who you are now. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
He's
I think
the
just
Nintendo
from
guy.
that,
Come on.
Yeah, I think I follow you on Twitter. I want to say.
Oh, do you? Okay, yeah. I go as Nintendo Arcade on Twitter.
Yeah, I think that's
You
right.
should be following him on YouTube because he shows some awesome shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll have to
I
check
do a
that
lot
out.
of console stuff as well, but yeah, I do a bit of restoration. I'm currently restoring a Space Firebird Cocktail,
Yeah.
which is quite cool. It's a really cool game, actually.
That's a pricey board if you can ever find one.
They're not over here. They're quite common in the UK.
Really?
Yeah, it's the upright versions of Space Firebird are really rare. In fact, one turned up in Ireland last month. I put a sneaky bid on it, but yeah, I haven't really got the room, to be honest with you. And there's no side art on a Space Firebird upright, so it didn't really do much for me, you know. It's the Sky Skipper that I really want to concentrate on for next year. That's my main project, because that is ultra rare.
Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Is there a good Nintendo site to go to see all these like old ones, like the Sky Skipper and the film one that you've picked up?
No, only what I'm doing. I'm the only person that's doing it.
I've never heard of them before, so.
Yeah.
Well, I've got the only two known Sky Skipper PCBs in the world. The only other one that's been dumped into MAME, we finally traced it back to a museum in San Francisco, I think, and it's in a computer museum. So
Wow.
I've got the only two, but I'd love to see the one in the museum to see if it's any different than mine, because mine were converted to Popeye, you see, which makes them unique. Because obviously they didn't sell very well back in the day, so I think Nintendo, with the last PCBs they had on the shelf, they probably thought, we'll use them up. You know, hardware was quite expensive back then, so they probably just thought, well, let's convert it into a Popeye. So that's what they did, and I found a Popeye, a Sky Skipper Popeye in Sweden, and I wanted to buy it, but it wasn't working. But until I found my other one, that's when I bought the one in Sweden. Then we managed to convert them back to Sky Skipper, because we had got no schematics at all for this game.
Yeah, I bet.
So it was almost impossible to do. But now I have two working Sky Skipper games, which is absolutely incredible.
So
'Cause
do
these
you
only
have a decent network of collectors near where you're at? You guys get to...
Yeah, I've got Alpha One. He's one of the biggest collectors in the UK. He's got some really cool games. He's got over 100 arcade machines.
Wow.
It's really rare. So he's been going a long time. You know, it's a big scene over here. It's got a lot bigger in the last 5 years.
Yeah, same here, I'd say.
You know, definitely.
There's
And
a guy who has a YouTube channel that repairs boards and stuff too.
Oh, James Brindle.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. He's got quite a big collection. But as far as the early Nintendo stuff, really, I really thought I was the only person delving into their past. There's a guy called Florent Georges who wrote the history of Nintendo. It's a really cool book. You've got to get it, guys. He actually lists in chronicle order in a nice timeline of all the games that they brought out. And until I got this book, I didn't really know much about their past. So it's a good book of reference to go back to see all their early games that they made. And they made toys, prams, Everything. They go back like 150 years, Nintendo.
How many decks of playing cards do you have?
Only a couple, actually. Only a couple. But it's the really early stuff that interests me, because I don't think you guys got a lot of it, did you? You got Nintendo of America started out with Radar Scope.
Yeah.
It failed. It was
I think it was the first one that I've seen.
and then they converted it to a Donkey Kong, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
Most of them, yeah.
Well, we didn't get Donkey Kong in the UK.
Wow.
Is
That's
the book here?
That's the book. Yeah.
This is
Get
volume
that.
2. There's
Put
also
more in
volume
there.
1.
Yeah, Volume 1 is the one that's got all the arcade machines that they've done in it.
I don't want to pay £25 for that.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, but it is a good book.
This
It's
is
a
the
good
one
book.
here?
Yeah, that's the one. I totally recommend that book. See, at 1889 to 1980 it goes up to.
1889.
Yeah, that's how far they go back.
Wow.
And you see, people go on about Nintendo and Amiibo, what they're doing. Well, Nintendo have been making toys for over 150 years. It's nothing new for them. In fact, that's where they're good at,
Is that book on Amazon?
Yeah, you should be able to find it on there. Yeah. But it's got everything in there. It's got Sky Skipper in there. It's got a Space Launcher in there.
Yeah, it's on Amazon.
It's got all the early stuff, which is what I'm into. The before Mario games.
There's the second book on Amazon, anyways.
Because we got Crazy Kong in the UK.
So
which is-
Sheriff's a black and white game, right?
No, now listen here, right? On the first Sheriff flyer, it shows it in black and white. And there's only one Sheriff black and white game I know, and it's owned by Luke Wells, and it's a Sega Sheriff. Now, I've got that Sega trim line.
Right, yeah.
Well, there is a Sega, believe it or not, you've probably never even seen one. There's one in the UK, it's rare as rocking all shit. It's a Sega Upright, right?
Okay.
It's so rare, and it's got like the backlit half mirror effect that Space Invader does.
Which is kind of like
and it's
that
black
Boot
and
Hill or
white,
whatever.
but it's like a prototype. It's on a Space Fever hardware. So they've got Sheriff on a Space Fever hardware in a black and white game. I've never seen anything like it. It's incredible.
They have Sheriff on a Space Fever hardware?
That's what I was saying to you, Adam. If you wanted to make a Sheriff, you could probably do it on Space Fever hardware.
Who has this?
It's already there. There's a guy in the UK called Luke Wells who's got it. No, he keeps himself to himself. He hardly ever. I'll send you some pictures.
Sure, yeah.
It is absolutely incredible.
So I wonder if it was like, because I heard that's how Berserk was. It was originally black and white, but then the games started to become color, and then they took the graphics and just colorized them.
Yeah, so 1979 was about the transition from black and white to color. So a lot of the early ones were black and white. This is all new technology to a lot of these people. They're sort of experimenting with machines. And that Sheriff there's 1979, so that would have been the first color and original game by Nintendo.
Wow.
And that's why it's so important to me, this game. It is the first original Nintendo game. All the other games before Sheriff were all clones or copies.
So there were no Nintendo arcade games before Sheriff.
There was, but they were all copies. Like Space Fever is a copy of Space Invaders.
Space Invaders is a copy too, isn't it?
They copied everybody else. They even brought.
They built their empire on plagiarizing.
Yeah, they did. Well, it was only like a couple of years. You're only talking like 2 years here.
Yeah.
Before that, all their games were electrical, mechanical, or movies like the Battleshock that I have. But I mean, everyone was experimenting. Everyone was copying. I mean, Nintendo even brought third parties. They brought Namco. Have you heard of Bombi? Bombi. It's a Namco game. In fact, it was the first game the guy that created Pac-Man designed. It's called Bombi. When Nintendo brought the license to that game and made it Bombi N. It's in MAME as Bombi N. Just so they could add it to their.
Looking it up?
No.
Oh. I figured you presented or something.
No, I was looking at those two books are completely sold out on Amazon.
Yeah, I was looking for a copy a little while ago, and I haven't been able to find one.
Oh, you have to get one, guys.
Bombi, how do you spell Bombi?
Bomb as B-O-M-B and B. Bomb as in explosion bomb, and then B-double-E, and then N. Bombi.
Oh, I see it from Namco.
Yeah, but Nintendo bought a license to that game and made it their own.
Okay, I just put a link in our chat, Orange Whip.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Space Launcher is a rip-off too, or a clone too, correct?
Well, Universal did a game called Galaxy Wars. In fact, they brought it out on the... Let me get it.
Because Space Launcher and Sheriff are the same upright.
See this
That
game
almost
here?
looks like a breakout or a pinball mix or something.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Bombi. Well, Nintendo bought the license to that, and they made it Bombi N. It should be on there, no?
It says there's 2 people who have one. One's in Italy and one's in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Wow. Oh, really?
Well, it shows Legacy.
Yeah.
It says there was
that's Space.
And a QDQ.
It says it's Cambridge Arcade.
Yeah, that might be him.
Orange Trip, if you look at the Legacy there, it looks like there's another one called GB.
GB, yeah.
And then
and QT.
QDQ.
Yeah.
Yes, that's designed by the same guy who designed Pac-Man. That was his first game, I believe.
Huh.
Well,
Yeah,
the GB looks the same.
The QDQ, you can see ghosts that almost look like a Pac-Man ghost.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
The first 2 games look very similar to each other.
Yeah. But that QDQ, though...
So Nintendo's first video game was Othello. No, I don't really play Othello. It's not a game I'm looking for.
Like Othello, the board game?
Exactly, yeah. That was their first video game in a monitor, if you like.
Mm-hmm.
Their next game was Space Fever, which I have. I have a black and white Space Fever, which is very rare. Just in a generic Nintendo cocktail. Which there is a sheriff.
Othello says nobody owns one.
No, it's very rare. I've seen a couple pop up in Japan.
Yeah, 1978.
Yeah, 78. Then you got Space Fever. Then you have Space Launcher, which is what I've got. And that again is an extremely rare game. I've never seen anyone else with one of those games. But mine's in a generic cocktail
Space
cab.
Launcher, it was the same cab as the Sheriff upright, right?
It was, yeah.
There's just like drawings of it.
Different artwork, yeah. Same
I had
cabinet, yes.
I had a Space Fever at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were actually quite common around this area.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
What, in a cocktail?
Cocktail, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a couple of guys in the States that own Cabaret Space Fevers.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've seen those before.
Really?
Yeah, there's single coin mech coin door ones too, which makes me think that like they were all factory converted or something. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but there are some like dual coin mech cabarets as well, Donkey Kong cabarets.
I don't know. I don't know much about the cabarets. We don't just get them over here.
Yeah.
There's a Space Demon in one of those, isn't there?
Yeah.
And I've seen what's his name? He's got one. He's got a Donkey Kong in one. They're extremely rare. Extremely rare. But the trim lines, you know, the Sheriff trim line that I have.
Yeah, that's rare. That's the only one.
That's the only one.
That's a Sega cabinet.
If you look on the Sheriff flyer,
yeah,
and you have a look at what supposedly is that cab, it looks completely different.
Yeah, it looks like
until mine turned up,
trapezoid.
we didn't actually think they existed. But that is that cab. But I don't know if you saw today, someone posted a picture of a Sega Frogger in one of those cabinets. Have you seen one of them?
No.
If there's a
That'd be
Facebook,
cool.
There's a Facebook group called Arcade Collectors. Guy posted in there yesterday a picture of a Sega Frogger in a trim line. That's the first one that's ever turned up. That was yesterday.
How many? Do we have like a count on how many trim lines have shown up? Because you've got yours. There's that one. I've only ever seen like a picture once on Clov of another one.
Well, what games has Todd got? Has he got one of each? He's got an Astro Blaster, hasn't he? He's got a Carnival. What's the other game he's got? Do you know?
No.
Don't know. Well, 'cause you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking these were all trade fair prototypes. They actually made these one-off games in these cabinets just to show at trade fairs, and that was it. And if they didn't sell very well, because look at mine, it looks like it's never been in an arcade. It's only got 15,000 on the count.
Nothing in the ashtray.
Yeah, so that makes me want to ask the question. How did you find that, Sheriff?
That's a funny one. That is all my pickups are funny. I saw it on eBay 5 years ago, just as I was getting into the collecting, and I saw it was Nintendo, and I was collecting Nintendo Game & Watch at the time, and I just thought, well, that's really cool, really different. You know,
so it was in England, though.
It was in England, yeah.
Okay.
And the guy wanted 400 quid for it, £400, right? And my mate said, that's too much money. He'd been in the arcade scene a lot longer than I was. He was kind of telling me, no, it's too much, don't want to pay for that. So I didn't. And then I bought these books, and I started getting into the scene and started realising, hey, that fucking cab was rare as rock and roll shit, and I didn't buy it. So I had a search on eBay for 5 fucking years for that cab, and suddenly my mate texted me. He said, Al, there's a Sheriff on eBay. And I looked at it. Within seconds, I knew it was exactly the same one. It was £350. Buy it now. I just clicked the button.
No kidding.
I went all the way up to the north of England. Didn't mind the drive. Didn't care about a drive because I've already done 900 miles to pick Sheriff up. So that version. Only 3 months before. Can you believe that? 3 months before I picked that up. And then I found the trim line, which is so rare. It's just so mad. I just can't believe it.
You have all 3 now because you have the cocktail Sheriff too, don't you?
I'm in the process of getting one. I have all the parts for it except the actual gas knob, as you like. Have you seen the gas knob? It's got like a gas. I need the control panel with that on it.
Oh, okay.
And then I will have all 3, and they will get a family photo shoot.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm
that cocktail. That cocktail's actually really tall, right? It's kind of like a upright cocktail almost.
Yeah, it's Japanese. The Japanese cocktail. I don't know why people call it a caber tail. Where that came from? That name came from. It's not the right name. Or I think I've seen trimline used on some of Sega's flyers, so I think it could be the American translation.
Kind of a blend between cabaret and cocktail.
Yeah, but it is I mean, if you think of it, it looks like a cocktail because it's that shape.
Yeah.
You know, and you stand up and you play it. It's really neat. It really is really neat. You can imagine that in a Japanese bar.
Didn't those ones all come factory with like ashtrays in them and stuff?
Yeah, there was fags in mine. You know, my mate said leave the fags in there. They're authentic, but
yeah, we love fags in our arcade.
I'm an ex-smoker.
They're awesome.
I'm an ex-smoker. Okay?
Dave's brother was on last week. What are you talking about?
Where'd Dave go?
I'm an ex-smoker. I couldn't leave them in there. I'll be smoking the butts.
We love them so much. Sometimes we turn our classic game and we paint it purple.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, dude. He just said.
Oh, he's even on. Oh.
He leaves the fags in there. And he's worried because he's smoking the butts.
Yeah.
Guys, you guys left that shit on the table?
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah. But the Sky Skipper's are even weirder and stranger story, really. I mean, that's just unbelievable to get that game going.
Yeah.
Is incredible.
Well, the Sky Skipper was a yellow classic cab too, wasn't it?
Well, no, Sky Skipper, if you look at the flyer, is in a Nintendo of America cab, one of your cabinets. Okay.
Yeah.
But no one's ever seen one. There's no pictures of any on the internet anywhere. I don't think anyone owns any. I don't think they exist. It might have just been a one-off mock-up. I don't know.
Somehow I have it in my head that they were yellow. Maybe it was just the flyer I looked at a long time ago.
No, I don't know. I think they'd be blue. We've been kind of toying with the artwork, actually, in the colour. Because I've actually got a Sky Skipper marquee made up. Let me show you.
Oh, cool.
Can you see that?
Yeah,
oh, that's wicked.
Yeah.
And that's your buddy down the block who's redoing that for you?
Yes, a friend of mine in the UK is doing this artwork. But if you look at the marquee that's on the internet, it's got red clouds.
Huh.
And I don't know if you know Atari Tubin, Steve, do you? Do you know Atari Tubin? Well, he sent me a picture he found in a Japanese arcade magazine of a Sky Skipper. You just make out the marquee, the clouds are red, which is really odd. I mean, clouds are not red, are they? So I made my friend make it white, which I prefer. But the other person who's bought the other game wants me to do it red. I can't tell you who it is. You probably already know, I don't know, but I've got 2 Sky Skipper PCBs, right? And I've sold one to a US collector.
I wonder who that could be.
Yeah.
Who could it be?
High profile, okay? So
Yeah.
you'll get to see its progress as well as the UK guys will see its progress over here, which I think is pretty cool.
Have fun. We'll go over there and play it.
Sorry?
Adam will go over there.
I was going to say, something tells me I'm going to be working on this.
Or
moving
it.
Or moving it up and down.
Adam, you get your hands on that board and you figure out a way to make more.
Well, that's the thing, right? So if they were able to use that hardware to run Popeye, then they have to be very similar. And actually, I was looking at the MAME source, and they're using the same driver. And
Well,
so,
it's a different Popeye board, though, isn't it? There's two different versions of the Popeye board, correct?
There is, right.
Yeah.
And that was one of the problems. Now, I'm not can't get too technical because I'm not very technical, but that was one of the problems we had getting it going because the security chip on Skyskipper was faulty. And we looked at my Popeye board, and I had two Popeye boards. One had a security chip on, and one didn't. And I think, what the fuck? That one works without it. How's that work out? But then we realised if you look in MAME, there's two different versions. So obviously later they did away with that chip, with the easier version of Popeye. So we took that security chip and put it on Skyskipper. Fucking worked straight away. But Skyskipper came with an expansion pack. Okay. Now, when you get the board, you'll see there is. Sorry, I didn't say that, did
I? Spoiler.
Whoops.
It's not coming to me. It's coming to a place near me. I'm sure
he's made a couple of little tracks going on to get around the expansion pack because it came with an expansion pack because obviously Popeye needed more memory or whatever it needs to run on that board. So we've done away with the expansion pack and got it running on the original Skyskipper board as we think it should be without the expansion pack.
Yeah, because I was watching your video when you were talking about that, and like right away I was like texting a couple of my buddies who have Popeye. I'm like, go check your boards, go check your boards.
There's a few things, I left certain things out of the video because I knew I'd be inundated with technical questions and I couldn't give, you know what it's like. You know, people just throw a load of shit at you, you know, and one question leads to another, and I just didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. So I left certain things out, and I just want to deal with the person, whoever's buying it. If he's got any questions, then he can ask me directly about them. Because I didn't do the modification. There's a good friend of mine, you know, who doesn't, as a rule, repair arcade games. He repairs PCBs, and he's just a very intelligent guy who just really doesn't want to get involved with the scene. You know, so, and he didn't want to answer any questions, so that left me in a bit of a difficult position, really, you know, with you guys, if you want to ask shit. But at the end of the day, it's a working game, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Saw it working on original hardware, which is, you know, it's incredible. And it's a fantastic little game as well. It really is.
You know, it's a shame that, you know, the companies that are still around, like Nintendo, don't treat their games like, you know, the car manufacturers do, where they have a huge warehouse somewhere with every single game they ever brought out.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume they don't.
You know, I've always wondered about that because one day I got it in my head I was going to try and track down some of the Nintendo of Japan guys via like LinkedIn, and just because I figured that's probably the best way to meet or try and talk to some of these guys and see if any of them have like original drawings, original plans, anything that they can go to an archive and find. It's got to be somewhere.
It's been done. It's been done. The guy I bought the board off in Sweden wrote to Nintendo of Europe. And then he wrote to Nintendo Japan. He didn't get any answers whatsoever. I've had the guy who wrote that book, the History of Nintendo. He's been round to my house, and we've done a DVD that he's going to release out next year because he's gone to the top 4 Nintendo collectors. There's a guy who collects cars, a guy who collects toys. It's me who collects the early arcade machines. He's done like a compilation video, and he's actually got some really good contacts within Nintendo, and even they say it's almost like a different company. You know, they're just interested in all the new stuff they put out now. They've got no interest in the old stuff. And the Japanese are like that. That's the culture in Japan. They chuck shit out. Not like you guys and us. The English are worse for it. You know, hold on to all these shitty
bunch of orders.
Well, yeah, but
we're still living in castles.
Right.
Right, but in Japan, there's no fucking room for anything. So, like, once it's like
Well,
6
exactly.
months
There's
old,
no room
just
in
fucking
Japan.
toss it out. Yeah, so there's
Exactly. Yeah.
It just makes you wonder if, like, one day, like, a shipping yard somewhere, they go through a bunch of old, like, sea cans, and they open up, and it's just, like, minty, fresh shipments that never made it overseas or something.
I'm sure there is. Listen, I'm saying like this is the only one in existence. I'm only saying that because no one else has come forward. But you know, you say that when you've got a piece of artwork, you know, and you're trying to sell it at an auction, you say this is the only known piece.
Right.
Until someone else comes forward, there is no other examples.
Well, I just know, like for Atari games, there's been people who have bought out, their old things before they were sold off. Like Atari Scott has a whole bunch of the original.
Yeah.
Atari Scott's been around forever.
I'm sure
Yeah, and
there is stuff waiting to be found. There's bound to be.
I mean, obviously it was in production, right? I mean, you can tell the artwork was silk screened and stuff like that. It wasn't like, you know, small production, hand painted or something, right?
Don't know. I mean, I don't
like
know.
The marquee,
Really
let's say, like on your Sheriff there. I mean, that was a production game, right?
Yeah. I mean, Sheriff. I've seen a few pop up. I've got 4 Sheriff boards at home.
Okay.
Yeah, that's more than. I know it still seems rare, but
more than I have.
Yeah, it still did quite well, really, because
you own 75% of the world's supply.
Yeah. Nintendo licensed it to a UK company called Bellfruit, and I think because I remember it as a kid. That's why it was my Grail cab.
Sorry, real quick, Alex, that was Bellfruit?
Yeah, Bellfruit. They made fruit machines. So that I don't know if let me just show you. Let me just show you guys.
Slot machine, like
slot
machine. Yeah, like fruit machine. I'm confused.
Yeah, the fruities.
This is a Bellfruit marquee. This is not original Nintendo.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Can you do me a favor? Can you scan that for me?
I can, but I don't have a scanner.
Yeah. Well,
he's just going to color it purple anyways, so...
No. Here's the legit deal, because I really... Not just because I'm from, like, Western Canada and, like, the Sheriff theme is, like, I don't know, maybe that's... But, I really love that game, and I've loved that game as pretty much since I got started in this.
Yeah, it's a great game.
Well, I got a buddy in France who helped me do CAD up for of my Japanese DK, and we sent that CAD. It's everywhere you find CAD now. It's the guillotine plans, and so we reproduced that CAD. And there's a buddy of mine in Norway that actually just made like a 1-to-1 replica, or as close as you can replica of Nintendo CAD. And that was part of my problem when I first wanted one. I couldn't find them around here, so I was going to try and make one, and the plans sucked. But I really want that. Like, and I was telling my buddy in France, I'm like, you should just drive up to London. It's 7 hours away, and knock on the guy's door, and like, let's get some high-res pictures and everything.
I'm quite happy to help you. Just, I'll send you anything you want. Dimensions, I'll measure it up for you. It's quite a square cabinet. It looks a bit like a Space Invaders cabinet.
Yeah.
It's not. As you can see, it's got square edges at the top. The monitor's actually at the bottom, and it's mirrored up like Space Invaders.
Yeah, it's
as well.
in a box, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't know. You'd find it quite hard to do the artwork.
That's kind of the other thing. Like, if I can get, I've got like access to pretty much anything as far as artists or CNC machines, anything here. I mean, we're in oil country. You can have metal panels made. You can have reproduction, almost anything, if you're willing to pay for it.
Yeah.
And I mean, the way I figure is, that's such a rare game. Like, I don't want to take away from its rarity. That's not it. But I still would like something over here so it can be shared with other people, so they can at least see a replica of it. And if we have that one, we have a space launcher, or at least the start of a space launcher as well.
The space launcher would be hard to do because there is no examples of it.
Yeah. Well, it's the same upright. It's the same
artwork, but the artwork, that artwork covers the whole cab. It'd be very hard to. I mean, this is the trouble we're having with Sky Skipper. We've got pictures of the marquee. We can, if you zoom in on the fly, you can just make out the bezel. The control panel. We're really going to have to make this up.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, Alex, the other day. It was like I was envisioning like a Versus Sheriff, right? A kit that you could take a Versus cab and convert it into a Sheriff. You get the marquee that he just showed, and you get a custom artwork that you can just put on the side, That's about the size of a Versus side art or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get a reproduction PCB that'll fit in there, and get a custom CPO that kind of matches what you have there.
Yeah.
And there you go. Now you got a kit that because it's so, like you said, it's so hard to replicate the cabinet in itself. It's unique and it's kind of original, and then the side art and all that stuff adds up, and it just becomes.
I think Sky Skipper, once people see our Sky Skippers, I think they're going to want them because it will be easy to do. The artwork will be out there.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to keep it. I'm not going to keep it from anyone. It's just going to.
Nice.
I'm a hobbyist like you guys. I'm going to take mine to shows. People can play it. If you want the artwork, you can get to it. It's going to be available for everyone.
Sure.
But,
For the sheriff, if we were to do like a reproduction sheriff kit or something, I think the hard part would be the control knob, the 8-way knob.
Right.
Like
I don't know. I mean, those gas knobs are quite easy to find. I've seen them on eBay.
Well, not even that, but like even doing like a modern day, there is somebody who knows like the Mauser kit or the Mauser catalog better than me, or maybe not Mauser, but someone who makes an 8-way, or it's just 4-way, isn't it? And then it's kind of like a Nintendo joystick with the 4 micro switches on the bottom, and when it registers like top and corner, it gives you top and right, it gives you corner, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Could you find something like that?
Yeah, I'm trying to find one at the moment. I'm trying to make a cocktail one. They're not easy to find. Doesn't Mike's Arcade do something like that? Do an 8-way or?
Someone was trying to tell me that there was a repro out there, but I mean it's the same as the Bandito one, right? Like if
that's what I was going to say. Yeah, can't you use that? Can you use the Bandito one? No.
It's a rotary stick.
They're both
or rotary
hard to
button?
find, though, aren't they? I think that the thing would be try to find a way to repro it.
Right.
Well, I mean, anybody like think Takeman might want to take that up if there was enough interest. Somebody who does that might want to take it up. I mean, I'm doing like reproduction serial number plates now from one of my clients here in town that does metal photo, and it's like, oh, Craig, you do metal photo. Like, can I get some serial number plates done up instead of using the backs of pop cans and some Avery labels like some people do?
Yeah.
It's like, let's get the real thing going.
Yeah, can I just ask you, how is Bandito received in America then? Because we didn't get it in the UK. How's that? How is that game got a good?
In my opinion, and for the most part, it's not worth very much. I mean, I've seen them for $100, $200. Yeah.
Right, so it's not a popular game at all.
Yeah, I think if people started hyping it up, of course.
If John got one,
yeah, exactly right.
Well, I think part of it is because it's Nintendo, right? And so just the fact that share, I mean, it's the same game, right? But you slap that Nintendo sticker on it or whatever, and all the Nintendo fanboys, would go after it.
Well,
there's 2 Banditos sitting in my storage room right now.
Well, this is the thing with Nintendo. I mean, if you put a Donkey Kong on eBay in the UK, it's not just the arcade community that would be bidding on it, it's the Nintendo community, and that's big. That's a fan base there. I mean, Atari's big, but Atari's kind of dead now, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of it's not the same company. Nintendo's still going.
Retro gaming in the UK is 10 times larger than it is in North America. More than 10 times larger. It's way more advanced than here.
Yeah. It was a big thing over here,
It has been for a while.
Yeah.
I'm still surprised that somebody hasn't been able to contact Nintendo about. They must have some sort of flyer in a filing cabinet or something somewhere, because
I'd love to think so. I'd love to walk into their factory and see all of their arcade machines lined up, all the games.
But not even that. I mean, I know when they were making the Donkey Kong 2. They just called up Nintendo of America, and Nintendo of America said, "Yeah, go for it. Make it. We don't care."
Yeah.
It wasn't hard to contact them. So, I mean, I don't know if you have to go through Nintendo America to get to Nintendo of Japan, but you'd think somebody somewhere they'd have more designs or artwork or something for Sky Skipper. Like, they must have that stuff somewhere.
But if it was such a rare thing to begin with, I mean, they probably didn't even produce it. Maybe they put the flyer out, got no interest, and it was just like,
Yeah, I mean, my theory about the game is, I mean, a lot of people say, oh, it didn't do well, that's why I didn't make any. There's lots of reasons why arcade companies didn't carry on the project or the game. Maybe it's finance, maybe they were suddenly working on something else. Now remember, Popeye, Miyamoto was trying to get the license for Popeye for Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Donkey Kong would have been or should have been Popeye, but they couldn't get the license. So I reckon it was only the year after they finally got the license, they suddenly just dropped Sky Skipper. Fuck me, we got the license now. Let's make a Popeye.
Yeah.
Because Popeye in Japan is big. They love it over there.
Well, because
I think that's what happened.
The Sky Skipper cab looks like a radar scope Donkey Kong cab, but the Hellfire cab is older, like it's got those slants on the front rather than the nice curvy side, right?
Yeah, that's very rare. It's like a Space Firebird cabinet.
So I wonder, is it somewhere along the line someone made a prototype of Popeye with the Donkey Kong, essentially, right?
No, I think they were developing it, but then they stopped in favor of like original IP.
Yeah, I mean,
because those guys have hacked the ROMs where they make the Pauline edition Donkey Kong.
Yeah, but that's just hacking ROMs.
Right. Yeah. I'm just wondering, somebody could do that with Popeye, right? You know.
Yeah. Well, I read somewhere. This is again a long time ago that there was this like just word article that I read, and it was talking about the history of Donkey Kong, how it was initially that's what he wanted, and then like halfway through he dropped development and just like screw it, let's do our own story, let's do our own thing. So
who's this, Miyamoto?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He hasn't really come out and said much about that. Really, it's still kind of up in the air of how that came about, because the versions of Donkey Kong are different, aren't they?
Yeah.
On the console, I'm on the NES.
Well, the consoles are completely different. Yeah, there's not a single console version that's like the arcade version.
Yeah, it's like they didn't have the ROMs. I don't think they had the ROMs, did they? The rights to the ROMs to Donkey Kong?
Well, but even the Nintendo versions of Donkey Kong, like on the various things that they've done, even Nintendo's versions are not the same as the arcade version.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's completely different departments, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the trouble.
The arcade division and the console division are completely
Atari was a lot like that.
But that was just power, like processing power of the console, though, wasn't it? Like they couldn't put that much information into the game.
It was to do with the guy who made the game Donkey Kong.
Huh.
Or it's something to do with the license. I'm not quite sure. It's not to do with the power of the console. It's to do with the license of the game. I'm pretty sure I read that somewhere.
So like an Atari 2600 cartridge, you're saying could play Donkey Kong just like the original arcade?
No, I'm saying the NES. The NES.
Yeah. NES. Right. Okay. Got it.
Yeah, but they couldn't.
Like I said, they were different divisions, though, right? I mean, sometimes the left hand didn't talk to the right hand.
Yeah, they didn't have the right code. The guy who helped make Donkey Kong, see, Shigeru Miyamoto, I think just helped do the sprites and the artwork on Sheriff. The same with Donkey Kong. I don't think he actually designed the gameplay mechanics. You know, I think that he just designed, because that was one of the first games he worked on as well as Donkey Kong. I think he just designed the sprites and the artwork. The actual mechanics of the game, I think they've probably got someone else involved for that. I'm not 100%. I mean, I'm clutching at straws like you guys, really.
Right.
It's good to have. It's good
You're
to have
a little
this
further
conversation.
along than some of us are.
No kidding.
Yeah, I guess so.
But I find it funny that the fact that this company is still together, it hasn't been bought and sold 10 times over, that this information can't be found somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they don't make playing cards anymore like they used to. They don't make
but
some
they
of the
probably
toys.
have information about it all, though. I bet you.
They just make the same games every year, though.
Yeah.
No, I've got it in my head that there's some locked vault down in like the basement where you've got like two guys on either side of the door that have to turn the key at the same time in order to get in.
Well, I reckon me and you should take a trip over there and raid it.
Hey man, I'm willing to go to Japan. I'll meet you there. I'll meet you halfway. You go one way, I'll go the other.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, wouldn't it?
Hawaii?
Yeah.
I mean, it's very rare.
I'll just stop in Maui. I love that.
It's very rare that a company would destroy any IP, though. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like they would file it away somewhere, put it into an Iron Mountain type building. I know they didn't have them back then, but it's rare that they would just destroy stuff.
Well, that's not true though, because you look at like what Owen Rubens was talking about, like with his code that he had saved.
Yeah, but that company was bought and sold. That's what like Nintendo's the same
but even
company.
Still, it's like the reality is like all he has is like his own like what he kept
Right, but he's the programmer, and he didn't have any rights to that stuff back then. The company kept the rights to it, right? So the company itself probably has that.
But there wasn't that concept of like backups. So people didn't make backups of their software. It was just
here's a parallel. Here's a parallel. So like Helvetica, like the font face Helvetica, you can actually go. There's a great documentary about it. You can actually go to the company that now owns the rights to that typeface, and down in their vault, they actually go through it and they show you. They've got like all the original drawings, all the original notes, and that's a typeface. That's not something a little bit more.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, but that's shit that's like old news. That shit, like, I mean, you go to like programming companies and like look at like the history of software development, and that shit just gets shredded.
Well, but even like
people are not holding on to that stuff because there's no perceived value in it. There's a perceived there's a value to it now. But there was no perceived value to it in the 90s.
Yeah.
I mean, look, a game that was developed in the 70s or the early 80s, like that shit was worthless, and especially after the crash.
Yeah.
Fuck that stuff.
But a company that's 120 years old, you'd think they would have a historical, even a historical wing to their company.
Especially by the 80s, right?
Or even someone who worked in the company would come out and say, look, this is what I worked on when I worked in there. You get people coming out, don't they, woodwork.
I do.
Are those guys still working there, though? Or they're probably long gone, huh?
Yeah.
Some of them.
I love that fantasy, but, like, how much shit have you guys kept from companies you've worked for? Or Adam, you've worked for stuff for years, right? I mean, I don't want to be like, I'm not trying to be a negative.
No, I think about that sometimes. I wonder how much
shit, like that I did back in like the early '90s doing web development. I don't fucking have any of that crap.
I have it all. I've backed it all up on DVDs.
Our work does get backed up. I worked for IBM for like I want to say 16 years, 17 years, and they do have a process in which they back up all their data. It goes through different steps. It's like, okay, it gets thrown onto disk, and then it gets thrown onto another server somewhere, and then it gets put on like tape and like Brad said, brought into Iron Mountain or whatever. And so there's a process.
Well, I mean, legally, a lot of these companies have to keep stuff that long.
It's 5 years, isn't it? Is it
5-10 years, depending on what it is.
And governments, how long? Governments hold on to stuff for about 30 years. Then they have to let it in public domain.
And once it's in Iron Mountain, though, I mean, they're not going to go through it and try to get rid of it. It's just going to sit there forever.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the fantasy of talking about that, but the reality is that, like, I don't know.
Yeah, but the truth is, it's probably saved somewhere, right? I mean, it probably is stored somewhere. But us calling them up on the phone or writing them an email, they'll be like, I'm not gonna.
We've got to produce a documentary or something. We've got to like get.
Where this is. It's not worth my time to go dig it up or whatever.
We have this hobby. We're in this hobby all the time. We think we're playing it. We're chatting in this little thing now. We think it's bigger than what it is. Our hobby, is quite small. And there's only a small amount of people that are really interested in this stuff, to be honest with you. I mean, when I posted that thing on Sky Skipper, I mean, the main interest I got was from you guys. But, most of the Nintendo fans are not that interested, to be honest. They want the latest games. That's all they're interested in. So, I don't know. I mean, I'd like to think Nintendo are holding on to all this shit, but I don't know if they have.
Here's a thought. We actually might be able to at least get a second chance with this because there was Nintendo of Japan and there was Nintendo of America. And, like, I want to think that, like, because you just know the difference between the Japanese and the American cabinets. There was, at least some interpretation, at least two places where the information was held as far as cabinet plans. Maybe not, like, software storage, but possible, actually, it would have to be if they're, developing boards in different places, right? So,
I mean,
when did
going back to them storing this?
Was it due to the NES? Like, was that when they decided, we need to have a presence in America as opposed to?
It was around Donkey Kong. It was before Donkey Kong.
Oh, okay. Actually, Radar Scope was the first one.
Radar Scope was the first game that came to America.
It was the first game that came to America, but did it cause America? I'm sorry, did it cause Nintendo to actually start a headquarters located in the U.S.? We need to have a presence there. We need to have a.
There was already a headquarters, but like cab production didn't start until a little bit later on. When that's where we get all the particle board cabs because it was easier and cheaper for them to make particle board rather than the plywood ones.
Okay, so this is something I don't know about. did Nintendo of America make the particle board version
Yeah.
of Donkey
Yes.
Kong?
And they are shit.
Right. So
Oh.
the Nintendo of the ply ones we have here, they were made in Japan. Is that right?
As far as I
should be
can
correct.
tell, yeah.
Right.
That's
Okay.
the way it is here in the States, at least, Alex. It's like
Yeah.
the
So, like,
plywood cabs are all made in Japan, and the particle boards are
Right.
made in
Okay.
This
I didn't know
is
that.
a home use only. They like to joke because it's a Popeye, but it was at one point like 20 years ago converted to a Mario Brothers. But this was home use only. So I think I can estimate. I think I'm only the third person to ever own it based off of the information I got from the previous owner. And like this was just sitting in their house, like inside the thing is mint condition, just covered in like a layer of dust. But
Thank God
still,
it's
this
not purple
particle
yet.
just. Oh yeah, there's the yeah, but inside this thing is like mint condition, but outside like these corners where kids probably ran into them.
So there must be shitloads of particle board Nintendo cabs over there, is there?
We have
thousands.
Oh yeah, majority of them are.
Yeah.
So do the ply versions command more money?
Yes.
They do.
No, do they? For you
Yeah,
guys?
Absolutely.
fuck yeah.
I'll pay way more for
I fucking trash fucking particle board ones.
No. I'll drive to Vancouver. I'll come get them.
I just gave one away on the weekend.
But in general, I'd say if they were both in similar condition, maybe only $100 more for a plywood.
Right.
If they're in the same condition.
Yeah, a collector to a collector. I mean,
Yeah.
you're buying
What
it for-
about the radar scope cockpits? Have you ever
Those
seen one of
I've
those?
never seen one in person, but
They're pretty.
I know those
They're
are
rare.
floating around.
They're rare, are they?
Yeah. But those would be plywood too. Those aren't.
Well, I've never
We
seen
need to
one
make
over here
we
in
need
the
to make
UK.
an environmental sheriff cab.
Yeah. Well, hey,
Right.
like I said,
That'd be
if
sweet,
we get the
huh?
measurements,
Out
if
of
we get the
shitty
measurements,
trades
we
plot-
can do
And there's
that.
no dial. You actually have to physically turn your body and.
And when you enter the side of the cabinet, it's the double swinging doors.
Oh, it's so
Yeah,
like a
oh,
sword.
yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be cool.
Oh, Kickstarter this bitch up, Adam.
Yeah, sweet.
You got it. Get him on the case.
That's right.
I mean,
But no, like-
I want to be all romantic and thinking this stuff is out there, but I mean, over the 25 years of being on Clov and stuff, you'd be amazed at how much shit has come out over the 25 years I've been collecting, and all the years I've been on Clov. There's so much more information out now than there ever was, and somebody had that information. It's not just oh, I'm guessing and I'm figuring it out. It was out somewhere.
Well,
Still
look
quite
at
rare, isn't
Alex's.
it? I mean,
look at Alex's cocktail. So his sheriff cocktail. So that game, there was a thread on Clov at least a year or two ago where people were looking at those old Nintendo flyers and looking at that like V-shaped
tire.
cabinet, right? Yeah. And they were like, this doesn't exist anywhere, and nobody's ever seen a picture. But one guy comes up and he goes, no, I remember seeing one at a show. And then a little bit later on in the thread, no, I've actually seen one. Here's like a blurry like Sasquatch style picture of it. Then one shows up in fucking the UK. So
Yeah.
I mean,
it might have been owned by a Nintendo executive. He brought it here for the trade show, and because it's never been in an arcade, you can tell it's never been in an arcade. It just looks like it's been showed around. You know, so well looked after. It's never been capped. Nothing.
I found an Aztrac cab, and Aztrac's an extremely rare game, and it was literally covered with denim on the outside. Someone glued denim to the outside of it, and I just. You know,
I'm even gonna call that stupid, and we know what I
You
did.
see the side art. It was maimed, and it was just like, what is this cabinet? And the only reason is because I had the foresight to go, this cabinet I've seen before.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you know, you're there and you start peeling the demo, and I was like, holy shit, this is an Aztrac cabinet.
That's like someone turning a Warlords into like a fish tank or something.
Right,
And you got it? Did you buy it?
It's a guy I still know who has it.
Right.
But he's had it for like 10 years as a MAME cabinet, and he no idea until I came around.
Yeah. A lot of people
You know,
don't know, do they?
No, and that's the thing. A lot of people might have one of those trim lines or some lines. They just don't know what they have.
Yeah,
it
like
could have been converted to a you know a 90s fighting game, and they just have no clue.
Every time I see something show up on like Kijiji, which is our version of Craigslist up here, every time I see it and I go to like visit them in their house or something, they're in some random like section of the city, and I just think some days when I'm driving down the street, who knows what some of my neighbors have down in their basement as far as arcade cabs.
Yeah.
Maybe one or two, but maybe they don't use the like Kijiji, maybe they just inherited it, maybe They just don't care, right?
Well, I got lucky with the cocktail, but that sheriff behind me, I've paid, top dollar for.
Yeah. How much do you want for it?
I paid £2,500 for that, and it wasn't even
so that's
working.
what, legitimately, 4,300 Canadian?
I don't know what your money's. You use potatoes over there, don't you? Potato money.
Right now, potatoes. Yeah.
I don't know, but I travelled a long way for that.
What did you say? 2,500 pounds?
2,500 pounds, or 2,000 pounds, right?
£2,500.
Okay, and there's only two because you've got one and a guy in Belgium's got one. Correct?
There's a guy in Austria's got one. He's called Alex as well. Funny enough.
Fuck, our dollar is tanking. $5,200.
Jesus.
Oh.
Yeah.
6 plus freight. Let's go.
Yeah. It's because of the so-called oil in Alberta. Fuck, it's tanking this country.
Hey,
I drove to Luxembourg.
Hey, forget about those guys,
miles.
Alex. We'll give you real money here in the U.S. for something like that.
Yeah.
Alex, I will jump on a plane with American dollars and I'll be there. But seriously,
hey, Adam, it was only a short few years ago our dollar was worth more than yours, so I wouldn't be.
Yeah, you're breaking up. What was that?
Yeah, a few years before that, didn't we burn down the White House? Just saying.
If you want any measurements, if you want any photos, mate, you're welcome to it. I'm quite happy to help you out. It's not a problem.
I'd love that because, like I said, we measured the shit out of this and everything to the fucking millimeter.
Chats, just use your Calgary money and send the guy a fucking scanner. Buy it off of Amazon and send it to his house.
Right, just fly out there. But
listen,
like
guys, I'm going to have to shoot soon because I've got to get up for work. I'm already up for work.
Okay, Alex, in the next day or two, when the Christmas season's over and things calm down around here, I'll shoot you an email or I'll shoot you on one of the forums and we'll start talking.
Yeah, no worries. You know where to get me.
You gotta stop shooting each other. We're gonna get fucking tagged for killing each other.
Wait. Let's get that brass tacks. Alex, you're gonna make it out for Brofest, right?
There you go.
I'd love to go, mate. I'd love to go. I would love to go. I tried to go last year, and I said to John I was going, but in the end, I'm self-employed, and I didn't have the work at the time, didn't have the money, so I couldn't go. It's a big trip for me.
It is a big trip. I'll tell you what. You can make it to Brofest. Awesome. If you can make it to Grinkfest, even better.
Yeah, it'd be more likely Brofest because it's nearer, obviously.
It's nearer, so it wouldn't be quite as much of a challenge for you to fly in.
But fuck me, I'd love to go. I'd love to meet Ty as well. I'm good friends with Ty Laurie. He's really cool.
And if you got a little care package, I saw that was cool.
I believe that is bodybuilder Ty Laurie.
Oh, he is, isn't he? He's lost some weight. He's looking cool. He's looking sexy, Ty Laurie.
Hey, he's pretty with his wife.
Yeah, he's got to keep up with his videos.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, nice to meet you. Maybe
Alex, thanks for coming on.
Nice to finally talk to you.
Yeah, I'll join you again
They're
in
going to
another
be
month
picking
or
on
something.
me forever that I didn't get your autograph or something. I don't know.
Hey, Alex, send me a PM with your email address. I'm Orange Whip on Clove.
Yeah, we'll do.
And then I send out the invites via email, so I'll send you invites and then just come on whenever.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much. Nice to meet everyone. Take care.
Hey, Merry Christmas, buddy.
Merry Christmas. Cheers.
Happy holidays.
Here, Adam, let me just grab you that link. Give me 2 seconds.
Thanks, man.
Yeah,
that was awesome. I was hoping to have that guy on, and we've been talking for a while now.
He's just commenting on the videos.
It's like I can listen to him for hours of his adventures and finding these cabs.
So, Adam, the link I just posted in the chat window, there's a guy out there who is trying to avoid idiots like me doing this. Essentially what he's done is he's got a CNC, access to a CNC, and he redoes plans. He took the plans that me and the guy in France built out of this one and a bunch of other plans like Atari and whatnot. And so if you have access to a local CNC, here are the actual documents and whatnot. So if you look through all of his Nintendo section and whatnot, he's got most of them there.
Yeah, he's on KLV, I believe.
Yeah. And he's on Boyac too, Andrew.
Wait, so we'll get back to that, Chance. I heard you got some shit on Boyac from.
Yeah, a little. No. I didn't get shit on Boyac. So I just finished this actually yesterday. So all the artwork's finally on. But I was mentioning this video because people were like, "Oh, you need to take a video," because the guys on Boyac seem to really like this thing a lot. And of course they would, right? And so I'm like, yeah, and I'm like, yeah, some of the Clove guys like really shit on me, and I'm like, I don't think so. but because like I got thick skin, you guys can go to town, whatever. But but I'm like, I don't really mind. And I said, go check out Brett's video and the whole thing. It's up there, and yeah. So
yeah, I must have missed an inside joke, but you keep referring to your purple cat. Is there something wrong with it, or what's the story?
All right,
it's purple. Yeah, let 34K break it down for you.
All right, so
okay, you do yours, and then I'll do mine.
First off, let's take a look at this artwork. Oh yeah, look at that. That's original 1981 Donkey Kong artwork, obviously.
Adam, your buddy John is shitting all over this guy's cabinet, by the way.
John, okay, so Adam, what happened is about a couple of months ago, I posted some links and pictures of this on John's chat window.
Okay.
And John saw them in the little Flickr feed down on the bottom, and he just had a field day. And you know what it was? It wasn't necessarily that it was purple, but he didn't really. I don't think he cared as much about that. But the fact that I used updated Mario art because I designed the art package for this.
Sure.
And when he saw that, he's like, "March of the Minis, you got to respect the fucking timeline," and he just went off. And I know it was all tongue in cheek, right? But I'm like, I don't give a shit. Like,
well, he is a graphic designer, so that's where he's coming from. So
no, totally. But I mean, I in truth, just to like let you know, Adam, is I never thought I'd get more than one Nintendo cab. This thing was beat to hell. It was pretty much going to get bomb fired when I saved it from Saskatchewan, and in my I've got a Flickr gallery of it, and it was completely trashed underneath. And I'm like, well, I want more than one game, more than one Donkey Kong. I wanted a multi-Kong, but I didn't have room for more than like one, and I got lucky and I found a second. So yeah.
So what do you have as far as the hardware? What do you got running in there? Is it MAME or is it?
No, it's an Arcade SD.
Okay.
Yeah, I was lucky enough via a trade and a couple of other things to wind up $0 on an Arcade SD. So I threw it in there, and then I wired my own JAMA harness, which is all purple as well. And yeah, but there's a lot of things in there that I wanted to stay as close to the original as possible. To keep it, so if I ever did want to convert it back, or things that I wanted to kind of like modernize and upgrade, like all the little things, the little clips that hold the wires in. Right. So I completely refurbished all of those, but instead of making them little white tabs on them, I changed them to black, and just little things. I had all the metal parts powder coated, so they would, like the control panels on these Nintendo cabinets always seem to rust. Right. So I had them powder coated and everything, and I cleaned up, and that's actually what I was doing while I was waiting to get on the chat. I was
Do you have a wooden or a metal control panel on the thing?
Metal control panels everywhere. So I'll either reproduce a metal control panel, or if I find one that's like from a game that nobody wants, like a Versus control panel, or this one. This is basically a Donkey Kong 3 control panel.
That's a 3, yeah.
That's a 3, yeah.
Yeah. So you should keep that on there.
Yeah. I'm like, well, you know what? It's funny. So it had a Donkey Kong 3 bezel, which I still have, which is like near mint condition, so that's getting not touched. But then this was all redone, so I did reverse print marquee and front print on this, and just new plexi, and I reproduced the cardboard in the back, completely redid the monitor, everything, cleaned the shit out of it, repainted everything that's not purple is back to the original paint, just meticulously redid the base, everything. Just to be as anal retentive as I could with it.
And it plays DK Junior, and DK3?
It's Arcade SD.
Plus the Pauline edition, plus DK2, and plus DK Foundry. So that was the plan. Like, I wanted all 6.
Yeah.
I was going to go make 3 reproduction cabinets, but for the money, and then like get 3 actual Nintendo cabinets. But there was no way I was going to find 3 and also have the time and effort to build 3 more. Right. So I'm like,
does it also play pole position? That's a question from our chat. That's a question from our chat.
No, I've got the chat open over there. No, it does not play pole position.
I was just gonna say, the control panel looks pretty roomy. Why don't you throw a trackball in there?
No,
maybe a Tron joystick.
Bunch of fighter buttons.
Just throw it all the way
on that thing.
Here's the thing,
a Star Wars yoke.
There you go.
No.
Like a retractable one that like up on the bottom.
Just you and the nuts. Yeah.
Make them purple too.
I know that's your favorite.
Give him a reason.
Hey,
But like,
I've got
so
an extra Star Wars joke if you want to paint it purple and put it on there.
Put a couple
Well,
LED
so I
light
took-
strips under it.
but because
LED.
Paint that thing purple.
Make that shit bounce.
Oh boy.
Go ahead,
the
I'm
Versus
listening to
board, the Arcade SD board has so many other games on it, and I figured when I've got a lot of people over here, like you guys were talking earlier, there's really no point in not having that ability. So I also took, I had to replicate this. I rebuilt from scratch a new Versus panel that I can just plug in. I can swap out and then swap the SD cards on the Arcade SD to the full Arcade SD package. So if you're playing it and it's got this panel in it, it's only the 6 Donkey Kong games. But if I want, I can just swap the SD cards out.
Oh yeah, but you can play like Burger Time and like Frogger and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
Like, without swapping the panels.
Yeah.
They're all 4-way games, and Frogger doesn't even have a button.
Yeah, but I just for the 4-way panel, I just wanted the Donkey Kong stuff.
That's cool.
So initially, I wasn't gonna put I was gonna put like Mario Brothers. I think Mario Brothers and Super Mario Brothers because that's on the SD as well. But some people pointed out to me that it's like those are 8-way and 2-way games, not 4-way games. So I'm like, I reconditioned.
8-way is all jacked up, but 2-way would probably be fine.
Yeah,
2-way to 4-way be fine. Yeah. You can play Popeye and Mario Brothers in the same cabinet without too much problems.
Yeah.
But no 8-way. Like,
Popeye is unplayable with 8-way.
Well, see, that's what I was talking to Alex about that, like, because he was talking about putting Popeye and Sky Skipper in the same cabinet. But Sky Skipper is an 8-way game. It's like a versus joystick. But he wants to play Popeye on it. I'm like, dude, I don't know how well that's.
I had it maybe 3 years ago. I had the Vector Labs multi kit, the versus kit.
Yeah.
And so I had versus games, so Excite Bike and whatever, and then I had a Popeye in there, and I'm like, I cannot even play it. Yeah, they're all horizontal, and it was, the buttons, the joystick was all seemed like it'd be perfect, but an 8-way stick on a 4-way game, it's just unplayable, man. It just sucks.
When I was working on this thing, I have a Star Castle bootleg cocktail that's just been completely changed 3 or 4 times. And when I was working on this, because I had the Arcade SD already in there, I actually took a wooden box from Michael's, and I put an actual Donkey Kong joystick and an actual Donkey Kong button in there, so I could still at least play it, with the 4-way, with the same tall button and everything, as close as possible.
So do you have all original Nintendo buttons on there?
Yeah, that's like I said. That's what I've been doing for the last few hours. I've got a whole collection of buttons that I still need to clean up. So I was going to get a couple red ones, but I figured I'd just do all 14 of them that I've sitting here.
So you took an original Donkey Kong orange button and put it in a Michael's box.
No. Here, hold on. I'll get it.
What the hell's wrong with you, man?
Well, I didn't have a cabinet yet, right?
I wish I could hug you right now.
Yeah. I actually still have it. I didn't have a cabinet yet because I was, like I said, I was playing the Arcade SD on that. All
right, we got Mock in here with an awesome hat.
So I built, just for the time being.
Nice. Yay!
It is Devo. D-E-V-O.
Yeah.
It's Red Hat Day, right?
There you go.
Yeah, balls optional.
Get some whipped cream out and put it on
and
top.
And flashy lights, Mark. Where's your flashy lights in the background?
Oh, I don't have my flashy lights.
Turn the camera.
I'll turn on the bar.
There you go.
I just drove in right now after 8-hour drive.
Holy crap!
Yeah.
Yeah, you're up in Redwoods, right?
Yeah, we
awesome.
We did about 4 hours in from the Redwoods, and then slept, and then the rest of the 8 today. But and I did make a stop at that pinball place, but
the pinball museum or whatever.
The pinball museum, yeah.
Yeah,
awesome.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was fun, but I'll talk about that later when it's my turn, I guess. I want to interrupt this bashing of the MAME stuff.
No. All right, so dude, like, all right, so Chance, I know we're giving you a lot of shit. Like, the thing is, like, I think all of us, even as preservationists, and I'm generally a pretty hardcore preservationist, but, like, even as preservationists, like, it's your fucking game.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And it's fine. You deserve shit because
totally.
You're in a group of preservationists.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't come
Plus
up.
it's purple.
Yeah.
And
you painted a plywood cabinet purple.
Mm.
If it was hardwood, no one would have said shit.
No, I know, because like I said last week, I'm like, when I found this thing, I'm like, fuck, man, I should have redone this rather than. But I found this in February, and I found this like a month or 2 months ago.
And for that matter, if you painted original DK blue and put that artwork on it, I wouldn't give you nearly as much shit. Because I'd be like, well, whatever. That is it's not the right control panel anyway. So what?
Yeah.
Give me a proper control panel, give me a proper bezel and a marquee, and it's done.
Yeah.
And you did all the work to bring it back there. Fuck yeah. So my RAS stand is gonna be much the same way. So I don't know if you know the history of that.
It's gonna be purple?
I've
Fuck yeah, it's gonna be purple, you son of a bitch.
John was actually saying on his thread once.
Rastan's colors are fucking purple and yellow.
Yep, it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, it might be fucking purple.
Is it gonna be lilac?
But I'm bringing that cabinet back from the fucking dead. I'm painting it proper Taito style. If someone wanted to restore it back to an original 10-yard fight, because that was their fucking game of the year, they love that fucking game, then I've restored the wood to perfection.
Yeah.
And as far as the painting, whatever, it's a stencil job away from putting it back to the original Taito colors. And it's a Taito fucking game in a Taito fucking cabinet, so...
I know. I kind of feel sorry for all the JAMA games that never had a dedicated machine. You know, they're the poor redheaded bastard child.
Bubble Bobble
games.
Right.
Yeah.
Bubble Bobble should have had a dedicated cab.
Sorry, real quick to stick on Rastan because I'm a Rastan hard on. Do you guys see like the Major Havoc that was converted to Rastan that we talked about?
Yeah.
Yeah. You commented, didn't you?
I finally did. It was like someone was like Rastan, what the fuck? And I was like, no. I'd buy that shit and keep it a fucking.
The only thing is the freaking awkward angle of the control panel.
It doesn't matter. I love it.
You deal with it. It's all awkward for you anyways, being 7 foot tall.
Yeah. I just play with one hand and press the buttons with my dick.
So a buddy of mine, Harry.
You must not be able to reach the buttons too often.
So a buddy. Oh. A buddy of mine.
I keep slapping on top of the monitor at the thing.
Oh yeah. Anklophone.
We need a ding dong.
Sorry.
Backwards.
Jim's playing eyes.
Oh, we're missing out on the sound effects from him. So, a buddy of mine, Harry, he commented on this, and I never knew about this. Have you guys heard about on Elevator Action? I don't know if any of you guys really play that game. The dedicated original ones.
Yep.
The what do they call it? The pinky jump method. Have you heard about the pinky jump?
Pinky jump.
Yeah. So when you look at the control panel, the joystick's centered, but the two buttons, the fire button and the jump button, are like far apart. Which I never really thought about this. I'll just like move my hand over one way or the other, right? But because they're so yeah, there you go.
I'll unmute the barking of my dog so I can.
It's not mine. She's not paying attention.
So like the hardcore Elevator Action players, they one finger's always like firing.
Yeah.
So you don't want to move that hand over to press the jump button, but the jump button's so far away that really the only way to do it is have like your pinky hovering over it. So you're like, you got your pointer finger jumping, and then your pinky's just like waiting there to firing. Pointer finger firing, and your pinky is like there to hit the jump if you need to. I'm like, I never really thought about that control panel being like a weird layout because they're so far apart.
Yeah, there was a certain strategy when they would design video games. I read an article about the Star Trek Vector arcade game, and they purposely put the warp button far away from the other buttons to make the game more challenging.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I can
so,
see that.
And
Unless
then,
you've got like Michael Jordan-sized hands.
Yeah, it's like you got to lift your hands off of it to hit it. But what's interesting though is in the captain's chair version, it's right there. So people usually got higher scores and were better at the captain's chair.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, you're in the captain's chair. You should be better.
Yeah. Kalen has a captain's chair Star Trek at his arcade. And
of course he does.
It's like nobody likes it but me. I'm the only one I think that plays it. But
I don't think I've played the upright briefly once. I've never played the cockpit.
Yeah, I really like it a lot. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
No,
to have the controls on either side of your lap, essentially. That just seems like a unique experience.
Yeah, you have a spinner on your left hand, and all the buttons are on the right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So what is it called? Cockstar or Cock Trek?
Captain chair.
Cock cap.
Yeah.
Cock cap.
Captain Cock.
Yeah.
Can't push it any further, Captain.
Yeah, they have one at Hyperspace, but she's never had it up and running.
Oh, bummer. I was wondering if how fragile that is, because it looks like it's all fiberglass. You know, you drop it, it's like.
Right.
It looks pretty burly. It's not like pushing a fender of like an old Corvette or anything like that. It's pretty burly.
Yeah, it probably comes apart in two pieces, I hope.
Well, hers was in two pieces at least, so I don't know if it's meant to, but hers was in two pieces at one point.
Yeah, seat in front,
yep.
I would guess, but yeah, that's fun. But yeah, also like I read an article about the Fender, your favorite game. that game didn't get passed because there was too many buttons for that game, and everyone looked at it when it was finished and went, "Holy shit!" There's like how many buttons to control your ship for that?
Yeah, and a two-way fucking joystick.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Up and down, reverse, hyperspace, shoot, thrust, and fire.
Right.
It's like a woman.
They only have one button.
Yeah, but it takes like 16 fingers to work it right.
Yeah.
On its surface, it appears much more simple than it actually is.
Yeah.
That would be it. But that's what makes it so fun and has staying power. I believe
Are we still talking about the game?
Yeah.
Shut up. We're working on something here.
Keep reaching around that defender cap, trying to find the bra clip and get it open.
Spicy stuff that make you cry and all that shit.
I found the hyperspace down.
But anyway.
I think it just squirted on me.
What does it mean?
Oh.
Are we still recording?
Yeah, pretty sure we're still live.
For probably another hour or two. So wait, does Mock? Do you need to still do the question?
Yeah, he does.
About what game would you want that people like?
Yeah. Has everyone else?
Yeah, Chance hasn't done it either. He hasn't even introduced himself.
Oh yeah.
He just started going off on Nintendo shit.
Right.
Yeah. Well, Chance is already talking about his game, so let him finish his thought, I guess.
Oh no, by all means, you're wearing the Devo hat. You go first.
There we go.
Okay, so what game I would probably have? I'm Mock the Magic Man. Find me on YouTube and all my special effects and all that other crud. Anyway, game I would have. It would probably... that was a hard one. I was gonna say like a Miss Pac-Man because like everybody loves that.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody plays that. Anybody walks in that hasn't played games in years will see that and they go, "Oh, I haven't seen that in many years," and they'll flock to it. Same with like Frogger. So it'd be
that was mine.
and Miss Pac-Man. Even Galaga, I don't know. That's a hard one. One of those three.
You know what? The Galaga I just got it a week or so ago. It's got the free play ROM on it, right? But it has the fast bullets, and it just feels wrong.
It feels cheating. Like cheating.
Yeah,
that's fucking cheating.
Yes, that feels wrong.
That's a good point.
It's like I wish there was like a switch mode where I can just like switch it off.
On and off, yeah. I guess what I'd have is what Andrew has, where he has the both in one cab, the anniversary one. Okay. You've got the 1984, I think it's called, or something. I don't know, Andrew. What's it? Is it Miss Pac-Man and Galaga in it?
Oh yeah, it's a class of '91.
Class of '91. Okay, that's right. Yeah, that'd be the ideal, I guess, for people.
Right. Actually, that was my answer for your everyday people. I know you missed that, so.
Yeah, I missed that part.
But like that one, because it's a JAMA cabinet, but it's like the classics with a 4-way stick, and like having that with an Arcade SD, which is like already JAMA, so I've done nothing to the cab. I still have the original PCB to put back in it, and mine was a home use only, so it's like it's ridiculously flawless.
And cheap too.
Cheap is not the right.
Cheaper.
Those cabs go for crazy money.
Yeah, now they do. Yeah, they're crazy.
I mean, I got mine for pretty reasonable, but like, I don't think you'd find like a good shape one of those things that haven't been routed, and actually had like the coin door instead of the sticker that looks like a coin door.
Oh yeah, that's cheese.
No, I have the original like commercial version of it that it's like flawless on both sides, flawless artwork everywhere. But
the coin door.
Yeah, and a real coin door, real functioning, actual with a coin counter and everything. Those go for a lot of money.
Like $1,500 to about $2,000, I guess, right?
You're looking at probably close to $1,500 nowadays. Yeah.
So is that the same one that if you walk up to a regular one, it's just got? Is it just Miss Pac-Man and Galaga only?
Miss Pac and Galaga, unless you know the secrets.
Yes, I was just gonna say that because you know my kids, the local place that has like the water slides and all that, they have an arcade in there, so I would hang out in the arcade while they're out in the water slides, and that was like the game I'd walk up to, the only classic.
Right.
And the first few times I'm there, I'm like, okay, so it had the speed version of Miss Pac, the fast bullets on Galaga, and then the next time I went back, I'm like, what the hell? Because I was there for a long time on one credit, you know.
Right.
And I go back, I'm like, some bastard changed the settings on this. It's all slow, you know. I'm like, that's not right. And then I found the thread where somebody was talking about it. It's like a series of up, down, whatever, hold buttons thing.
Yep.
And then so the next time I went in there, I'm like, all right, back to what I wanted it.
and you can also
play. You operator, I got it back.
Right. And you can also play Pac-Man fast and slow in it as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, what about the Miss Pac-Man hack where it goes like really fast? Is that like a ROM update or what?
Yeah. This is a ROM change.
Okay.
And actually, the one thing I would bitch about that I think that cab deserves being bitched about is the joystick on it is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And I actually have for mine, I have an original Ms. Pac control panel and original proper joystick for it. That's eventually what's going to make it onto that cab. So it's a proper leaf switch 4-way with a good joystick.
Right. Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
and I've got.
It felt cheap.
And I got the arcade shop does the reproduction control panels for those.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm actually going to put one of their repro control panels on it with the buttons in a proper place for them. For 2 buttons at least. I won't put the 3 for Gunsmoke.
Right,
The only game in the Arcade SD which requires 3 buttons. So I'll give up Gunsmoke, but like
so dumb.
Not worth drilling an extra hole.
No.
Just to put in Gunsmoke. But yeah, eventually that will play exactly perfectly like Pac-Man, Ms. Pac-Man, and Galaga. And for that matter, all the other leaf stick, Wicco style, like games, the old classic games, eventually will go into that cabinet.
Oh, cool.
You know what's weird? I've seen people selling Gunsmoke on Craigslist, and it only has one button, one fire button. I'm like, how do you play that game without the 3-button config? Because that's how it was all about.
I think isn't there a dip switch setting though that allows 1 button?
Oh, I've never played that.
It doesn't play as good though. I think.
Oh, but you have to
Like
you're firing, but you have to move in the direction you're
Yes,
firing.
I think so.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure there's a dip
Seems
switch
kinda-
setting for that.
That sounds
Conversions, I guess.
The NES version that where like you press the A button, it would fire left, and the B button would fire right, and the A and B would fire forward.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
You rented it. Yeah, it was wonky. Yeah, you could do it.
Carrie can't hear it.
Carrie's
dogs. Yeah.
She heard a doorbell.
That's the real dog. Sorry, I'm gonna mute myself.
Cut it, Tiger.
Yeah.
Anyway, should I talk about my trip real quick to the arcade or the pinball museum?
Sure.
We got there probably around 9 o'clock, and the guy, it was kind of empty.
And it's in the Bay Area, San Francisco area?
It was in Alameda.
Okay.
And it was Saturday night, and I was surprised how it wasn't that crowded. So there's not a lot of people there. He was pretty cool. He let my wife come in for free because I told him probably not going to play anything. So he let her in, and then he goes, "Well, if you're only going to stay for an hour or two, I'll just charge you $10 each." And it's just me and my daughter and her friend. We met up. He lives in San Francisco, so he met up with us. So it was 3 of us playing games. So he only charged us $30. So that was pretty cool. I was disappointed that a lot of things were down, not working. I wanted to play like Wizard of Oz. I was down. I wanted to play Tron, pinball.
Oh, their newer games were down.
Yeah, that sucks.
I'm surprised.
They didn't have a Medieval Madness. That was a bummer. Let's see. But I did get to play like some of the other fun ones like Addams Family. I got to play some things I've never seen before. So. They did have, I should post a picture. We talked about this a few weeks ago. What was it? That horseshoe game where you spin that thing? It was, it's an old vintage arcade game. It's called Ringer, I think. You guys remember that? Andrew stepped out. I start telling a story and everybody leaves.
His dogs were
hold on, I need to go grab a beer. Just kidding.
Go ahead. Anyway, they had that game. It's an old vintage arcade game where you spin this big metal disc, and the characters on the screen light up, and they throw like a horseshoe and ring it onto a hook. And that was kind of neat to see down there. I haven't seen one since I was like 6, I think. I don't know. It's old. It's one of those electro. What do they call those? EM game.
Mechanical.
Yeah. So it has a lot of clanking noises and crap in it. So, but anyway, so yeah, it was cool, and I don't know, just.
So I've heard. I've never been there myself, but I've heard. Yeah, like most of them, like maybe 3/4 of the games there are like the EM era. Is that
a lot of them are that era? Yeah. And then in the back they have a few, maybe 20. Maybe 20 90s type pins, because those are the ones I like, and the newer ones. They did have an Iron Man that was working. That's a new pin. They didn't have my Spider-Man there. Didn't see that.
And what I found funny was, once a year I go to this thing called Pin-A-Go-Go in Northern California, and I think those guys were there too from the Pinball Museum. But there's this whole room that's all EM old school games. And I'm walking along, and most are pretty boring, to be honest. But
yeah, they're too.
Like some of them are pretty fun, though. You just gotta figure out, to get used to the pace. It's slower.
It's way slower.
But there's technique and strategy, and then the other thing that kind of tripped me out was, looking at some of the artwork. It's like, whoa, man, that's like almost pornographic,
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, those guys are really pushing the limits back then, in the 50s and 60s or whatever,
Yeah. Exactly. I like Future Spa. They're all taking a bath and.
Yeah, and you see you basically see nipples through shirts and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa! I'm surprised there weren't like people with pitchforks out in front of those, pinball arcades or whatever back then.
Well, things were way better back in that day, weren't they?
Yeah.
I guess.
Andrew, do you remember when we talked about the that horseshoe game where you spin that like metal disc?
Yes.
Yeah, so they had one of those down there.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, so actually I was playing the F-14, I think it's called, pinball.
Yeah. F-14.
What's that?
Yeah, F-14. Yeah.
F-14. Yeah, so I'm playing that. I haven't played one in like forever. It was a lot of fun, and I hear the spinning noise, and I look over, and my daughter and her friend are playing it. They just found it, and started playing it. I was like, oh no way! So I took some pictures of them playing it and stuff. I'll post it in Club or something, but pretty cool. But it played great, and that's how I remember it. Spinning that big heavy disc. And trying to get those horseshoes. Actually, we played it for a good 25 minutes or so. So
wow.
So it's still fun, even though it's super old, but it's pretty cool. So it's worth checking out if you like to see what the old school pinballs were like, because you don't see those anymore. So if you're really into the old school ones, but I'm more into the 90s pins. So I played like Pinball Wizard, and I felt like I was playing it forever, because it's just so slow and easy, and it's like, wow, it's nothing like playing like Spider-Man or something. So.
So it's basically falls under a museum, right?
Yeah.
Do they have like information on the games, like historical stuff, like this game was developed in blah blah blah, and background on them?
Right above the machine, they talk about who designed it and some details about it. They also have a see-through pinball, electromechanical pinball. It's like made out of.
That one's been at Pinagogo. Yeah, I've seen that one.
That was kind of fun to check out.
For sure.
Let's see, what else do they have? A lot of back glasses hanging and stuff. A lot of vintage games. Mostly they're all just pinball though. But
sorry, real quick. Where were I was down dealing with the dogs who were howling.
Yeah.
What were you talking about? Where were you?
It was in Alameda, near San Francisco. About 25-30 minutes from San Francisco.
Yeah.
The Pinball Museum.
Yeah, it's normally $15 to get in for the day, and it looks deceivingly small. When you look in there, it looks like just one room, but there's a door in the back, and it opens up to like 4 or 5 other rooms about the same size almost. So yeah, don't see the speed when you look in there and go, oh, there's nothing in here, and then leave. Like I almost did.
Nice.
It's actually pretty big. So, if you want to check out what the old school pinballs were like, it's good. They do have newer pins in the back, but maybe 20 of them, I would guess. Check out a YouTube video on it. You can see what the place is like. People have done
Pinball Hall of Fame in Vegas has a bunch of old EMs too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Rough shape, some of them though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard that too.
It's a shame. Crafty was there like last week. When he showed up late to the show here, it's because he was in Vegas with his wife.
The best pinball thing, or arcade thing, I should say, arcade and pinball thing, is that Arcade Expo. I don't know if you heard of that. That's in
Banning. Yeah.
That was amazing, that place. I couldn't believe the collection and how well kept everything was on the pinball side. I mean, almost everything works great, and it's just jaw-dropping to see that many games.
So, sorry, Seabart, but on Facebook, right? Is that is that Derek Sorrells? Is that his name? Is he tied into that somehow? Do you know who I'm talking about?
Derek Sorrell?
I'm asking Mock.
What's that?
There's a guy named, I think his name's Derek Sorrells, maybe?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Is that the guy who owns
Oh,
Expo?
I don't know if he's the one. He might be.
Because I swear it seemed like I was putting those two together, the way stuff was going on there.
Yeah, him and Eric have a rivalry of like who's eating the best food at what moment. They take pictures. They go back and forth. And Eric has cookies that look like Derek, and he sticks it in his food and goes,
But that guy Derek seems like he's got, he's got more going on there than is on the surface. It seems like.
Kalen didn't say his name, who it was that he helped get his collection started in that place that's in Banning. So I don't know if it's him or not. I'll have to ask. I might be going up there in a week, so
because they got the thing in January 16th or something, right?
Oh, the Banning thing? Yeah, I'm going to be going to that. Yeah. So I'll be there. So, are you
Yeah,
going to that?
No, well, a couple buddies up here in NorCal keep talking about it. I'm like, I wish if I could go there and back in the same day, I would totally do it. I'm kind of like tapped out with the wife on my arcade-related road trips.
I hear you. I know. I got to spread them out, and yeah, I don't think I'm going to be doing Brofest, but I'll be doing Brinkers. So.
Right. Yep. I hear you.
I gotta pick my battles.
Yeah, I'm probably not doing Brofest this year either. Just Grinkers.
Yeah.
I'd come to one of them, but John would probably fucking stab me for the fucking Donkey Kong artwork.
No, we'll just run up to you with a spray can of purple paint.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's assuming that none of the rest of us get to you first.
They'll hold you down while John does a stabbing.
Yeah. Fucking like a good old-fashioned prison shanking.
No,
a screwdriver.
It might be like prison, but it won't be shanking.
Wow.
Speaking of spicy sausage.
Yeah, a lot of crying.
That's right. There's no infirmary at Brofest.
Yeah, right.
So anyway.
Some of the stories I've heard, there probably should be, though.
You're dunking your ass in the lake. Trying to cool that thing off.
Time behind one of those. Time behind one of those boats that you have to like pedal and then pedal them out.
I can see it now. It's like something out of like The Godfather. John's like, "Oh, Chance, no, it's okay, it's good." Takes me out on one of those boats and like caps me in the head and pushes me over. I got him.
It'll be on video for the whole world.
Yeah. Next on John's Arcade, we kill a heathen.
In John's jail cell.
Yeah.
Guys, we are in prison.
Hello, guys. What's in the gas tonight?
Instead of John's Arcade, cooking with John.
So, Mock, the one thing...
Shower with John.
Mock, hopefully you'll give us feedback after you go to the expo. You know, I really hope they... Because that's what I've heard. The first show they did, and then that second one, that was like a tournament kind of thing a few months ago. Like, I heard people saying, like, yeah, you know, all these games are still not working after all this time, you know.
Oh, no.
It's a bummer to hear that, you know. Just hopefully they get them, you know. If they open this kind of venue up to so many people, I always know, you know, myself personally with California Extreme, for sure there's a percentage of games that go down. But if it's the same games and there's like 50 of them that are out both times, it's like,
That's a bummer. Yeah, on Pinside they put out a help wanted thing saying, hey, we need help, you know, fixing these games, and you'll get free entry, you know, that kind of thing.
Hopefully that works, you know.
So yeah, some people might take them up on it. I know, but I know they're looking for people to help fix them because you know, when I played down there, it wasn't so much the pins though. Most of the pins were working pretty good.
There's a lot of vids out, right?
The arcades, a lot of them. Out. I'd say almost half.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, you know. And some rare, hard, you know, you'll never see them hardly ever see them anywhere else.
Yeah.
Weren't working. Or the other thing was, you know, like games that don't have a free play setting.
Yeah.
The coin door was locked, and there's no way you can get the coin up.
I know. I wanted to play like Afterburner, and the door was shut.
Or I'm like, hopefully, you know, they got enough feedback, and maybe Kalen can put in some words there and just help them out, just to.
Where was this?
Arcade Expo down in Southern California.
Banning. Yeah.
That's why I won't go to CAX again too.
Oh really?
Is CAX really not worth it?
I went to CAX and it was like I went to go play this row of pins, and 5 out of the 6 pins were down.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Well, Brad, let's be honest. Anytime soon, we're not going to be. Either of us are probably not going to be heading south of the border with the dollar the way it is.
I go down like 2 times a week.
Well, I guess it's across the street for you, but
I'm 15 minutes from the border.
Yeah. Closest I have is like Montana, dirt hole Montana.
Yeah, no, I was pretty disappointed when I went to CAX that year. I mean, all the rare Atari prototypes, they were all down. There was rows of. I think I talked about this last week with Kaylin on, because people don't fix their own. People have to fix their own stuff. That you don't have medics there.
Right.
Or yeah, Seattle show has actually a group of like 20 guys.
Yeah, we've had that
central. Yeah, they have a central place they fix stuff. It's so much better.
Yeah.
Like you can go a whole weekend and 450 machines, there might be one or two down. That's it.
Yeah, that's definitely something they could work on. Unfortunately, of the 20 some odd games I brought, 2 of them were down. They worked the day before, and I show up at CAX and something happened. Berserk power supply went out. Return of the Jedi.
Is there like a?
There was like 4 or 5 people that all volunteered and helped. I mean, seriously, it was hours. It was probably 3 or 4 hours. The guys were helping, trying to troubleshoot and figure it out.
Is there like
in my personal experience, there were guys that really stepped up and helped out.
Yeah. Is there a checklist like and an inspection of games before they go in?
No.
Seattle has a checklist and an inspection of all games before they go in.
And like what do they inspect, just to make sure
they
you
have
have ground plugs on your wires?
Ground plugs, make sure all your connections are secure and tight. They have a whole list of things they check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is though too is for like Arcade Expo, I want the games that I never get to play hardly to be working. It's okay if Miss Pac-Man is down or Donkey Kong. We played those.
Right.
But when they have like a Mad Planets and it's down, it's like, oh, come on.
Right.
Well, and probably there's more than one Miss Pac-Man too, right? So if one's down, the other one's probably ready to go.
Yeah. They had a weird one there, the Crazy Kong. That was a weird one. I've seen one of those in the wild. I don't know if you guys have ever played a Crazy Kong.
I actually had one of those boards. I traded one with some ROM issues straight up for a full joust set on a metal plate, the joust like tray. So a local collector actually. A friend of mine, he needed a back door for his Popeye, and I said, look, I got a spare repro that I just made because I could make 2 out of a 4x8 sheet of plywood. And I'm like, you can just have it, go to town. And he actually just brought me over this Crazy Kong board. Didn't know if it worked or not. And I threw it in one of my cabinets, and sure enough, it was just working. It just, some of the sprites were all glitchy. And he had a joust too. And another local collector said, I'd love to have a Crazy Kong board, and he knew I just bought this joust that I have sitting in my workshop, and he's like, I'll trade you the Crazy Kong for the joust. And I just felt so bad for my buddy that I gave the board to, or he gave me the board, because I'm like, kind of just got a full joust set for free essentially.
Sweet.
Yeah, I mean that's why I like going to Grinkers, because Grinkers the games are always working and stuff too.
Usually.
I mean it's.
Most of them, yeah.
I mean it's okay for like when you're local to a place, but when I'm going somewhere to California or even to to Grinkers and driving and spending the weekend, I mean it's a $1,500, $2,000 weekend for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
So you want to go to a place and have the fucking games working.
Yeah.
It sucks when you get in there and like nothing's running, or nothing, like Mock said, nothing that you want to play is running. Yeah, that's why Grinkfest is like, because I mean he keeps his machines in such good shape that usually the things are working
with a lot of effort. I mean, we all can attest to that.
Yeah, yeah.
Those guys that all are there available to help out. Yeah. That was one thing. It was a little bit sad. Like I would hope that maybe enough pre-done time for GrowFest that we try to get some locals to help out and step up, volunteer some time. I mean,
right. This Fun Spot, while it's awesome, it does have that problem of the games aren't necessarily all working. I mean, they aren't working as well as Grinkers. I mean, they've got a lot more games there than Grinkers does, but like, and Gary, obviously I'm not bashing Gary. Gary did a fucking awesome job, like getting the games that we threw together for the tournament to make that happen. And like all his, like the work, I'm sure it must have taken to arrange those things and get them for the most part in the same location.
Yeah.
Aside from pole position, the cockpit, you couldn't get that like right in line with the rest of them and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Paperboy was the only weird one, but that was also kind of like thrown in the last minute a little bit for him. But like all the main tournament games were like in a row, like all up front. And and they were all for the most part working really well. We only had one game go down.
I think Solar Fox, yeah.
Solar Fox. And while like Wacko, for example, like wasn't working as well as I wanted it to work, but like you know, oh hey,
yeah,
I don't mean to derail this conversation. I have a real quick question about your Wacko.
Okay.
How does your fucking coin bucket work? So, like, Tron and Spy Hunter both have real similar things where, like, there's 4 bolts in the front below the coin door.
Okay.
You pull the cage in.
Okay.
To actually catch, then you put the coin bucket in that you can pull out, right? Wacko doesn't have any of that shit.
I'll have to take a look, but that sounds like the same setup to me.
Because my Wacko
like mine's right
have any
next.
holes.
Mine's right next door to my Tron. And I'm pretty sure it's the same setup.
At some point, if you could look at your Wacko and tell me, because like my Wacko doesn't have any holes in the front for a coin cage, like for the bucket.
So
I have no idea like how they fucking did coin buckets in those things, aside from like putting it on the floor of the cabinet.
Yeah, I can go take a look.
Whenever you get a chance, if you could look at that'd be great.
I'll step out for like 10 seconds and look right now.
Thanks, dude. I actually been meaning to ask you that for like 4 months.
All right, I'm gonna go take a look. I'll take a picture actually, but my best way is just tweet it. So I'll let you know.
Yeah, or just text it to me. That's fine too.
Sext it to you. All right, I will do that.
I need some cock with that coin bucket picture.
All right. All right. I'll be right back.
Waiting for his Christmas present.
That's right. Merry Christmas to me.
I still have mine.
Your cock?
Oh, my Christmas present to myself.
Oh yeah, we need to see Chris's reveal. What the fuck was that?
Oh yeah, what was that?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, Chris.
Are you opening that thing up with us, or are you opening it up on Christmas? What the hell's going on with that thing?
I'll open it now. Jeez.
Oh.
This is Christmas, goddammit.
Well, it's Christmas for the arcade.
Close enough.
Who is that?
Mute yourself.
That's,
Gleek plugging in his headphones.
Gleek, yeah, I gotta
That's
fix it. I'm gonna mute you until you figure that out.
There we go.
Yeah, look at that. Nice, what is that?
Let me present you. Hold on.
Get it all. Get it all.
All right, keep going.
I wonder what this is. Oh, shit.
A box?
Just what I wanted.
Wait a
Box
second.
for Christmas?
Does it look like this box right here?
I haven't opened it. Hey, mine doesn't have a picture
Stop
on it.
that. Stop it. This is a big reveal here for Chris. He's been waiting 6 fucking months for this thing.
It's on the small screen.
Oh, son of a bitch, you put cables in it. Shit.
We got that on film.
Just
that's probably the burner cables.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I'm not allowed using sharp, pointy things, so a drill bit does not classify as a pocket knife.
That's not even a drill bit. That's, oh my god.
Spade bit, technically.
Yeah, it's a spade bit.
He's a packing peanuts guy, son of a...
Hey.
Oh god, I hate those.
Don't you fucking dog on Santa Claus, goddammit.
Yes, and at least he's using the green, hippie, environmentally friendly ones. Ooh, manual.
It's actually your invoice.
Oh. No, it says manual right on it.
It says invoice on it.
That's green too. You can recycle that.
Yeah, right into the fireplace.
Compost that.
I believe that was your cod piece that you just threw away there.
Ooh, the test pattern cod piece.
Ooh, I thought they were white. They're black.
That's no.
Ooh.
Yeah. Look at that. A test pattern generator generated from our own crafty mech. Yay. Look at that thing.
So I haven't been keeping up on these. So those things ultra rare right now. Is he just hand making them still?
They're all handmade. Chris, be careful. You're just toggling the res, medium res switch. Make sure that's back in the standard res position before you.
Oh no,
plug it
that was
into
the
a
on-off switch I was hitting.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, the res switch is quite a bit down there.
All right, just want to make sure that thing's on standard res for all your work.
Well, they never come with batteries.
Yeah.
Explode? I never come with a battery except in 9 volts. I just used the last one, the smoke alarm that went off last night.
Just adult toys, they never come with batteries.
Some of them have built-in rechargeable ones. Where is the program port on this
Crafty's
thing?
got to make a lithium-ion internal non-removable battery version.
Hopefully it doesn't catch fire like those little Segway things they made.
Didn't one of the developers of Segway die on a Segway because he went off a cliff?
Wouldn't surprise me.
I'm not even kidding. Somebody
because you couldn't jump off of it?
I don't know. I think he was doing it at night or something. Somebody Google that shit now.
How about you do that?
My hands are full.
Not much shipping. Where's the program port on this thing?
Well, you shouldn't have to do it.
Yeah, you'll be upgraded to the latest firmware, so you only have to do that if he puts out new firmware.
Yeah. It's probably inside because all I got.
Plus you would need to buy one of these to be able to then program the firmware.
That's correct. You need the GX or
GQ4X.
Yeah. The GQ4X is what you'd best use because that's what he uses, and it's also the best EEPROM burner out there for the hobbyist.
You mean that one?
Yep.
Oh, you do have one.
Yeah.
Hey, I should have just bumped you up the line and shipped you this one, Chris. I have 3 of these.
Yeah, Brad.
Jesus. Hoarding them?
Why do you need 3?
I also picked that guy up.
Yeah. So you got to less, Chris.
Yeah.
I bought one of the. I was one of the original 20 people that bought one, I think, and then I traded Mock a PCB board set for one, and then I won one at Grinkers.
So you're just hoarding them?
I gave one to a friend, or I traded some stuff for a friend for one of them, so he has that. This
I mean,
one
I can
haven't
see if
decided.
you're working on a row of monitors, it's it'd probably be nice to have.
Well, I have all my games are in storage, so I've kept one of them's being kept in my storage place. So I might just crack this one open when I'm working on stuff at my house. Gleek's just opening up his bills for the month.
How you guys doing?
How you doing, Mike?
What's up, Mike?
So I heard you guys talking about some Mike earlier doing some kind of weird stuff on cams. That certainly wasn't.
Dude, you were naked. Just fucking get over it. Own that shit. Just fucking own it. We've seen your cock and balls.
And then there was another one with him and his wife drunk as all get out in the hotel room.
You got a totally different Mike. I'm telling you.
No,
think
pretty
so.
sure it was you.
I don't think so.
Said the Gleek.
All right, 34K. I just you should have some photo bombs right now. A bunch of.
I'm looking.
Bunch of pics.
That's not a wacko. That is a wacko.
Oh, okay. You got that one first. The nerd out Gak with the glasses on.
Oh, you have the cage. I don't have that fucking cage at all.
So if you look inside there, you can see screws that go to the inside of the kick plate on the cabinet, but they are not through bolts like you said. Like on my Tron, I just looked at it, I'm like, huh, you're right.
Yeah.
So it's like they just have like wood screws going to the inside of the cabinet.
Oh shit.
But if you look at
doesn't have any of that stuff. I
don't know if you can even present this or not, but there's one picture I want you to look at in particular where you see the control panel with the card that says Wacko on it.
Yep.
The coin holder thing.
Yep.
So I've talked about that before. It's a little different than I remember it because I haven't looked at it in a while.
I actually have that instruction sheet in the inside of my cabinet.
Right.
It's stapled to the side.
Okay. Yeah, and then sitting on the control panel is that plastic thing that has like a peel-off sticky back thing.
Yeah, and I don't have that, but I have that sticker, or I have that sheet.
And then one of the other pictures inside the coin box, the original leg levelers, brand new in the package. They never installed them.
Oh, nice.
They just had the cabinet sitting on carpet, I think, at some arcade.
That's awesome. Actually, my Spy Hunter came with those in it. I still have that exact same bag.
The leg levelers and the pack
with that same with that same red.
Yep.
Very old nasty bag in the bottom of my Spy Hunter.
Yep.
That's awesome.
So.
All right, I'll have to double check, but I don't think mine has that cage inside it.
It looks like the same wireframe that would be in those Valley Midway cabinets, right?
Yeah, no, that looks exactly right. When
It's just there's not the carriage bolts that go all the way through the face of the cabinet.
Right. Well, and yours doesn't have like a bolt at the top. It has some on the sides, maybe.
I think there's just the 4 that go to basically towards the inside of the face of the kick plate.
Right.
But there's like one that's up higher that could go to the back of that interior of the cabinet, but it doesn't. There's nothing there. There's just a loop in the wireframe.
Yeah, but it's not actually connected.
No.
Okay. Got it. Interesting. I'll have to double check mine, but I don't think I have that cage at all in mine. I think it's just blank. I'll have to see if the holes are there. They must be, because like there's no way that there was like the coins just dropping in the bottom of the cabinet.
Yeah.
Into like a bucket. Cool. Thank you so much.
Yep.
That's
no worries.
Awesome.
So, question for C-Bart. What is that game you have there next to your tracking?
That? It's a JAMA cab.
Is it Jumpman Jr. there, or what is that?
Well, no, it's just a JAMA cab. We've been able to, like, it has the marquee is Space Ranger. The PCB that was inside of it was shit. I should know this.
Well, you're up in Canada, right? So that must have been originally a dedicated Quantum, and you decided to just kind of retheme the art.
It was a Russian attack, wasn't it?
I see the finger.
I know it was a.
Fuck you.
It was
I have my mic on here so you guys can't hear this drill, and I'm just like, oh, dick.
No, it's actually it was on Green Beret. There we go. And like I looked on the coin door, there's a company in Ontario actually whose name tag or placard is on the inside of the coin door. And I googled them, and it was back in the day. Apparently, they don't have a website anymore. Even if they did, they made JAMA kit cabs.
Yeah, but that sprite there, that white sprite, that's Jumpman. It looks like the same exact one.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Jumpman,
like the whole thing on it.
The white sprite there, just the guy.
But did the artwork have these? Oh, just the guy.
Pixelated white character.
Never existed as an arcade game. It was a Commodore 64.
I'm making one.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, he actually did a Kickstarter a couple years back and remade the game for Windows and stuff.
Huh. But doesn't that Brandon logo or guy look like Jumpman?
Yeah, it looks like him.
Yeah.
That's why I was so.
The moon.
C-Bart, that's why I was so interested in it when you first showed it to me. I totally thought it was a Jumpman. But I'm not actually gonna make Jumpman. I'm gonna make Jumpman Jr.
What was the difference between the two?
Jumpman Jr. is a better game.
Just levels and music.
Yeah, that's all I remember. Is it was
just
Junior,
like Donkey Kong. Junior's a better game, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean it's a completely different game, but Jumpman Junior they're pretty much the same games, but it was just everything was just kind of tightened up a little bit for Junior.
They were on the Atari too, I think, right? I remember being on the Atari 400, 800.
Yeah, it was the first Commodore game I ever played was Jumpman Junior.
Yep.
It was actually on Jerry Ellsworth's little Commodore, the little joystick, the Commodore to the TV set thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it was on that thing too, and I played it till I broke the joystick.
Those Jack specific, whatever, home game, all built in the joystick.
Yeah, but she actually used an emulator on it, so you could actually connect to it and actually put other games on it.
Huh.
Yeah.
I just linked a Kickstarter project in the chat.
Yeah, Jumpman Forever.
I guess it got forever. Yeah. Huh.
Yep. So originally it was supposed to come out for the Ouya.
Never heard of that.
Yeah, it was a Kickstarter console.
Yeah, it kind of bombed.
Yeah, everyone had so much hype about it.
That's an Ouya right there.
Okay, you're literally the first person I've ever seen who has one of those. Is it worth the money?
I used to use it quite a bit until something happened and I tried to pull out the Ethernet cable out of the back and I couldn't, and it would never connect to Ethernet anymore. So.
Well, that was supposed to be an open source gaming console, wasn't it? Like that was the whole point.
Yeah, it's just Android.
Oh, okay.
Just running Android.
So kind of a precursor to the Pi.
Yeah, but Pi doesn't run Android though.
There was another one.
Holy shit! That is just.
All right, what happened? All right, I gotta take a look. All right.
No, there was another. The one you're talking about, the open source, was GP2F.
Wait, I was waiting for that 34K.
Naughty.
This one was open as well. Like you could people had put different Android operating systems and shit on it.
Yeah.
Once my Ethernet port went on it, I was like, screw it.
Yeah.
Into gaming if I could get it off here.
Do I even want to fucking click on that?
Yes.
No.
You know what I did want to click on?
Look on them all.
First one and the last one, maybe.
That'd have been a good screenshot for the last week's show.
Fucking nightmares for a month.
That's the show.
What happened to you? I was on YouTube.
I had like 3 there. I had on standby, just waiting for the moment.
And none of them can be presented by.
No. Well, the first one maybe, and the third one's just chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Right? Disney,
all right,
Disney
it's gonna be presented then.
Disney snuck way worse into their major motion pictures. Trust me.
Curvy Santa Claus.
There's your third one.
Chocolate.
I love the
That
frickin'
looks tasty.
I love the due date on it, right in his beard.
You know, it's probably like chocolate from China and it's covered in lead.
And his belt is anal.
Anal. Oh my god.
I missed that part.
Wrapping something more special on Christmas morning.
I'm surprised nobody noticed my shirt yet.
Free candy cane.
Yeah. Oh, there's an arrow.
Oh, we didn't do that.
Oh no! What do we do? There's more coming on now.
Holy shit!
Oh, images are coming.
Wait.
Did everybody have these on reserve for like the week or what? Oh, animated GIFs.
God damn, Carrie. Your browser history, I swear to God.
They just keep going on and on and on.
We could have a bidding war to get someone to like get access to Carrie's browser history.
Yeah. Scrolling the page.
Are those twins?
Who cares?
What are you talking about, Andrew the guys? They're definitely both wearing Santa hats.
Yeah. At least
Like I said, Santa's only jolly because he knows where all the bad girls live.
I'm glad you enjoyed.
Where's Jimbo with the sound effects?
He must be like totally having an awesome game or something.
Oh, he's muted because he's playing eyes.
No, he got 60,000.
Potatoes.
Yeah, he's rolled it a couple times.
But yeah, he's playing potatoes, sorry.
He's at level 8, so he's definitely not 104,000. He's way higher.
Were you the one that said that, Carrie? I can't remember who said it.
Yeah.
Something about him rolling his eyes.
I don't know.
So every week he rolls his eyes, right?
Damn!
Yeah! Now we're talking.
I love how his right sock is off.
Yeah. The face looks like it's photoshopped on. Totally, yeah, okay.
Perfectly like high res face and low.
Yes, exactly.
Like all those porn sites where they like fucking Photoshop real people on them.
I don't get the Bove part, Dick Bove.
Yeah, it was probably written in Photoshop for someone they knew.
Maybe that guy is Dick Bove.
Yeah. Could be.
In my heart of hearts, that man is Dick Bove.
See, we keep things Christmas related here. That's good.
Yep.
Our Christmas theme is on point.
So, yeah, what are you guys hoping to pick up in the new year? Or is that the New Year question?
No.
If it's the question I suggest, then no, that's not.
Oh, it was supposed to be what's going to be your arcade New Year's resolution?
Oh yeah, Mock, weren't you like you were going last, and then we just tangented?
Yeah. Did you get a chance to finish your? I was in and out, so I didn't.
Oh yeah,
he started talking, and you all fucking took off. Like, oh, Mock's here. Fuck it.
No, I had a family crisis. With my daughter. I had to go.
So your daughter left, and you started posting all that smut on the.
No, she's out. No, she's house sitting right now in San Francisco, so we're not in the same abode at the moment. No, she called me because she was having. She needed her mother, and so there I was.
It's understandable.
That's right. So I'm sorry, Steve. Please.
Puddle. Fuck.
Hey, wait, I gotta see this.
Uh-oh.
Puddle.
I see Dirty.
Dirty Christmas Project presents a drunk, horribly inappropriate Christmas.
That's what I saw.
That's
Come on,
3 out of 10.
You gotta bring your A game if you're going to post link.
Gong.
Why have veins in it?
Bullshit pencil art cartoon stuff.
You gotta lick it and stick it around here.
That's the way we roll. Loonies and toonies. Loonies and toonies only, bitches. No quarters.
A dime. What the fuck is that?
All right, there's one for you.
Let me just wrap up and say that the redwoods are very big.
That one you could actually post in all the.
That one, yeah.
Okay.
That's not. You can post that in the YouTube chat.
Seriously,
that kid is very proud of his sax.
Oh god.
I have a YouTube challenge for anybody who's listening who wants it. I want John Jacobson's face on that guy right there.
The next one.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that?
Come on, 34. You can do that in like the next 10 minutes. Come on, you can do it.
Do you remember that?
The Grade 8 John
a couple of years ago, where it's just like fucking John's face on like everything.
Yeah.
I want the Grade 8 John's face on that.
I posted one of the pictures in Club and told me to take it down.
Yeah, you can't do dirty shit on Claw.
No, it wasn't dirty. It wasn't dirty. It was actually him. Was the problem.
It was the one when he was like surrounded by like a bunch of like unicorn dolls or something.
No, hold on. I'm gonna find it.
Oh, here goes Carrie again.
Now we're gonna give him a fucking reason to stab me. Okay.
Carrie in the animated
yeah,
photos.
wow, man. She's
Carrie, that kid is
it up tonight.
Those stills don't do it for Carrie. She needs the animation.
I'm gonna have to.
It's a little left of field, but Carrie, yours was quite tasteful. I do give you points for that.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Better than the leaks. Better redeemed.
I simultaneously bring some class to the show and bring it down to a whole nother level that it.
Bring it down to a level.
Oh yeah. I forgot it was what, a couple months ago when I was like, oh yeah, originally we started at this smut level, but since we've come to this smut level. Yeah.
So true.
We hope to bring it to a whole new level in the new year. Let's be honest.
Yes, there we go. There's one of the resolutions for 2016.
Yeah. More smut.
We're aiming towards NC-17.
Yeah.
No. Not even that. Just like no rating. Like, fuck it. Like, we can't even rate that shit.
Yeah, exactly.
There's like XXX hardcore. Like, no, fuck it. These guys are horrible.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, nice. Yes, I actually saw that one.
Y'all are quite crass.
They all three get a present.
All right. Did you guys see that picture? That's a real picture of John in his.
All three opening their present up there.
No, his middle school days, and it's an actual picture of him.
Fucking awesome. I'm saving that right now.
Yeah, that's the one I want on top of that other photo.
Yeah.
He's going to kill us all.
You guys have got a global warming one too.
That's
Right, guys, the last one I just sent. Don't tell me you have never been there. In your earlier single days of drinking and not too late at night.
I'll be there tonight.
Falling asleep on the computer.
Come on, use your imagination.
The double barrel chick? Is that who you're talking about?
No. Whoa, hey! I just saw that.
That's Andrews.
Double spicy wiener.
Yeah. I mean, maybe my college days, when, chicks were a little bit more like experimental, but.
I feel sorry for the people that download this on iTunes and go, "What the fuck are they talking about?"
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Right there, the whole fan base is like, "Fuck these guys."
I feel sorry for that girl's father.
Yeah.
That's somebody's daughter.
Yep.
He probably died.
She doesn't have a father.
She's busy running around the internet trying to show her father how much she hates him.
Yeah.
Runaway.
I had a porn star for a roommate a few years ago, and I'm like, "Aren't you somebody's daughter?" And she's like, "No, my dad came to watch." I'm like, "Holy shit, okay."
Oh god.
Nope.
Yeah.
Throwing loonies.
Fucking sick.
You know that, right? Like, that's Alberta. We're twisted as shit. Like, we for our strippers, we throw loonies. We can't touch them or anything. We can't put we don't have dollar bills. We throw loonies at them.
Actually, I'm in Detroit, so I'm real close to Canada. I went to a strip club in Windsor, and they said no coins for tips.
Yeah, no coins in Windsor, and just every single fucking province, because I think it's regulated provincially. Every province has a different fucking rule.
Yeah.
So I was at a strip club in Kingston, Ontario.
You can lick him and stick him here.
Yeah. I was at a strip club in Kingston, Ontario, and in order to tip the girl, she basically had me put the $5 bill in my mouth and lay on the fucking stage, and she creatively picked it up. And I was like, that's fucking talent right there.
That's kind of gross, dude.
Whatever.
I mean, porno pictures of Santa is one thing, but that's kind of gross.
Well, I did have the 5 in my mouth, and who knows where that was, right? I wasn't tonguing the $5 bill or anything, but
she was.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, but here in Alberta,
and then someone else fucking bought like a Big Mac with that.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh.
Or we'll buy a Big Mac in the future, which is even more horrifying.
No. Here in Alberta, for
someone's gonna get fucking papilloma virus from that shit.
Maybe.
Yeah.
There's a Big Mac in the future.
All I wanted was a fucking burger. And I got fucking genital warts.
I mean, what you're really saying is that she's gonna buy a Big Mac in the future.
I don't think it actually lasts on the money.
Because it's now her.
It's gotta die after.
I'm pretty sure it does.
It probably does. But no, here we have a loony game, right? So we throw loonies at strippers. They'll do their little dance. No, not at all. Actually, it's hilarious. So they'll do their little dance.
This conversation sounds familiar.
And then they'll come around.
So should we cut this shit out? Is this done? I mean, this is the Christmas show, and we're fucking talking about.
Okay.
I gotta turn this off and leave.
Mark, did you even answer the actual question?
The baby Jesus and.
Oh no!
Damn it, Gleek.
I still have my Christmas card.
Don't even.
Oh, yeah.
That's your next animated Christmas card right there.
I wish we recorded
Apple Live photos.
Does that make
Merry Christmas.
go line drawing?
No, somebody get into like Adobe like Premiere and Photoshop John's face on that one.
Oh man.
All right, so, Mark, you were going to answer the question, right?
Happy holidays.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the
Merry
question?
Christmas. Enjoy your fucking nightmares.
Happy holidays.
Oh.
Enjoy waking up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat.
I'm not clicking on any more links for a little bit.
If only it had mistletoe.
Mark, you were telling us about your trip to the museum, and then you were going to answer the question. Okay. On track.
Then I went up north and saw trees, and they're big, and that's it.
A lot of hard, big wood.
The big wood, yes. Thank you for
Big red woods, and they are very impressive, and everybody should do it at least once in their life.
Have you never been there before, Mark?
No. So, it's one of those, bucket list items. So, yeah, it was really incredible to check out. So, and it's, it's in California. I live in California, but it's just, it's a 12-hour drive. So, it's one of those things.
The other California.
Yeah. So.
I've been there at least twice. That's no excuse, Mark.
Yeah. Well, we don't do a lot of road trips, so. But yeah, it was really fun. Really, it makes you feel like really small, to say the least. But it was raining too the whole time, which kind of sucked. But
that's too bad.
oh well. But anyway, so yeah, that was good.
Under the trees, it couldn't have been raining too hard.
Yeah, it rained almost the last 2 days solid for us up there. So.
But under the trees themselves, I mean, they give you pretty good coverage, right?
Yeah. Still getting wet a little bit, but yeah, a little bit. Anyway, I already answered the question about the arcade game. I think probably get like Andrew's class of '94. I think he said.
81.
Oh yeah.
Class of '81.
I was too busy looking at the smut you guys were posting on the fucking.
8-1.
8-1.
I need another beer for this.
Yeah, so that's like something that anybody would come into your arcade and see that, and they'd be playing it, So, like when my wife's friends come over, that's the first thing I'll pop on the main cabinet is either Frogger, Miss Pac-Man, or Glaga, So that's got to be one of them.
It's pronounced Galaga, I thought.
Or Galaga, Glaga.
Mario Brothers or Mario Brothers?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna
Endless
settle this
discussion.
right fucking now because you guys called me on this last week. I think it was Andrew. Mario Brothers or Mario Brothers?
Mario.
When you turn on Mario 64, what does he fucking say?
It's me, Mario.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's Mario Brothers. Fuck.
Well, it was recorded in Japan though, so they say everything.
I still say Mario.
Oh fuck! No, it was whatever.
I say Mario. I didn't call you out on that shit.
No. I wasn't talking about you. Somebody called me out there like.
I called you out. You
Oh,
be
okay.
a fucking true Canadian. It's Mario.
Mario.
Yeah.
It's a me, Mario.
Aluminium. Where's Alex when we need him?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah, they say shit like lieutenant, so it's a fucking terrible.
We say lieutenant.
But they make up the fucking words so they can say them the way they want.
That makes no sense. No. The English accent is evolved over time. Back when English was forming, they sounded more like Americans and Canadians. Seriously.
Yeah,
and you have ways of proving this how?
No. Look it up. Like, it was a YouTube fucking historical thing I saw a while ago, and I was surprised. Like, I guess the English accent evolved that way from a cleaner Latin version of the English language, or like post-Latin.
How you pronounce words and your accent are two completely different things.
Well,
let's get to Jim and his score, because like that's fucking boring. I don't want to fucking say words.
Yeah.
He's doing freestyle right now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I have a question for Orange.
Yo.
Have you checked the numbers for the downloads yet for the iTunes? I'm just curious what numbers we're getting.
I have not, but I can check now. I don't think it's huge.
Because just for watching the show on YouTube, it's like 100 to 200 people, which is crazy to me.
Well, it's actually even more than that because I removed the live show, so we actually lose about half our views because we get half the views when people watch it live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We got about 450.
That's not bad.
Average?
It's just 450. Most of them is just a...
450 per show?
No, total.
Oh, total. Okay.
But it's mostly just the last ones because the other ones, they all went up at once, right?
Yeah.
So most
So it
people have
doesn't-
already heard most people have already heard those ones.
Okay. Interesting.
So there's more than 10 people listening to this.
Yeah, that's exactly it. There's people like that at work and they're bored and they like arcade stuff and maybe they listen. I don't know.
Well,
but when they listen to us watching porno, they don't know what the hell we're looking at.
It wasn't porno. It
Hey,
was
look,
festive porno.
Nintendo Arcade is watching us, and
He probably fell asleep at his computer. Let's be honest.
he comments in the YouTube all the time, but leaves comments for the videos. And who does Jim keep saying watches? He was surprised. From Minnesota. Is he from Minnesota?
Oh,
Dan? Is it Dan?
Dan Reed?
Dan Reed, yeah, he was surprised that Dan Reed was watching.
You know, is Fett from there too, or is he from Chicago?
Minnesota.
Fett's from Minnesota.
Minnesota there.
He's from Avon.
Well, there's a couple
I
people
can't
at
take you seriously with those glasses.
a couple of people at Drinkers ran up to came up to watch the show, and I was like, wow, okay, that's cool.
Yeah, a whole bunch of people ran up to me. They're like, holy shit, Orange Whip. Huh? They're calling me they're calling me Brad, and I'm like, do I know you?
Yeah, and that's the weird thing is I'm getting like friend requests on Facebook of all these people I don't even know who they are. So
I've probably fucking doubled since Grinkers. I've probably doubled my friends on Facebook.
Yeah.
So
I'll just
many
get stabbed.
So many friends, people have added me.
Yeah, they could be psychos.
Yeah, so what happens when they have a spin-off show of this show? Right?
And I wonder who that will be.
The double outsider Undertaker hangout show or whatever.
It's the talking outsiders.
Yeah.
Hangout after the hangout.
Right.
Well, it's hard to imagine a show that would get less arcade talky than ours. That would actually call it itself an arcade talk show.
No, but this one's done pretty well for arcade talk. We've got some pretty good.
Yeah,
we actually got some arcade time in there.
You know, in reality, if people can grind through the 4 or 5 hours of episode, you know, there's a pretty good 30 to 60 minute section in there, typically, right?
Can we just make like a truncated? It's like 20 minutes of talk. It's just tip.
Well, the question at the beginning kind of forces that too, right?
Yeah. I didn't even answer the question yet. I don't even know what the question was. I gotta go look it up.
Well, wait, is next week's question going to be what your arcade resolution is going to be for the year? Is that going to be the question?
No.
No, okay.
The coolest game you never own.
That was several episodes ago.
Oh, I'm looking at the doobly-doo thingy. Whatever they call it.
And you can ask Carrie Carrie made up
Carrie, what was the question?
No, the next week's question.
I'm not saying though. You have to be surprised.
No, what was this week's question?
This week's question?
Yeah.
Something along the lines of, and I'm not going to paraphrase it exactly, in the spirit of holiday giving, what game is it that you own, or if you don't currently own, that you would purchase, primarily because other people enjoy playing it?
You are almost spot on to the words there.
Yep.
But she did write it, so.
I did write it. Hopefully, I can maintain that same level of being able to do that when I read my holiday poem to you all.
Oh yeah, you haven't done that yet.
Oh wait, we got a holiday poem coming.
We got a holiday poem, but so Chance, did you need to answer the question now? I mean that's.
Galaga.
Or Galaga.
You got to draw that out. Maybe make a little explanation about why it is you're choosing that.
I know this is everyone. Okay, so really, yeah, fuck me. Let's go to the poem. No. I'll answer really quickly because I want to hear this poem. Everyone that I talk to that says like, "Oh, you're into arcades, blah blah blah," and I'm like, "Yeah, cool." And you hear, "Well, do you have Galaga?" And I'm like, "No, I do not have Galaga. Probably on the MAME, but like."
What's MAME? Then that's the next question.
Yeah, what's MAME? Yeah. But but because everyone always says to me, it's like, "Hey, do you have Galaga? Can I come over and play Galaga?" And it's like, I don't have Galaga, so I think I would get Galaga only because it'd be that one thing. Because I tried it, played it a few thousand times. Not a fan, just not my thing.
You could play the Arcade SD.
Yeah, but I just don't.
Galaga was a big game in Canada back in the day.
Well, it was the
probably
first.
One of the.
It was the first full
ones.
color, wasn't it? Like full color shooter.
No,
Galaxian. Yes, sorry.
So many before it.
Yeah, so many before that.
But it just Galaga was so popular, I guess, and everyone's like, "Oh, Galaga."
Yay.
Yeah, so that's my answer, only because everyone asks about it, but I have no intention of playing it myself.
For some reason, Adam put on the Hangout thread on Clav, tonight's episode is rarer than rocking horse shit. What does that mean?
That's because that's what Alex keeps saying. Alex he says that all the time in his videos. He's like, rarer than rocking horse shit, because how many rocking horses actually shit?
There you
go. All the sawdust all over the house.
Was he saying it tonight?
Oh, he said it like 5 or 6 times.
It was probably when I was out taking a.
I heard him say rarer than rocking, but I just couldn't. I couldn't quite make out the rest of it.
It was probably when I was out taking a pee break. So what do we all think of Demolition Derby as a game?
So an MTR game, the cocktail?
No, Upright. There's one locally pretty cheap.
It's an MTR game. It's fun to play for a little while. You got to play with other people though. It's not fun to play by yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I've played the one at Grinkers.
Yeah.
I find it slow, but
I've never seen it Upright. I've only seen the cocktails though. I thought it was just a 4-player cocktail.
Do you have a picture of it?
Upright obviously is a 2-player.
Right.
It's a 2-player,
Yeah, the cocktail's 4-player, and somebody owns one of these. So.
They're fun. I mean, I think it's a fun game to play with other people, but like by yourself, it's fun.
I found it. I was just looking on Exidy's list, and I was interesting that it was like $350 to $450 US.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's not a very popular game. It's not very sought after.
I was actually surprised it was that high.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And it's cool because like the whole thing is like, and I think when John did the review of it at Grinkers, he missed the whole point of the game, which is that like you have to ram cars in reverse.
In reverse, I know. That's how. You play
so
the game.
if you hit them in the front, you take damage to your engine, which is eventually what kills you.
That makes sense.
So you got to start cars by driving, by driving in reverse, and that's how you basically kill everyone.
Yeah, it's like a real demolition derby.
It's hilarious how many people I've seen play that game and on YouTube videos where they're always driving forward.
Right.
Yeah.
You almost never want to use forward just to get out of a corner, but you basically want to drive reverse everywhere. That's the challenge of the game. It's like you're steering in reverse.
It's reverse. Yeah, it's so much harder.
And if you've ever watched, well, in the 70s it was really popular, but yeah, they would always drive in reverse. That's kind of like what they did.
They still have them in Podunk, Saskatchewan.
Wow.
What? Demolition derbies?
Demolition derbies. They're everywhere. And
they're all over. They're all over Washington State. I went to one this summer.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that, and a person that doesn't watch it or anything, they walk up to it. It's instinctual that you drive forward, right? Like John did.
Well, it's funny because actually the one I went to down in Washington State it was at one of their fairs. We haven't had them up here in Vancouver for years because of insurance. Our insurance is so high, and also ours were always different. Ours, they always did them on asphalt, so the cars could get up a lot of speed. And then in the States, they actually do them on like the mud or the dirt, right?
Dirt, yeah.
I've never seen it on asphalt. That's just like death.
Yeah, ours were always done on asphalt. So down in asphalt, yes, asphalt. Is that what you want?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Asphalt?
asphalt.
Pavement?
That's a Canadian thing.
Pavement.
No, don't group us together on that.
We also say asphalt, pavement, same shit.
Pavement, yeah.
Pavement, we understand. Asphalt, confusing.
Torch.
That's like drywall or gypsum or whatever.
Drywall.
Same thing. Yeah, but other places call it gypsum.
I've heard, concrete and cement.
Wallboard.
Cement.
No,
Cement.
concrete and cement are two different things.
They're completely. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyways, going back to the down in Washington State, they were driving forward in their. I mean, they drove both ways, and there were some good crashes. But ours, the ones we used to have, we never. Most of them were never until the engine died. Most of ours were take out the headlights. So the shows were usually at nighttime, and at the start of it, the headlights were always on, and so everybody drove in reverse because you didn't want to hit with the front of your car because you take your headlights out. So everybody drove around in reverse, and the whole point of it was a blackout demolition derby because you try to take the headlights out of the car.
Yeah, one guy catches on fire, you know where he is, right?
Yeah, but like I said, it was where ours was on asphalt, so like they got speeds up like big time. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the appeal to the 4-player demo derby,
So there's the 2-player.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
That's the one that's actually for sale.
Yeah.
It
looks decent, and it's actually a good price.
That's great, but it's not that fun to play. I mean, even with 2 players, it'd be like, eh.
Yeah, I was thinking about grabbing it, number 1 to save it, number 2 to flip it. Because it's 150 Canadian. So it's 100 American.
50 cents.
That's more for the monitor almost.
Well, that's the other thing, yeah.
I want to get an Iron Man.
That has me thinking about, is that another Bally game? Is it called Sarge, I think?
Oh, yeah, I remember Sarge.
Oh, Sarge is all, or API, was it? API?
No, I think Sarge or Sergeant or something like that.
The one that the 2 joysticks and you drive a tank or a helicopter?
That sounds about right. I've only seen screen grabs of it. I haven't really played it, but that one looks kind of interesting, and it seems kind of like the same cabinet almost. Maybe I'm wrong, but
it has weird, funky controls like Spy Hunter, sort of.
Just for the sake of the holiday spirit and stuff like that, I'm going to throw another question at you guys. And I just came up with this one because I actually is there a game that you guys remember back in the day, back when you were kids or whenever you're playing at arcades or whatever, that you absolutely loved? Like you might have gone into the arcade and dropped like $10-20 into that game, and now as an adult you've seen it and you're like, yeah, I don't think I'd want that.
Black Tiger, for me.
Hey.
What?
Black Tiger's a fun game.
No, I put a lot of quarters into the game.
Yeah.
So it was at 7-Eleven. So that's my answer.
Why?
So there's kind of a fine line there. You mean like a dedicated standalone game, or just like?
Of course, dedicated.
Yeah.
So for me,
back in the day,
that'd be Buster Brothers for me. I mean, I spent a whole lot of quarters on that game back in the day.
Was it back in like the 1990s?
No. Well, I don't know. I would say 89. Maybe I'm wrong. Barely the 80s. But yeah, I mean, I had a dedicated. Well, I guess you call it a dedicated machine. I think it was like a kit that you could have in a Dynamo cabinet or something like that. But
came out in '89.
Yeah, that's what I thought. But yeah, I had one essentially dedicated, and it wasn't worth the floor space. But the game, I love it, and I have the board. I'll put it in a machine at some point with other games, but
So
not
the game,
by itself.
so the gameplay itself just wasn't as good as you remember, or was it easier or harder, or?
Well, that's the thing. Like when you're pumping quarters into it, I guess it's kind of like the maybe Gauntlet or something. You can just keep throwing quarters into it, and then get all the way through it. But there was that challenge of I can't just keep I don't have $50 on me. But once you actually own the game, and you have unlimited lives, basically free play, continue, then you get it all the way through the whole scene. It's like you travel across the world or something like that with Buster Brothers, and you get all the way through it, and you're like, wow, that was fun. Well, I guess I'll play that again at some point, but it'll just stand there for me, the game, until I have another opportunity where a buddy wants to play it or something. But that would be the one for me, Buster Brothers.
Buster Brothers. I don't know. Yeah, that's.
There's a whole series of them. And then the Japanese version I think was called Pang. And then they had
there's a Super Buster Brothers too.
Yes, and then it was also called Super Pang. And then after that it was called Pang 3.
Huh.
And then I think the fourth one was called Mighty Pang. Yeah, there was like at least 4 of them that they came out with.
Weird.
Have a Mighty Pang.
Yeah.
They look like a singing.
I just remember in this Japanese voice going, "Incredible!" Like, what the hell?
Taking a long time.
Yes, exactly.
What made me think of this question was because when I was a kid, we had Expo '86 here in Vancouver, and I used to go to the arcade there, and I used to play like every single day I went to the Expo. I played Maximum RPM. Do you guys remember that game at all?
A racer, yeah.
It's a drag racing game where they put a bezel that splits the monitor into 2.
Sort of like Spy Hunter 2.
I can't remember what Spy Hunter 2 looks like.
It's terrible.
Like one of the worst sequels of ever.
Well, I know it was a bad game. I just don't remember what the screen was like.
Horrible.
Max RPM. That sounds familiar.
Has like a crazy guy with a big shifter in his hand on the picture of it.
I just don't like how his fingers are all. Yeah, okay.
He's got a little bit of that like
there we go.
Those like those little like hot rod.
Oh, you saying a link there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see. That's cool. How they've got that. What was that big cardboard bezel in front?
It's just a bezel.
I would say that is a Spy Hunter 2 cabinet.
Yeah.
It looks identical, pretty much. I think.
Yeah.
It looks like the same monitor setup. It's like a.
Well, it is an MTR game.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, that might be the same cabinet. That looks real close to it.
So if anybody wants to make themselves, a dedicated Spy Hunter 2 cabinet.
I think you're fucking right.
Highly sought after.
Let's see. I'm doing split screens here with the 2. No, it's slightly. It's a different cabinet.
It's real fucking close though. It's the same like a Bally side art though, isn't it?
The back of it's slanted on the RPM.
It looks really close though.
The whole back top of it is slanted back, whereas the Spy Hunter goes straight up almost.
Well, the monitor itself, the game looks
clearly derivative though. That's real fucking close.
And the monitor. Well, the marquee comes out like 8 inches. The marquee comes out like 8 inches on the RPM over the monitor, whereas Spy Hunter 2 is straight down.
Yeah.
So there are some differences. It's somewhat similar cab. Bottom of it is very similar. Actually, up to the control panel is about the same. Yeah, no, I played the shit out of that when we had our expo here. Every single day I played it. I don't know why.
and you wouldn't have it now.
No, I've seen one and I was just like, nah.
Yep, I'd agree with you on that one.
Yeah.
I think for me it's like, does Neo Geo count? Like, does some Neo Geo games count?
Sure, why not?
Well, we had at the bowling alley in the small town I grew up in, we had a 4-slot Neo Geo, and it had one of the Metal Slugs and then like 3 other Neo Geo fighting games, and I'm like, oh, these are so sweet, and then now I've got a 4-slot like board, and I want to start collecting games, and I'm like, nope.
Why?
Yeah, just don't see. Yeah, I just don't. They don't appeal to me anymore.
Like the pile of them I have right up there.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, I mean, they had some of the games that were like King of Fighters, like they did every year.
Yeah.
And the changes to them were pretty minor. But like the Samurai Showdowns, those were great fighting games. The World Heroes, they didn't change very much, but you got to have at least one of those. So I think like Neo Geo, like definitely fucking nailed the fighters.
Yeah.
See,
I take Street Fighter over that. Like some
just fighters too. They had a ton of other great games.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't hardly have any fighters at all because I don't really like fighters. I collect all the other games.
Yeah, I mean, see, that's my point. Like we had a lot of. It had 3 of the 4 slots were fighters, and it was just like and Metal Slug, and I'm like, I loved the whole thing, and now I mean, the fighters are on. I've got one of those Pandora's box, and I'm like, I'm not going to use it. Just too many versions.
Well, yeah, that's where you need to focus on like one thing. Just like pick up the like whatever version of King of Fighters that like other people are talking about or excited about, and whatever version of World Heroes, whatever version. Samurai Showdown, like the thing with that one is like there's a couple of really good versions of that game.
2.
But, yeah, I mean 2 was pretty fucking great.
Yeah, that was the best one, I thought.
Yeah.
And, it's good to have like a Metal Slug, a Samurai Showdown, a shooter, and a puzzle fighter type thing.
At least, yeah.
Or like
puzzle unique games. But like, yeah, you can't like put like World Heroes and King of Fighters in the same cabinet because they play really close to the same.
Yeah.
And that would get boring. And then if you threw like Samurai Showdown in with that, you'd be like, oh, that's like 3 fucking fighters. Who wants to play that? But yeah, like you said, like if you had like a fighting game, a puzzle game, a Metal Slug game, and something else, yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah.
Or your last cart would be like one of those where it has every single Neo Geo game in it.
Yeah, one of the multis, so you can try shit out.
Did Aero Fighters ever come out on the Neo Geo, or was that like always? There was an Aero Fighters like shoot 'em up style.
Yeah, there's a ton of shmups on fucking
Ghost Pilots.
Yeah,
there's a whole bunch.
Windjammers is a good game.
Windjammers, oh my god. That's actually a really fun 2-player game against somebody.
And I actually like the horse racing games too. I have a couple of horse racing games.
I haven't played those.
Did you ever see those? That reminds me. Did you ever see those? We had a big arcade here in Calgary a number of years ago, and they had that big like Sega horse racing game where you could sit down and it had like 16 players, and they used like Magstripe cards, and it was like the Preakness and like the fucking Belmont and all that shit.
I've played those.
It was crazy, like big screens, and it was like everyone gets involved, and you build your horse and you save it on that little paper card with the Magstripe. It's like
back when those first came out, like every casino in Vegas had a huge arcade, and every single one of those places had one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
just interesting.
Actually, I would love to get. I don't know if anybody's gonna know what I'm talking about. I would love to get a Sigma Derby. Have any of you guys ever seen a Sigma Derby machine?
Doesn't sound familiar.
There's only one. It's a gambling game. There's only one casino in Vegas that has it now. That's the MGM Grand. All the other ones had to get rid of them. It's electromechanical horse racing game.
Oh,
that's cool.
Yeah, and the little horses go around, but it's completely mechanical. It's awesome.
I've seen it. They used to have one at the Caesar's Palace. Used to have one.
Yeah, they all did. Like Frontier had one. They all had one. The only one that has one left now is MGM Grand. Yeah.
They were fun.
Where at MGM Grand?
Right down the middle where it used to be. It's not too far from the sign-in desk, but it used to be down like it's hard to describe where it is. It's underneath where the rainbow used to be.
Because they just completely redid that, right?
Well, they've redone it like 10 times.
Hey, Brad, are you talking about the one I just linked in chat?
Yeah, that's it.
That's
Oh wow.
Oh, that's cool.
So did someone figure it out? Is that why they got rid of them?
That isn't the one, but it's very similar to that.
It looks a lot like that. Yeah.
I'll
Just
find
Google like horse race arcade. There's a ton of shit that comes up. Like that big one that I was talking about's in there.
But why did
There's
they get rid of them?
absolutely no skill involved. It's just pure
It's
luck,
like-
right?
Randomness.
Very random,
Yeah.
it felt like.
I just put a link to it.
Yeah, it looked like that. So much.
I mean, it's huge. It's huge, but it's so much fun.
Yeah, the field's different, green and all that's cool.
When I very first,
that's even bigger than that.
when I very first turned 21, I went to Vegas and I played it at a Caesar's Palace, and I won a few times on it. It was really fun.
This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like from the outside. The last.
So, Mock, you turned 21 more than one time?
No, just once.
Oh, okay. Because when I very first, I'm like, wait.
No, the first time I went to Vegas.
Oh.
Well, let's be honest. At least half of us have turned 21 twice over.
Yeah.
Jim is back.
Jim is back.
All right.
No freaking time.
Yeah, what the hell, Jim?
Fuck, I can't stand that long. That sucks. I need to start playing that game sitting down.
How many times did you roll your eyes tonight?
It was a Christmas miracle. 15.
What?
Yeah, I got 15.4 mil.
Son of a bitch. All right.
Yeah, buddy.
All right, you get the golf clap for me.
Oh, yay! Congratulations.
Damn.
It's funny though, like it's not that huge of a deal. It's to me anymore, but I kind of want to break that ridiculously stupid and fake Twin Galaxies record of 23 million.
Oh, you got that, dude. You'll get that.
Yeah.
Well, I remember I put the 10 million challenge out, and you're like, "Oh no, that's not going to happen."
So why do you, honestly though, why do you think it's fake though? Because it takes you what, an hour and a half to get 15 million? What?
Yeah, it's because of talking to people that used to work for Twin Galaxies.
Okay.
They said because that score was recorded in like '83, and they're like, yeah, don't trust that. If you look at it,
in reality though, it would take what, 3.5 hours or something?
No, it would probably take like 2.5.
So I mean, as far as stamina, that's feasible.
Yeah,
feasible. People play for days, man.
Right. Yeah.
It's just you can't marathon it because you have a limited amount of lives.
Right.
You don't keep earning them.
Right,
okay.
but
you can't walk away and take a 20-minute nap while you're losing 20 lives or whatever.
Right.
Right, but those guys probably don't start losing lives after 2 hours though, or 3 hours. I mean, do you know what I mean? Like those guys who need to play for 2 or 3 days, they need that many men, but they're not losing men after the first 2 hours of play, probably.
Yeah, I mean, put on a diaper and make it last 6 or 8 hours, right?
it's tough to do even on a good day.
Just build a bedpan into a stool.
Yeah.
Come on, Gak, we're not that fucking old. You can't hold it for 6 hours? Jesus.
Intravenous, fucking food and shit. I'm going to be here a while, boys.
It's tough to do even on a good day.
Yeah, it is a big deal though, Jim, because none of us could do that.
Right.
Well,
sure.
Look at if you go to the Twin Galaxies, the number one score is 23 million, and then there's about 5 scores right below that are in the 7 millions. So it's not like Donkey Kong where everything's like neck and neck. It's pretty suspicious. So I was asking about it on Clav. That's a nice head of hair.
You like that?
Yeah.
Claim I need a goddamn haircut.
Keeping you warm in the winter.
Well, I've been wearing this goddamn hat all fucking night. I'll tell you what, the Santa hats,
Yeah.
They don't breathe very well.
No.
And Mock, if I had my arcade machines here, I'd fucking accept that challenge.
Hey, Sid, tell me this story. You bring this up.
I tried to kick Jim's ass.
Why are all of your machines in storage?
Because I'm renovating my basement.
Well, I don't know. I don't fucking know.
So you got the games out. What about the rest of your shit in the background?
That's moved over from the other side of my house, so I'm doing that side first. Their side first.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, the shit that's behind me, the board games are all for sale on Craigslist to get rid of them. And this stuff right here is new kitchen cabinets to go into my kitchen that I'm also renovating at the same fucking time.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
All right, so who else has answer the new question?
Yeah, new question. Carrie, answer the new question.
Yeah, Carrie.
I'm sorry. No, I heard the new question. You have to repeat.
I don't even fucking remember what it was now.
It was what did you play a lot as a kid, but you never own it now because it's lame?
Yeah, and so I'll say that I went
Defender?
to fuck you. No,
I had to beat Andrew to it. Come on.
Right. I actually don't even want to tell you what my answer is, but I will give you my answer. But I have to predicate it by saying that I went to the arcade a lot more than I played, because there's a certain pressure of being there when and I was a teen, kind of early teen, and the games that were there, and being like one of the few females there, it didn't.
So you were like flirting with the Billy Mitchell types?
No.
Long hair.
She was an arcade groupie.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, you know where I can get some hot sauce?
Get free.
Is that Ford Fiesta yours? Let's go for a ride.
Yeah, baby, I got
Who does your hair? Where can I get one of those ties?
I mean, the way he works that trackball, oh my gosh.
Oh.
No.
We're now all on a hit list.
Supply hot sauce.
Yeah. So my friend.
You're gonna be okay. You're gonna.
My friends in high school, most of which are you guys done?
What are you laughing at now?
So in high school, primarily I hung out with a group of guys. They were my buddies, and which is a big surprise. I know, me hanging out with you guys and me hanging out with a group of guys in high school.
Hold on, did you friend zone a bunch of guys in high school?
Scruffy looking.
Jim.
I would say that we were all mutually friend zoned. I don't think that they were interested in me.
I'm sure if you found them now, that's how they actually felt. Go on. One of them right now stalking you.
Exactly, watching me right now. Oh my God!
You're famous now.
Yeah. Right. Oh yeah, hella famous. So I hung out with this group of guys in high school, mostly. I had a couple of female friends, but mostly it was the group of guys, and we would all go to the arcade together. But there's a certain pressure that I won't try to explain tonight, however many beers deep in, of feeling like as the sole female. Thank you for that.
It's not distracting at all what he does, is it?
No, not at all.
I only interrupt everyone about 30 times.
Right. But
in 5 minutes.
There's a certain pressure of feeling like, and I think I've even mentioned this before, that if I suck at a game, somebody will look at. I felt like someone would look at me and go, "Oh, well, she sucks because she's female." Whereas some dude, one of my guy friends, if they suck, they'll be like, "Hey, dude, what you ought to do is do this," and it's like there's a different level to it, and so it shuts you down from wanting to play because it's almost like you're representing your gender. Like by sucking at it, I would reinforce this idea that women or that girls are bad at video games. So
just be like, yeah, whatever. It's no surprise. It's like, oh yeah, she sucks at games. It's like, no big deal. She sucks at games because she's a girl.
Right. Yeah, and it was like I would love to be able to go in and just fucking kick ass, but it's kind of hard to do that without practice unless you have like some tremendous natural talent, which apparently I do not. Maybe for Defender. Actually, I'm not even that good at Defender, but I do love my Defender. So anyway, that was a long way to say that I went to the arcade a lot more than I would necessarily play games. The game that I thought, oh my god, I love this game, I would want to own this game, that I still think is a really cool game, but I don't know if I would actually put in my collection. And I hate to say this out loud, because it's a really great game. It's a great game. Right? No, obviously not, because I fucking love that game, and I'd never played it until Grinkers. No, I hate to say it because it's such a good game, but I don't know if I'd own it. Dragon's Lair. Like, you know, it's cool, but kind of once you figure it out, would I want to own it? No, I don't know.
I'm not a Don Bluth fan, I see.
I don't want to own one either.
I don't own one because of that reason.
Well, yeah, and you can finish it, so.
Yeah, I'm good at it.
Yeah, I mean that's just it. It's something that that I want hard in my collection. I want it.
Well,
not touching that one.
If I had a big arcade, I would have it.
Big
arcade.
That's not the Daphne I remember.
Right. That must be the bonerous footage.
That's a lot of detail in the labia.
Now everyone on the iTunes feed knows what we're talking about. That's wow.
Is that an eyeball?
Wow.
Is that what that is?
Is that an eyeball? It is an eyeball. Yeah, it's a tentacle and an eyeball. The shit you'll learn, kids.
And what does she have in her left?
That should end up in the YouTube.
And what does she have in her left hand?
Oh.
Wow.
Why does it have sparkles on it?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. What's that?
Why does it make me cry?
What she has in her left hand is whatever's coming out of the purple thing in front of her.
Yeah.
And she just.
So here's the new challenge.
With sparkles.
Magical jizz.
Somebody must draw that.
Oh, mock.
Andrew, for all those folks that can't see the video, and obviously we're not going to show that, Andrew, would you like to describe in a G-rated way exactly what we're seeing on screen?
Daphne has.
Exactly.
There you go.
I want to see someone describe it, then I want one of our listeners to draw it and put it in the Hangouts thread. What they think we're actually seeing.
So, Andrew, go ahead.
So Daphne, Dragon Player, which is you know what we're talking about.
It's got to be G-rated.
She's on all fours.
Yeah.
Not.
When a mommy and a demon really love each other.
She seems very happy in the moment.
She seems fulfilled, or at least about to be fulfilled.
She's not fulfilled.
Yeah, she doesn't seem fulfilled yet.
No. Well, I mean, at least.
Well, I don't know.
Her aim is.
Yeah, she's filled.
She's filled, but does not looking fulfilled.
We can't tell if that's in or just the tip.
I think that's in. That looks like
that tip's been tinned, I can tell.
Yeah.
Nicely
She's
done.
a squirter. Well, wait a second, though.
She is a squirter.
Wait. Every pink tentacle end has an eyeball on it. Where's the eyeball for the one that's in her?
What's that?
It's exploring.
Wow. but hold on, no, the other tentacles don't have the same. Oh, they do. Okay, never mind. Yeah, they do.
It's tickling her lungs.
It's tickling her throat.
It's gonna pop out her mouth in a second.
The Google Analytics or the Google search results for all of our listeners just the worst things.
This is a really good Photoshop, or this is some secret room that we never got.
Yeah. So is this from like the Don Bluth petting floor or what?
Don Bluth wasn't Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
Oh.
That would take a long time to draw all that.
That's like
No doubt. Somebody.
That's a whole classification of porn.
That'd take like a day to
You look up like Family Guy or Futurama or Simpsons porn, and you'll find it.
Yeah.
Not that I've done it.
I mean, there's a reason they say Rule 34.
Right.
Right, 34K?
Yeah.
You heard it right.
What's a big RC? What's a big RD?
I can't admit authorship of this fantastic piece of artwork. I would like it hanging in my arcade.
What is that?
Put that in your bathroom.
Yeah, or above your bed.
Andrew, what's that corset thing on your wall? What's that drawing?
Oh, that's from Frank Miller's Sim City.
Oh, okay. I saw the corset and I'm like, what?
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's wicked.
So he does all the Sim City, the movies. You guys may have seen the movies.
Oh, yeah.
They're all based on a comic.
Yeah,
This is all from the comic from years and years ago.
The Dark Knight too.
Yeah, same artist who did the Dark Knight, the original Dark Knight. Yeah.
I see Carrie and really.
You can see Carrie in his reflection. He's watching Carrie all night long.
Now, did you know, Andrew?
Look, he's working on something, right? You gotta let him do his thing.
Andrew.
Yeah.
Have you seen RoboCop 2?
I'm sure I have. It's been a while.
Because there's a scene in the movie where Kane goes in and he's like testing the new nuke, where he squeezes it into his neck, and he's yelling at the scientist, going, "Oh, it needs more scopolamine," like that. He's yelling at Frank Miller. I don't know if you knew that.
I didn't know that.
Oh, that's cool.
I mean, I know what Frank Miller looks like, but
It's RoboCop 2 with that little kid. That's a little punk in there. It's like with the gang or whatever. Yeah. It's the kid that's in Newsies. I forget his name.
Was he in Newsies?
Yeah, he's the kid from Brooklyn. Spot or whatever. That's Spot. I know who I'm thinking of. Fuck, what's his name? The kid that the leader of like Brooklyn or whatever.
Jungle King.
Yeah.
We have a listener on YouTube here, watcher Rosalind. She says, "You guys make me feel all freaky."
If you're touching yourself while listening to us, you have to let us know. That's only fair.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Shall we play a game?
Actually, I just finally framed that poster.
Bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need a high-res version of it.
I can give you the illustrator file.
Those fuzzy dice weighted companion cubes in the background.
Those are companion cubes.
That's sweet.
And actually, both posters are from Portal too.
Yeah, I saw that.
Lithographs, yeah. This is my office.
Can I all these links to your personal collection or what?
Waka waka!
Oh man.
I do actually have a.
Oh, that's cool.
Every time I see like one of these cheesy '80s ads with the women half dressed with an arcade game, it's something about them. I freaking love those ads.
Yeah, Moon War or Gotcha.
Yeah, nothing to do with the women really, because usually they're
I think Contra had one too, the hot chick.
It's just the cheesiness of yes, this will sell an arcade game.
Yeah.
And I just love that. That's what marketing was back in the '80s.
How cool would it be though if you had Jungle King and you like decked out that corner of your room with plants and like and trees and stuff like that? You had like go through like a little forest to get to the game.
You got a little peanut fly trap beside it that keeps trying to get your hand. While
There's just vines everywhere. You're like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah, the Contra flyer has a hot chick on it.
And a robot.
Jackson.
I like the one for F-14 Tomcat.
On the cover of it.
I like the F-14 Tomcat.
Story.
There.
Yeah. You think she'd get out of the way if the fucking jet is that close anyway? That chick died.
Maybe she's just doing a flyby.
No, she got no. Look at the angle of approach. She got fucking killed on that fucking aircraft carrier.
She's a flapper.
She's a flap. Yeah.
Flapper.
Shazam!
I love the first one you put up too, Mock, the arcade macho. Pick up or shut up. Like, what the hell is that from? Someone just make that, or 'cause it looks like the lettering is real, but
Oh, that one, yeah. Super Cobra.
yeah, I want to come over and see my.
Yeah, that's a
check
cool
my
one.
joysticks.
I've never seen that one before, actually.
No, and the lettering. But if you look at the bottom and the lettering, it looks like it's original lettering. I mean,
It looks like it almost looks like a magazine article.
Yeah.
But look at her like tube socks and her like tight dolphin shorts.
She has roller skates on, I think.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, because the laces are going around her socks.
That must be like 79, 78, around there, right?
Gotta be, yeah.
Well, what year does Super Cobra come out?
Yeah.
Does anybody like Super Cobra?
It was right after Scramble. I mean,
That was a game I actually liked when I was a kid. I liked Super Cobra a lot.
a lot harder than Scramble.
A friend of mine had the little mini one, the little, what is it, the Bandai or Entex?
Oh yeah, the little small
I used
one.
to play. I used to play the shit out of that thing all the time.
That's fun.
Contra.
I have the links in the chat.
No, dog not silent. All right, who's next to answer the question?
Sexy Contra.
Contra, yeah. That's one I noticed.
She's got a pretty good grip on that stick.
Yeah.
Ouch.
She looks like the chick from Hamburger, the motion picture.
Hamburger the movie. I saw that in the theater. I hate to say.
Wow.
There wasn't a lot playing that.
I still love that movie though. It's so fucking bad.
Oh yeah, they put him in the pickle men and like squirt stuff on it.
Plays the music.
Okay, I am IMDbing this right
No
now.
doubt. Yeah, I'm trying to find
Oh
it.
my god, it's like a Porky's for like
It's a horrible a TNA movie without the TNA in it.
Yeah, there's very little TNA. So like
Nice.
DuckTales.
Andrew, we got to get together and watch bad movies together.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Whoa. Hey now.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I think I found the full movie on Daily Motion.
You can actually do that on the Xbox, can't you? Can't you watch a movie then get your friend to watch it with you at the same time and chat with each other? I think you can.
Yeah, I think last time I watched Hamburger was on
Is that the
YouTube.
movie you're talking about?
The suspense is killing me.
Yeah.
1986.
Skip forward. It's like what, an hour and a half long?
Yeah, that's it.
Nice. Okay. I'm saving that link.
It's good. It's cheese, but it's like, yeah, it's a good movie. It's funny.
Good, but it's bad.
4 minutes in. All right.
Yeah, here we are. 1 a.m. My time.
Oh, I'm totally watching this movie.
You're welcome.
Well,
What am I?
at 4 minutes, that's Boss Hogg's wife from Dukes of Hazzard.
Right. Huh. Never heard of that movie.
I hadn't either.
Oh yeah, that's right up there with
Alright.
joysticks. Same level of comedy as joysticks.
Okay.
It's just about fast food instead. There's a South American girl in that movie. I can't remember her name. It's like Conchita Margarita Consuelo Mezzanine or something like that.
Every single.
It's horrible stereotypes and stuff like that, but it's. I think you see her boobies in it at some point.
You said boobies.
All the time, like the
That just reminds me of the animated GIF that Carrie put up earlier with Santa Claus and the boobies.
Remember, like the guy yelling at him, and he had like a spatula in his hand the whole time.
Instead of a riding crop.
Yeah, instead of a bullwhip, he had a spatula. He's
Oh,
yelling.
you
at
know
him.
it's a good movie with Dick Butkus is in it.
Yeah, that's right, Dick Butkus.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole premise is like it's some dude who has sex too much and he gets kicked out of every school ever. And
Then
so,
gets spanked with a spatula?
No, don't ruin it.
51-minute mark. I'm just saying, 51-minute mark.
Too much sex, and he gets kicked out of every school, and so he goes off to Buster U, which is Buster Burger's fast food restaurant.
What the fuck has she got a weapon for?
And part of the rules thing is they're not allowed to have sex.
Yeah, it's all about learning how to serve hamburgers.
Yeah, it's all about you got to learn how to own eventually your own Buster Burger franchise.
Or you get to work.
Yeah. And the fat people come in, the eating club comes in, there's fart jokes, and it's terrible.
I can't believe we sat through the whole thing, too.
Pointless boobies, and yeah, it's like Porky's, but instead of college kids, it's like fast food.
So, Mock, somehow you caught the 2-week span that this movie was actually in the theaters.
I don't even know if it was 2 weeks. I think it was
a 50 fucking minute span.
Yeah.
Well,
where they realized they got set the wrong reel and they had to send it back.
In high school, we saw everything that came out, you know? 'Cause, I mean, that's what we did. The movies and watch shit.
Right.
I have one for you, Mark. Have you seen Microwave Massacre?
Ghoulies that get you.
Microwave Massacre.
Microwave Massacre.
Critters 1, 2, 3, and what, 4? I think there was 4 Critters movies.
Yeah, the Puppet Master movies, or the.
Was it the 4th or the 5th that was in space?
4th, I think.
Microwave Massacre was voted the worst horror movie of all time.
Or Night of the Creep. Night of the Creep, good.
That was a little dramatic, even for me. There was a lot of awkward silence, Ed.
We're back on the fart joke.
So, wait, so who needs to still, because we have a number of people who haven't answered the new question yet. Jimbo, you haven't.
Nude or new question?
Nude question. Nude because we're still describing that whole, like, Dragon's Lair picture, I think.
Yes, we got derailed with my Dragon Slayer, but
wonderful fan art.
What was so we're talking game that you really loved when you were a kid, but now you're like, yeah, I don't know if I'd own that. Not so much.
Arcade.
Paraphrase. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, something you went to the arcade, you dropped $10, and every time you're there, and then as an adult or you're looking at arcade games, you're like, yeah, I don't think I'd want this.
Ah.
Anybody? Bueller.
Wow.
Bueller. Wow.
Bueller.
Come on, Jim. Just say Gauntlet.
Are you talking to me? I don't know. I was just like
zoned out.
You were thinking about
I was thinking I can't think of like too many games where because I own a bunch of them. Well, I don't own Spy Hunter, but I liked that game a lot as a kid, but I don't know if I would own one.
Oh, dude, that game's so awesome.
It is a cool. I mean, it's a cool game, but I don't know if I'd go out of my way to get one. Is what I'm like. Like it's not on my wanted list.
Did you play it a lot as a kid?
I did.
Then that qualifies.
I guess. I don't know. I can't really think of anything, honestly, that I can say, because even like the beat 'em ups, like I have a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I dropped a lot of money into that game, but I still like to play it and just limit myself to like 1 credit and see how far I can get. Just like I did back then, I only had a quarter. So,
is there one that like you went on holidays or you just saw like at one time and you played it for like as much as you could, and then you just never saw it again until later?
Well, what game? There was a game called Moto Frenzy that Godfather's Pizza had. It was a newer game, like a 90s game, that you were on motorcycles, like a racing game, but you could shoot fireballs from your motorcycle. And whoa, he's opening the door. Anyways, it was a cool game. But that was the only time I played. I can't really think of anything. I played. Oh wait, I got one. I played Monaco GP at Chuck E. Cheese, and I had one of those, but I sold that off. It just gets monotonous after a little while. It didn't really do anything for me. There's better racing.
That's original. That's like before Turbo, right?
Yeah.
Not Super Monaco, but just a
yeah.
Monaco GP?
The little. I had the little cabaret version.
I know a lot of people who are looking for those right now.
I gutted mine because the cabinet was shit and sold all the parts. So.
Yeah, the episode that we did we said what was our sketchiest or creepiest or whatever pickup. That's what I picked up for somebody was a Monaco GP cabaret.
Well, Jim, were you into Final Fight, that game?
Yeah, I've got that.
I wonder if that would be one that'd be kind of like, it's kind of monotonous. I mean, I play that a lot.
It's one of the best beat 'em ups there is, and actually, I've got a couple of I've got one friend in particular that kind of dissects those games and figures out the mechanics, and he can get through the whole game without losing a life.
Wow!
And he showed me why enemies act the way he's gotten to the point where he knows the AI. And it's pretty sick to watch. It's
like
pretty
Andrew
cool,
on the bats.
Yeah, it's kind of to that degree, maybe even further. It's just insane. But anyways, has anyone else not answered tonight's question?
This was just a secondary question.
Oh, okay.
See, who hasn't? Gleek or Andrew or.
But I answered it. I said Black Tiger, and then Gauntlet became a better choice because Gauntlet back then it was almost like the first DLC game because you had to keep on plugging in quarters to get your health to build up, in order to keep on continuing the game. But now when you own it, there's no point. So. It's like you
so in that game, your health diminishes no matter what. It's all time based.
It counts down
it's like
that's shitty.
That's probably the first DLC game ever invented because you have to keep on plugging in quarters to maintain your health and gameplay. So.
What was the other? I thought there was a 4-player game. What was it called? Crime Fighters, and that was where they had instead of a health bar, they had a number. And the number would go down, the more hits and stuff you took. But I thought that went down over time as well, just a lot slower.
Well, could you put in a quarter and build it up again?
Yep, it was a Konami game. Just like Turtles. It was called Crime Fighters. It's on KLOV, I'm pretty sure.
No, Crime Fighters.
I think that's what it's called. And the characters in there look. It was so old school. They all looked like they were from the 50s. These characters that were fighting. It was kind of funny.
Konami, 1989.
Okay.
It looks like all the guys that were in joysticks. This is what the cover. This is what the flyer looks like.
Oh yeah.
But if you look at the screenshots,
that dude's hair on the right.
Look at the characters. It's like from Greece or something. They all have 50 style jackets and.
I like the guy on the far right.
No, the guy second from the right is just not taking it serious. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, the far right, he's way body language, don't fuck with me.
I got rainbow hair. Go fuck yourself.
The star has a mullet.
All right.
That's funny.
He's got to be tough if he can get away with hair like that.
I'm the next MacGyver.
Yeah.
All right, how about you, Andrew?
Well, actually, I missed some of what you guys said.
Jimbo answers and leaves. Drop the mic. Fuck, he's out.
He did too.
What did you play a lot, but you'll never probably buy it?
Actually, I have to say that I think Mike's answer of Gauntlet is probably my top choice when it comes to those, because I fucking love Gauntlet. And then when Gauntlet 2 came out, and then you could pick two players could play the elf, or two players. I always played the Valkyrie because she was kind of in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
She could shoot pretty fast, but she also had pretty good defense. She could fight pretty well if you had to deal with the demons or the grunts and stuff like that. But I fucking loved Gauntlet, and I know this might be the same answer. I missed part of what you said, but that was such an epic game. The sounds, the voice stuff to it.
Yeah.
The fact that 4 players, and when you actually got 4 players playing at once, was crazy.
Right.
That was such a crazy game to have introduced the arcade. Oh my god, all 4 of us could play at the same time, and we're playing this really fucking badass game. But
together,
yeah,
yeah,
exactly. And at least at early levels, you could hurt each other in later levels.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. There's the whole thing in Gauntlet 2 where it's it stops every time you do something, and it's shots do not hurt other players yet.
Yet.
Yeah, but eventually they do, and that was such a big pinnacle game. I remember in my youth, but there's no fucking way in hell that I want to own a Gauntlet.
Yeah.
I will not buy that game. I almost don't even care if it's free.
You pass up a free game.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, to be honest, all right, so from a pure monetary thing, could I just buy it or get a game for free and then try and flip it for money or something like that just to pass it on? But barring that, I have no interest whatsoever in that game. I will not own it.
Yeah.
By choice. I will not pay a penny for it. It's not. I have no interest in owning that game. Period. But as a kid, that was a huge one. I loved Gauntlet.
Yeah.
And I still played it, even knowing all of its limitations. Actually, I played Gauntlet 2 to the point where, and it's I would put in just a few quarters, and I got pretty decent at it, where it's I can get pretty far. And I remember getting to I don't know if I get to the first or second set of dragons in that game on one quarter, but you have to play reserved, right? You can't go too fast. If you go too fast, then the ghosts will just gobble you up and stuff like that. So you have to play stay back and just shoot as quickly as you can to kill them. And that's the reason why I like the Valkyrie, was she was strong enough with her shots where she would do a good enough damage, as opposed to the elf, which could shoot super fast, but his shots were so weak that everything once you get past the first few levels, once the guys get up to 3 shots per kill, you can't shoot fast enough to kill him. So at least the Valkyrie, I think it was we get it down to 2 shots. And again, she had good fighting, so if you had to fight against the demons, the grunts, you could do pretty okay. But yeah, I got pretty good at the game. But as far as longevity in the arcade, here it's just not interesting. The idea of all right, well, let's rack up $5 worth of credits and see how far we get into this endless game. There is no end.
Yeah.
Right? So it's once you see all the levels at least once, it's well, you've figured out the game.
Right.
And Gauntlet 2 was pretty awesome too, because it introduced the power-ups. So you could get power-ups for your characters where they would shoot faster, where they have stronger armor, where they had increased fight ability. So you could actually build up your character a little bit in that game. And I think that was probably what enticed me more to Gauntlet 2 than Gauntlet 1. But even playing to play solo was building your character a little bit and collecting those potions, and those are persistent. You could get a potion and use it, and that would like just a regular potion that would do magic on the screen. But if you picked up the extra fight power or extra magic power, extra speed, no, extra speed was temporary. Anyway, like there were certain things you can get that were permanent to your character as long as you didn't die. So like that was kind of cool, like having these sort of persistently increased abilities where like you can get like, you know, the Valkyrie where she could fight almost as good as the warrior, and you know, her shot speed was increased, and so you could like build up this sort of character. But ultimately, like in the home, what would you do? Like be like, all right, I'll put $5 in and then play a game and see how far I get.
Yeah.
And that would be it.
You're gonna do that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like once in a while when someone came over and they were like, "Oh, Gauntlet," and they had the same sort of thing, and then you'd play multiplayer, and that'd be fun for a little while. But then it's like, even then, where it's like when someone realizes that you could just like add some more credits to build up your health, the game just becomes pointless.
Yeah. So one thing about Gauntlet that I'm pretty sure this is correct. I saw a few years ago. There's actually no bezel glass on that game. It's like you can actually touch the monitor face on Gauntlet. You know, like most arcade games, they have the monitor set back from the face, and there's a glass in front of it.
So you just have the plastic bezel around the monitor?
Exactly. Yeah.
That could be. I haven't seen one in a while. I know Zyla has one at Hyperspace, but I'm not sure if it's a Gauntlet or Gauntlet 2.
The 3 or 4 I've seen in the last 5 years, they've all been that way. I've never seen any, and I'm like, I wonder if that's correct. I think so. You know?
It could be. They're always
weird though. It makes me wonder, like, what was really the issue? Like, why did because television sets, you could touch the face of the glass. Why didn't they have that on arcade games? You know,
fingerprints, maybe because it gets it easier to clean if they're.
I guess, yeah.
Electrostatic shock.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, but like even then, it's like it's still worse than a television. Yeah. I mean, you get shocked from a television if it was like just turned on. You could play with it and just turned off.
Yeah. Maybe it was just like kids with sodas or whatever, food.
Yeah.
They don't get down in the electronics. That helps give it an extra layer of protection or whatever.
People like throwing shit at it and like scratching it, carving their fucking name into it.
Yeah, they can replace the bezel versus the.
Brad was here.
So. Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was a trip, though.
Yeah, last week. I just want a game that has pussy written on the side of it.
My mispack.
I was saying that metaphorically.
Yeah.
My mispack has carved on the side, Tony R. licks balls. It's like, Tony R. really knows how to party, you know? I always wonder what happened to Tony R.
587.
You dick!
I rather like the title of the video last week.
Right.
Don't be a dick.
I know you are, but what am I?
Well, I found out after that's like the Wheaton code or something. I didn't know that existed.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be a dick is the Wheaton code.
Yeah, that's why I put the image up on Thread.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, because I saw that, I'm like, who's gonna draw Will Wheaton and don't be a dick? That's just too. That's just too.
That's his thing.
Yeah, he did like a speech or something. He didn't know what to say, and at the end of the day, he was basically like, he's like, don't be a dick.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then afterwards, I guess they could like it was like Comic-Con or something, and then afterwards, everyone coined that as the Wheaton code, just don't be a dick, and I'm like. Yeah, you made me Google that.
That's the first time you broke that out tonight, Jimbo.
No, I did it once earlier. Yeah.
And knowing is half the battle.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What were you saying, Mark?
Oh, I was just saying, Will Wheaton, he was a fan of my 3D animation I made a while back for Adventure Through Inner Space that was at Disneyland. Back in the day when I was first learning 3D, I recreated the entire ride. And
wow. I'd seen that before I ever met you too.
Yeah, thanks.
Do we have a link to this?
I have a website. I'll post it. But yeah, I got back when I released the video, I used to get a lot of emails from different people that were like fans of it and stuff. Celebrities and things like the creator of Invader Zim.
Oh,
remember
cool,
that cartoon?
Yeah, Johnny Vasquez.
I love Invader
he
Zim.
contacted me. He was a big fan, and
Yeah,
the
actually,
director
I
that was
met
about
him
Galactica.
a few years ago.
What's that?
I met Jonan at a Comic-Con a few years ago.
Oh, cool.
Well, actually, this was back in the 90s, so more than a few years ago.
Let's see if I can post something here. But yeah, Will Wheaton contacted me, and he was like, "Oh yeah, my dad and I used to go on the ride. And thanks for making this. It's so great." And, cool.
I thought Will Wheaton's dad was killed on Star Trek.
No. Real life. So here, I'll post some.
Not Wesley's dad.
Shut up, Wesley.
Hey, Mark, did you see? I was kind of hoping Kalen might pop on tonight.
He has to go back to work, so he can't.
He had to work.
Did you see the
I can't
post?
post it in Google Chat. Shit.
Mark, did you see the post that Kalen did recently?
No.
About Elon Musk?
Yes.
Yeah.
The guy who basically. Go ahead. Elon, what's his name?
Elon Musk. Elon Musk showed up at his fucking arcade on the weekend.
Yeah, over last weekend.
Yeah, he's like they parked it. They were out, looked outside, and it was like a fucking
Tesla.
His Tesla with like his name on the license plate, and went, "Holy shit!"
And he just like came in and hung out and BS with him, just kind of a mellow kickback dude. And Kalen had no idea who he was, I think, right?
Yeah, Elon Musk is going to be the first real supervillain or superhero this planet actually ever has.
Yeah, and then 2 days later, the guy fucking lands his rocket back on Earth.
Yeah,
right.
That was
shit.
cool.
Right?
What are you doing in your fucking an arcade when you're doing this 2 days later? What the hell?
Literally earlier today, a coworker of mine's telling me, he's like, "Yeah, did you hear about the rocket that they landed back on Earth?" I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, this guy Elon Musk." I'm like, wait, I just read a story about that dude. I know somebody who, saw him over the weekend.
Yeah.
Crazy, man. Yeah.
Well, Kalen invited me to come down too, but I was in San Francisco. I was like, I always miss it when John's down or like that happens. And
right, you're out of town. Damn it.
Yeah. So that's crazy. Yeah, Kalen's got some connections.
Right, for sure.
But yeah, he couldn't come because he's got to go back to work in night, so he can't do this.
Oh wow, yeah.
I'm working right now.
Anyway, so I posted a link to my website, and I'll post a link to the YouTube video if you want to see it. But it was an old ride that used to be at Disneyland. The Star Tours is there now. But yeah, it's back in the day, old Disney rides tried to educate you about science, but now it's all about just having fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's really cool. I'm just looking at your website.
Oh yeah. Yeah, someone I recreated the ride in 3D, like from your perspective, like you're walking through the line and getting on the ride.
Wow.
So someone posted the whole ride on YouTube. I used to sell a DVD back in the day, but yeah, since I'm not a celebrity, YouTube won't like listen to my request to remove it. So I just gave up. I have to be important to be like, hey, take my movie off there or whatever. And then if you're not a real director or anything, they don't listen. So, but here, I'll post the so you guys can watch it later. Anyway, Paul Frees did the voice. Have you guys been on the Haunted Mansion?
Yeah.
I was waiting for Mock to post a link, and I clicked the first thing that posted in the fucking chat window, and it was Andrew's fucking picture. Thank you, Andrew.
That's not mine.
That made my day. I was like, wait a minute. Wait.
Props to the second dude from the left. He doesn't have any tattoos.
that you know of.
Oh, man.
Why you got over 60,000 hits? That's pretty awesome.
But on the contrary, it looks like half these guys waxed just like their quads, but left their calves nice and hairy. Wow, I didn't know that was a trend.
Oh, so Chris.
Right.
Yes, that was the guy who took my DVD that I used to sell and he ripped it and threw it on YouTube. So.
And now he's getting all the hits and making money off of it, right?
Yeah, exactly. He's
bastard.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm thumbing down the asshole then.
Yeah.
I've asked him to remove it, and I tried to ask YouTube to remove it, and he won't remove it. So
I'm gonna
I
put a
gave
comment
up.
in too.
But that was, yeah, it was years ago that I used to sell it, so I just kind of gave up now. But
Where's the report?
But yeah, back in the day, I used to sell a DVD of it. But anyway, Paul Frees used to do the voice of the ghost host on. Oh God, Andrew.
That's just a cruel joke right there.
Ah. Yeah.
We have a winner.
The dude on the far right looks like what's his name?
Why do they look like? Why do they look like they're cartoons?
They looks animated, yeah.
He's all wrapped up in lights like you are, Orangewood.
We just can't keep it up here, can we? We have to every single fucking time.
Oh, that's Andrew.
Yeah.
I can't talk over all this porn.
To be expected. Come on.
Porn? I don't know what links you're getting. I'm not getting any porn.
No. Candy canes in the ass doesn't count as porn.
Oh boy.
Mike's is the best. he's
Holy
shaving
crap,
him
they
some
keep
time.
coming. Jesus, you guys.
Oh,
He's-
no.
That
They
one
keep
guy is
coming.
sitting right, shaving the other guy some time.
All pun intended.
All I want for Christmas is a baby smooth ass.
Shave and a haircut.
A little thing.
Afterwards, he's gonna take the scissors to the long ones.
No!
Just stretch him out and cut him off.
All of you.
Santa's got a nice little hat.
It's a helmet. Santa's got a helmet.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, cute, but kind of sad.
Making it slim, Spanish, checking it twice. Holy shit, it's Christmas.
The Arcade Hangout XXX Holiday Special brought to you by Geico. You should try and get like Audible.com or like Dollar Shave Club to sponsor the channel, and then be like,
Dollar Shave Club. Everybody's clean shaven in our images.
I guess. not that one guy.
Oh, Mark's not even there. I was about to ask Mark a question. Damn it, Mark!
Damn it, Mark.
Mark's back.
All right, what was that?
Nothing.
Question for you.
You're obviously a
Click that
Disney
last link.
a Disney ride fan, correct?
Yeah.
Did you ever play? It's kind of a sidetrack. Did you ever play Left 4 Dead 2?
Yeah.
Like on the PC?
I did.
Just in case, if you have it or you can get a copy of it, there was actually a website called leftfordeadmaps.com, and they actually made a bunch of the rides, so you can actually like go through the whole Pirates of the Caribbean, and zombies are chasing you and shit. And there's also one for Indiana Jones ride.
Oh, weird.
So it's a whole level that you can play. And when we used to do LAN parties, and we would all play, and we'd play the Disneyland maps. They were so much fun.
Oh, wow. So someone like redesigned the actual,
They 3D modeled them, and they had all the audio and everything from the rides, and then you would play the level of it in there. Yeah.
Oh, weird. I gotta check that out.
It was really fun.
I didn't know people did that. That's awesome.
Yeah, and there was also a Christmas one that was actually really good too. Nothing to do with Disney, but just a Christmas map. It's leftfordeadmaps.com. I don't know if it's still up or not.
So that's like the PC version. It's like a mod then, right?
It was a PC version, yeah. Oh, it was basically just download and put it into the maps folder. That's all you had to do. It was pretty easy.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find it.
Check it out on YouTube. I'm sure people have uploaded it there to see it.
Probably.
Right
That's
chance.
actually might be where I found it originally.
Oh no!
That's too far. That's
No.
yeah.
Put a whammy on it.
Come on, it's all.
Careful, that's
Holiday
borderline ban worthy.
We agreed on this. We were gonna take for the next year. We're gonna take the smut farther, and I just turned it up a notch.
Wait, who agreed to this? What I must have been playing eyes.
And who is we? And when does next year start?
I'm just getting a head start.
Oh. Shit eating is kind of a little.
That's not chocolate.
Save that shit for Easter.
I bet you there's an Easter one. Hold on.
No.
The virgin eyes can't handle it.
Oh,
we've all seen the internet. That doesn't mean we actually like looking at that shit.
Literally, pun intended.
I'm not into that stuff anymore.
All right, guys, I'm up way
good
past my
analogy.
bedtime.
We have a
I need
tentacle
to
of
clock
something
out.
animated
Oh,
ass.
later, Chris.
Yep, I gotta clock out, guys.
Bye-bye.
Fun.
Bye-bye.
Merry Christmas, everybody,
Merry Christmas, Jack.
and we'll talk to you soon.
I'll be back on Christmas Day.
There we go. Ho, ho, ho. All right, see you guys.
Later, dude.
Later.
I think shit hit the fan and Gak left.
Wow, that's shit eating, man. You pushed them out.
Yeah.
Hallelujah!
So that's where we're gonna draw the line then. So that's I'll know where to. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, small animals and
bestiality.
There's always a lot.
We'll have one dude shaving another dude's ass while wearing Santa hats.
Oh, that's okay.
Pardon my
That's okay. That's
French.
totally fine.
You're an asshole.
Well, of course, that's all.
This is a family show.
yeah, family show.
You're goddamn fucking right.
That's right. We're adult families are how it is that families get started.
Like if you ever watched the movie Airplane,
Yeah.
that one's okay. That's PG.
Two girls, one Santa hat.
Good grief.
That might be okay.
That would be okay.
Oh man.
In the right context too. Like if that.
That's probably chocolate though.
It came off 4chan. So,
Just hope it is.
yeah.
Oh.
It's like when you look up bukkake on
No.
Urban
See,
Dictionary.
Wait.
You mean like when you look up bukkake?
No, seriously, it's funny. It's funny because
I will not do that.
when
I know what it is,
the
I will not do
description on Urban Dictionary is when a man and 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 a man love a woman. It's like what? I wait till like near the end of the chat to bring out this horrible shit, right? Like I sat through all your fucking like tentacle eyeballs up the ass drawings and shit. Fucking 2 fingers deep in it. What?
Where's the cricket sound, Jim?
Oops.
What happened to Chance?
I know. Oh, he did go.
Did he leave willingly? Or?
That's not me.
Oh.
It's sort of like when you're looking up.
That's
It's sort of like when you're looking up gerbils and some guys
Some people don't know what a line is.
There's a reason we haven't been describing what we've been seeing.
Yeah, that was pretty. Woo. Time to breathe.
I guess he felt it was time to leave.
You didn't kick him out?
I thought you banned him.
Yeah, so did I. It said, oops.
Oops said he left.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So would this be a good time for bad poetry?
I'm just
Yes.
no.
Now
I'm actually looking for the maps for Left 4 Dead for Mock still here.
We probably should this is a good point here.
Yeah,
Maybe
probably stop
wrap up the show and then we can keep going. That's fine, but actually bring the show to a happy close.
I think
we can close. We could. Yeah,
I'm such a misfit. I am not just a misfit.
The island of
Andrew.
misfits.
Happy birthday!
But we could end on a lovely note with some
We can end.
poetry.
We can end with bad poetry.
And
Excellent.
then
All
we'll
right.
fade it out. We'll all say goodbyes now.
It's actually appropriate given the way that the poem ends.
I think you didn't answer the question.
Did Carrie not answer the question?
No, I answered the question. I answered both the fucking questions.
No, but I didn't.
Oh no, you didn't.
Answer the fucking question,
Answer the
Steve.
question then, Mock.
All right, real quick. Even though I have a Dragon Slayer poster, unlike Carrie, that I probably would never buy a Dragon Slayer just because you can only play that. Just like Andrew wouldn't get a Roston game probably because you can only play that so much, and then you get so good at it, it's kind of like no point anymore. So that's my answer.
Wait, is it Roston or Rastan?
Oh, Roston.
It's not reggae, it's Rastan.
Roston.
I've always gone Rastan.
Rastan?
Yeah.
It's not like a Rasta, reefer.
Well, you know what I'm talking about.
And I happen to be building one of those, so.
Is your Tato cabinet the yellow and brown? Because there is no yellow and purple Tato cabinet.
I'll be doing custom Tato colors for it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Is that the one that was your Shinobi?
That's the Shinobi right now. We'll eventually be Rastan.
Did you like Shinobi back in the day?
It's okay.
I like the attack mode on that game. I remember watching, being mesmerized by because it showed the bonus stage where you're throwing the stars. I'm like, this is fucking awesome.
It jumps at you.
Carrie, you're getting yourself set up by your fireplace, are you?
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
What's this
Chestnuts roasting.
I don't know what this is.
So has everybody said their second answer to the second question? We can officially say our goodnights, and then we'll let Carrie poem us out.
Oh, the pressure's on.
Yeah.
Defender too.
Right? I thought that was appropriate. Oh wait, and I have a costume change too.
She's gonna throw it on the fire.
No, not
All
really.
right. Let's say goodnight to everybody. Thanks for joining.
Right.
Thanks for joining our inaugural Christmas/holiday episode.
Merry
Make sure
Christmas, everyone.
Make sure you subscribe on YouTube and on iTunes and Stitcher and soon to be Google Music Play Store. Thanks to Mock, to Mike, to Jimbo Dini, to Carrie, to Andrew. Who else was in here? Alex from Great Britain.
Yeah.
Adam.
Purple
Adam. Yeah. Chris, Mock. I already said Mock. Chris, Gak Attack. Chris from Canada, from Ottawa, Seabart. Am I missing anybody?
Alex from the UK.
Yeah, I said Alex from the UK.
Oh,
I got him.
Adam.
I got Adam. I think that's it. All right.
Say goodbye.
We'll say goodnight and we'll let Carrie play us out.
Okay, hold on. I have to. I'm knocking my life. Damn it. See, it all comes I thought of doing it. I never thought of doing this after I started drinking hard alcohol. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Happy holidays, everybody.
All right. So, well, it's not like this is short. This is. Hopefully, my fireplace will turn on. I have this by the fireplace so I can have the fire going, but it's not.
I hope it doesn't explode.
Right. Really unfortunate.
We get more hits probably though.
Yeah. This shit's about to get hot.
Anything I can do to help with the ratings, but yeah.
Stop it like it's hot.
So envision that there is a bigger fire, because right now it's just a pilot light. I don't know what to tell you. All right, fuck it. We're going. We're pushing on.
It'd be dramatic if it pops on halfway through.
Okay, we're going on.
We're going on. We got the Christmas lights. We got Defender, and oh look, it's fire almost.
Whoa.
Oh, it came on and then went off. Okay,
We're
there's
on
a problem. There's the problem. Okay, we're just going to ignore the whole flame thing. We'll pretend that it's on. Oh, and it's back on again.
Yay! Oh, I feel cozy already.
Well, and the funny part is
Festivus miracle.
It's a Festivus
Nice log.
I actually hadn't had it plugged in for probably a couple of years, and then last night I lit it back up, and I had to mess with it. I think there's a connection that's having an issue. All right, so it's going to go off and on. We're going to just ignore the fire. We're going to go with the fucking holiday lights and the Defender behind me.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, and we will go with our going away poem of the evening, which is the Tuesday before Christmas.
Oh.
Yeah, you did, Mark.
I really didn't envision doing this so many deep into this, but that's okay. We'll see how I do. So my little ode to everyone and my nod to the holidays. 'Twas the Tuesday before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, certainly not Polly the dead pole position mouse. Our games were all silent, so the Hangout crew could be heard, although the folks without headsets kept causing reverb. Buffett and Steve were nestled all snug in their beds because they were smarter than us in using their heads. Orange Whip tried hard to keep an arcade discussion on track, but no one stayed on topic, not even Mock or Chris Gack. When out in my garage there arose such a clatter, I sprang from my couch to see what was the matter. Away to my arcade I flew like a flash right after guzzling my drink because I didn't want to spill or splash. The sight of my monitors made me forget our show. Where there had been broken games now came an iridescent glow. When to my wondering eyes did appear but a sleigh filled with Ian Kellogg cap kits and 8 soldering reindeer. Landing Gravatar's spaceship with reflexes so quick I knew in an instant it must be St. Nick. More skillful than I, he played the next newly fixed game, shouting, "It's Christmas magic," and for all arcades he'd do the same. A working Red Tent in Raston, and of course Robotron, a restored Tapper in Tempest, a good-smelling environmental discs of Tron. From the earliest Bronze Age to when Atari took its fall, classic arcade games I love, I'll bulletproof them all. As Leaf Switches responded when his fingers did fly, for a world on Karate Champ he was certain to try. Engrossed in his game, I left him in my garage so drafty, returned to the show in time to hear "fuck you" uttered by Crafty. I just poured a fresh drink when I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I muted my computer and tried to stifle a frown, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. I thanked him profusely for after iRobot he fixed and selfishly regretted not getting that broken Craigslist kicks. But it was to the show that I really wanted to get back, so I invited him to join so he could meet the whole pack. I told him of Kalen and how he opens up 2084 and explained that Dave usually broadcasts with relatives galore. Santa's droll little mouth couldn't help but smile when I described why Seabart was booze-free for a while. As I spoke of the podcasters, the chat kept putting up links to dick pics and hot chicks and Care Bears with kinks. I didn't explain what googly eyes now means to me. There are some things Santa doesn't need to see. I told the old man that while my games I adore, it's really my arcade friends that I cherish even more. Because of my dear friend Andy, this community I joined, where there are so many on free play and give without being coined. I told him of Jimbo and 34K, both of whom mean more to me than I can even say. Santa smiled and stopped me, said he got the whole picture. He'll subscribe to the channel for more than the clicking and liquor. On to the next arcade. He knew he needed to go. Said he might join us one night, but appeared incognito. And I heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight, happy collecting to all, and to all a good night.
That just makes me want to give a big group hug.
We're too far away. All right, good night, everyone.